Welcome everyone to AI Dev Days. We are so excited to have you here. I'm James Montemagno, and with me, the one and only Jay Parikh. How's it going, Jay?
Good, how are you, James?
I am absolutely excited about this moment. This year has been astonishing. And really AI Dev Days is all about pulling together everything from the last few months for developers, for enterprises, for everybody, really. It's been so exciting, and not just the platforms, but the tools, and seeing them work together is just really revolutionizing how things are working today for users, but also developers.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the other thing that's super exciting is even the notion of who we consider a developer in our community is changing because the tools are advancing. There's so many different types. They show up in different work areas, and they're so much easier to use now, right? So anybody can approach these tools and start experimenting and kind of learning and adapting and keep trying these things out. And the technology is changing so fast. So every day it keeps changing, and what was not possible yesterday might be possible today.
Yeah, and like we've had so many amazing developer events, right? Ignite, GitHub Universe, .NET Conf, and what we want to do is pull it all together.
That's right.
Say 2 days, really focused, bring the best of the best, and things have changed since then, which is kind of crazy to think about. You know, it's not just months or years, it's days. Every time I open up VS Code, Insider's Build, there's something new. I went on holiday for 2 days, I came back, whoa, it's all brand new. You know what I mean? It's amazing. I think what's really cool is we're not just having awesome live presentations, we're doing live workshops too. So it's gonna be really actionable and hands-on.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think being able to bring these different events together, but everything that's happened leading up to GitHub Universe, between Universe Ignite and everything since Ignite, because we continue to learn from the community, we continue to learn from our end users, developers, getting feedback, keep jamming and developing and delivering on this roadmap, right? Because it is one changing, but also what people are trying to do with these tools, with the platform is also evolving. So we want to be adaptive, we want to be moving faster and faster and faster. So that uptick in pace, that uptick in just production of new tools, new capabilities, enhancements, bug fixes, et cetera, is something that we're really, really fixated on right now.
Well, let's talk a little bit about what people are going to see over the next 2 days, right? I think when we think of Ignite and we think of all the amazing things in Foundry of how people are building and infusing their apps with AI, there's a lot there. Like, what's really exciting you about like what we announced at Ignite and what people are going to see here on day one?
On the platform in Ignite with Microsoft Foundry, and there was a lot of things announced at Ignite, right, across the entire Microsoft ecosystem. But within Foundry specifically, the big evolution for the team and I and for us is like moving out of just having models and all kind of the surrounding systems around the models, but bringing in knowledge, being able to bring in your enterprise data or your organizational data, building in different frameworks, and you can bring your own framework, you can use our agent framework. So how do you build these complex kind of workflows and these agentic systems for your business, for your startup, for your enterprise? Because now you have model choice, you have lots and lots of models. We brought in Anthropic, so now you got another like awesome company lab building and contributing to the Foundry model catalog. We've got things like Model Router. If you're confused by all of these models, you can just say, hey, I want to start off with the Model Router, let it kind of calibrate and help you. Then bringing in the orchestration and being able to actually do these more complicated 3, 4, 5 agentic systems that might be handling just a higher ROI kind of purpose in your business, right? And then the important thing for any organization, but we obviously hear this being a showstopper for any mature organization, which is that observability, that security and that trust baked in from the start, right? Because everybody's excited about agents, but if I can't observe it, if I can't police it, if I can't see what's going on, if I can't block it, and see if even it's like working correctly, then I'm going to be nervous. I'm not going to deploy these things. I'm going to keep prototyping things, but I'm not going to put them into production, right? So all of that coming together and completing more of that story and really having that full end-to-end platform story is what I'm like super excited to see what people are going to do with it now.
Yeah, I thought it was so amazing when you talk about model choice, right? I go in, I have my own application of deploying and using Microsoft Foundry every day. And when a new model comes out, I have a staging environment. I get to test like in real time, in seconds. Like it's so cool to be like, all right, wow, I'm now switching from 4 to 5 and 5 to 1.
And you can see the side by side.
It's like, it just really blows my mind. And I think today in day one, you're really going to pull all that together, build agents. You're going to see how MCP brings together, how Foundry brings it all together, and build your own too later today as well. Now, Jay, I don't know how many times you've been to GitHub Universe, but this is my first GitHub Universe, and it was absolutely amazing.
It was awesome. Yeah, it was my first too.
Was it really? Oh, what did you think?
I thought it was just fantastic. We had, I think, like 4,000 folks there in Fort Mason, and just the energy, right, in terms of like what people are excited about with the technology. Obviously, super important for us to connect with the community, our open source contributors, like just really, really great to get everybody to kind of talk about where the ecosystem is, where we need to work on, how we're pulling all this stuff together. And everything's changing so fast, right? Because we announced a lot of things at GitHub Universe too. I'm curious what struck the most besides what you presented.
Well, I think really at GitHub Universe, it was so great to work so close with the GitHub team, the VS Code team, and the Copilot team pulling it all together. I mean, there was such a great build-up with like the Copilot CLI being launched. But to me, it's really pulling it all together. Just like you're saying in Foundry, VS Code and GitHub pulling Agent HQ together, I think really has honestly revolutionized how I work. Already at the beginning of the year with agent mode, I was like, wow, I'm shipping more code than ever. And it's like every week, every day, I feel like I'm more productive. I'm shipping more code, higher quality code. I'm reviewing code faster than ever, and pulling it all together and being able to fire off background agents, right? Cloud agents. And I'm just reviewing. I was boarding this flight. This is a real story. On the way to Japan. We booked this trip like back in January. I was so excited, but I was at the airport. I was like, I have an idea for an app. I didn't bring any laptop, anything.
Yeah.
But I have the GitHub app. I opened it up, created a new repo, fired off an app, ask to it. I created a whole PRD, opened an issue, assigned it to Copilot, got off the plane in Tokyo. I had the app built. Like it was like there, it was ready for me. And I was iterating on the trains, and like that just blew my mind. I got home, opened up VS Code, everything was there, booting it up, seeing it run on my iOS simulator. It was like so cool. Like, and never imaginable in my mind, in my life, that we could be able to do that. So actually to see that stuff come together, it's revolutionary.
Yeah, and you're going to see more and more stuff coming together in Agent HQ, right? Because it is really, the focus there is really to make sure everything across that traditional software development lifecycle is AI powered, right? Yeah. From you're just having that idea and being able to use something, maybe even like SpecKit or something else, and be able to kind of just go and create and think and type what you're imagining. If you want 3 versions of this thing, you can ask it to create 3 versions. And then when you get off the train, you can be like, hey, A, B, C, I like B. Let's go flesh that out more. But then let the agents, this team of agents, right, go build the thing. You can have other agents that review, look for quality, look for compliance, maybe assess security vulnerabilities and bugs in it, write the tests. And then I'm excited about what people are going to do with custom agents. Because I think this is super cool, because like if I'm, building my own startup and I've got to produce end user documentation, API documentation, I'm going to have my way of doing my documentation, my style, my brand, certain fonts, whatever, and I can embed that into this custom agent, and this custom agent kind of rides along with me as I'm developing and building projects, and it's writing the documentation, right? This is like code documentation as I'm building the app. It's part of the product experience. It's not something that's lagging the product experience. So the end user of your service is going to be just absolutely a lot more delighted.
It's like before, you take weeks to onboard somebody into your project. Now, all that knowledge just part of your programming experience every single day with that agent by your side, which is so cool.
Yeah, and we have a lot of work to do, right? I mean, it's still so early in terms of what this platform, what these tools can do, and just even having these ideas of being able to do and work a different way, and thinking about how it's so easy now to have an idea, write something up, have it go async and work on it. You could be doing something else, right? And in a meeting, collaborating, meeting a customer, doing something while this thing is building, you come back and you can kick off another project, right? So I think that it's a new way of working that is going to be fascinating to adapt to.
It really is. And it has for me at least, and everyone I talk to as well. And day 2 tomorrow is going to be all about all of the brand new advancements that we're talking about here and so much more. Like you said, there's so much in this. Now you have, Jay, been talking to tons of developers, tons of startups, tons of innovative companies all over the globe. Like, what are you hearing, right? We can talk about it.
Yeah.
We can tell our stories, but what are the stories that you're hearing from folks that you're talking to?
Yeah, in my short, less than a year in the role in CoreAI here at Microsoft, I've spent time with hundreds of startups around the globe, right? And this is something that we are investing a lot of time in, working obviously with the larger enterprises and that transformation and sort of new way of developing products and the actually really defining and learning and creating and thinking through what is the future of software, right? So the things that I often hear and end up talking to people about are really going to be kind of two things. And kind of one thing I encourage is whatever we are all doing today in terms of building, we have to all, and we should all just raise our level of ambition using these tools, right? Because we don't actually understand, there's a very small set of people probably in the world that truly understand what these models, what this technology, what you can do with even the protocols like MCP and agents and the models, different models, closed models, open models, and then what you can do to those models with fine tuning and RL and whatnot. So there's just so much to really build in terms of value out there. And I just always think that whatever level of ambition you have for a project, a feature, a bug, your business, a startup idea, you should just raise it, because like chances are it's closer, to, it's just a greater probability that the technology is going to actually just amaze you in terms of what it can do. Yes, there's some jagged parts of it, and it doesn't always work perfectly, but just raise your level of ambition of what you're trying to do, what your business opportunity, your startup idea is, your application idea is. Just raise it, because I think most of us are getting surprised in terms of what we're actually able to achieve, right? And the second thing that we always want with our developers internally and with all the partners that we work with is we want feedback. Like, we want this tight feedback so that we can continue to just ratchet up how fast we're iterating and building and improving our products and our features and our tools and the platform, right? Because there's a whole system that has to change and adapt, and we want tight, like, actionable feedback, and we want to, just as you spend a ton of your time listening to feedback and then improving the products with the end users, developers that you're tight with, we want to do that just around the world.
Yeah, and we're doing that internally too. I think that's the thing. You said you just only been here a year, which is crazy to think about. But the year's been amazing. I mean, just the products that we have, the innovation, and we're living and breathing that. I think that's what's cool, and that energy comes in, and hopefully everyone at home or watching right now feels that, right? As we're shipping, we are coming out, listening to that feedback, taking actual steps. We're on the bleeding edge, the cutting edge, and delivering it all to all of you. So hopefully you're able to take this back and incorporate it every single day. And I really loved it. The energy that comes in, it feels like, to me, like a new Microsoft in many ways. And it has been. It keeps innovating. And I think the push and the drive allows us to do just really unique, awesome things and partner up with such amazing companies around the globe and innovate together.
Absolutely. And I think there's just a lot to get out of AI Dev Days, right? Because trying to put all of this stuff together from these different conferences, all the different blog posts of things that we've shipped, and be able to get hands-on and really push your level of ambition, get in there, use these things, build stuff, break things, really learn and give us that feedback, learn from each other, share. This is what this is all about. It's all about learning together in this community, and we just all have to learn faster.
Yeah. I agree 100%. And we're going to have a whole bunch of stuff throughout day 1 and day 2. We're going to have a Discord. You'll find links everywhere below. We're going to be monitoring all the chats, taking your questions live right here. I think you said we want your feedback right here, live, when it's happening.
That's awesome.
Ask the people that are presenting. And I'm so excited about it.
And you might even file a bug and have Copilot go fix it while you're talking.
Everyone. I get the feedback. I'm like, you want to raise the bug, or I'll raise the bug. I'll put it in and assign it away. And honestly, I did this recently with the Aspire team. I found this bug. They have this awesome MCP server, and I was like, I like it, but I really want it easier to install. And I was like, here's what it should be. So I worked with Copilot, had it file the issue for me. I was like, assign it. I had James Newton King review it. He reviewed it, looked at it. It was literally merged within an hour of me. It was like, that's the pace that we're on, just working together side by side, our developers, and this amazing new technology that we have. So AI Dev Days is happening right now. We're going to kick it over to Katie and Christina to take away day 1. So stick with us. Ask your questions live. Hope you have a great AI Dev Days.
Thank you so much, James. And welcome to AI Dev Days. I'm Christina. I'm a senior developer advocate at GitHub.
And I'm Katie, a technical program manager here at Microsoft. And we're super excited to take you through these 2 full days of content. Yeah. I mean, today we're kicking it off strong with how you can build AI-powered applications with Foundry, GitHub, Azure, whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, and tomorrow be sure to come back because we're going to be doing a lot more with developers, things with GitHub Copilot, the things with the CLI, and really kind of building with those dev tools. So there's going to be lots of great sessions. There are also workshops.
There's workshops. Yeah, at the end of the day, you get 1-hour workshop. We have some awesome presenters for those. Today we have Gustavo Cordito, who's going to be talking us through building a pizza application, which is pretty cool.
That's extremely cool. Okay, let's not discount it. That's incredibly cool. And actually, in addition to a lot of the live sessions, one of the cool things we're going to be doing is we're going to be actually playing back some sessions that were highlights from GitHub Universe and from Microsoft Ignite.
With some special surprises, perhaps, but you'll have to stay tuned and see what those are. But we have, pre-recorded sessions. We really want to take you through all of the highlights of this last year. So many things happened, even just the past month or two.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, right? This is why I think it's so great that we're having these AI Dev Days. So much stuff happens so quickly. So many changes happen. It can be hard to kind of catch up on, okay, well, what's new? What do I need to care about? And now you're going to be, I think, able to hopefully get some really good guidance, see some great workshops and some great sessions about what is new, what you can do, what you can build, and how you can maybe integrate it in with your own businesses and your own tools.
Exactly, and plenty of opportunities to ask your questions.
Yes.
So I know, I think at the bottom of the screen, right when Jay was closing out there, they highlighted the Discord that you can go into, chat with the community. We're going to have a couple folks in there as well answering your questions, but also just ask questions to us through wherever you're watching this, and we can ask those to the presenters towards the ends of their sessions and make sure that they're answering all your questions live.
Absolutely. And with that, we're actually going to go into our very first session.
Yeah, I'm super excited. Let's kick it over there.
Hola, San Francisco. I'm so glad to be here. Let's talk about AI. AI is no longer a future promise. It is here. It's unlocking creativity, productivity, and innovation at a scale that we've never seen before. And every organization is asking the same questions. How do we turn AI into real differentiation? How do we actually get ROI from AI? And today, we're going to show you how Microsoft Foundry is the platform that empowers you to build AI-powered solutions for your most critical business needs. It's the one-stop shop for building and operating AI at scale, whether it is agents or applications in a secure, flexible, and enterprise-ready way. Now, Foundry is the platform for developers and engineers. Foundry isn't just one product. It's actually an integrated stack. From Foundry Models to give you the best choice for the best models in the market without vendor locking. For Foundry Agents for planning, retrieving, acting, and orchestrating. Foundry IQ for retrieval and knowledge. Foundry Tools for action with over 1,400 connectors. And machine learning for model customization. Of course, we have all of that wrapped up in a control plane for governance and lifecycle management. No other platform brings all of these pieces together in a single and integrated way like Foundry does. Foundry seamlessly integrates across the Microsoft ecosystem for developers across their favorite tools and their trusted enterprise systems. And because it's modular and interoperable, you have the choice to select the components you need and build without the fear of vendor lock-in, with native support for standards like MCP, A2A, and OpenTelemetry. Now, what sets Foundry apart from any other AI platform, it is its enterprise readiness. It is not just uptime, it's predictable performance with enterprise SLAs. It is not just security, it is identity, compliance, protection built in. It is not just flexibility, it's full control of your storage, your data, your search, your policies. It's advanced AI with model routing, content safety, context engineering, all integrated across the Microsoft Cloud. That is enterprise DNA in every layer. Foundry isn't just ready for business. It was built for it. And nothing demonstrates enterprise readiness like real-world adoption. Microsoft Foundry is already proven at scale. Foundry powers every single applied AI product that we built at Microsoft. And it's also already used by over 80,000 organizations that are delivering real impact and ROI. Okay, let's break down what makes Foundry the AI platform of choice. It is simple, it's trusted, and it's powerful. It's also the frame that we're going to use for our session today. Now, one of the hardest challenges on building with AI is curating the right context, and this is what Foundry IQ delivers. It's our new engine for automated context engineering, giving agents the right information securely and at scale. IQ connects across all of your enterprise data, whether it is structured data from SharePoint, from Fabric, from wikis, or unstructured data, I made a mistake there, from SharePoint or from the web. It goes beyond search, and it plans queries, it decomposes them, it breaks them into complex questions, federates across data sets, and delivers permission-aware context. And with Purview and Enter integration, security and compliance are built in. Another capability of Foundry IQ is agent memory, and it enables agents to retain context across interactions and is partitioned for each user. Now, agents shouldn't just talk, they should act, and Foundry Tools helps transform agents from chatbots into operators. We provide a set of pre-built AI skills like speech, language, translation, and more, and an additionally over 1,400 different connectors to services like SAP, ServiceNow, Workday, and without having to do any custom code. And if you need to connect to your own services, it is very easy to wrap any API as a tool using MCP or OpenAPI.
I think we should do a quick pause here.
Yes.
I mean, number one, hello, everybody.
Hello.
We're back.
We promised you surprises, and so here we are.
And we're in the audience now, which is great, because I actually didn't get to go to Ignite this year, unfortunately. And so I'm here.
Yes.
But I think something that I really like about what Yina's talking about here is how Foundry is not a one-size-fits-all, but it is a one-stop shop.
Yes, and I think that's what's important. Like when she's talking about, Foundry IQ, being able to connect to all of your different data sources, no matter where they are, and being able to then use that context in service of your agents, as well as being able to have memory, right?
Exactly.
Which is so important, because how many times do you have, I don't know about you, I have a whole file of just prompts that I've saved that I use over and over again. And being able to have that type of thing built into your point, being a one-stop shop, not one size fits all, I think is really, really cool.
Exactly. Like, how can we make this systematic? Like, it's no longer just, AI is not just a chatbot that we want to talk to and get answers from. We really need a whole system in place, especially when we're talking about enterprises and bigger businesses. Like, how can we coordinate our agents? How can we make this whole system work and work securely as well?
Yeah, and I think that's actually maybe a great point to unpress pause and continue on with the talk.
Okay, we talked about how simple it is to get started. Now, let's go to our next chapter. AI without trust is a liability. Foundry makes trust foundational, not an afterthought. And to show you, let's welcome Sarah Bird to the stage.
As you heard in the keynote, building trustworthy AI is a team sport. Everyone has a role to play. IT ensures clear access and identity controls. Security addresses new and evolving threats. And developers build and maintain AI systems that are safe and secure. But what it means to do this is changing. So let's double-click on the emerging role for developers and what they need to do to build trustworthy AI systems. There are 4 essential pieces we find for building trustworthy AI systems. The first is controls, including runtime guardrails. The second, observability, enables us to understand system behavior before and after deployment. The third, security, integrates key security primitives like identity and threat detection. And remember, this isn't about building a single agent. It's about managing at scale across your entire AI estate. That's why we're introducing Foundry Control Plane that gives developers the tools to build trustworthy AI. As a builder who's worked in AI for a long time, I'm thrilled to have a one-stop shop that lets me build with confidence, knowing that trust is built in from the beginning. You heard Yina talk about the service agent, connecting powerful external knowledge like Bing with internal knowledge bases like SharePoint, so the agent can answer questions with the right context. But as this agent moves across internal and external boundaries, you need to inspect content so that tools prevent risk from entering into your system. You need to protect sensitive data from leaking out, and you need to keep agents on task. I want to make sure that my agent is always working as expected, not just staying in boundaries, but high quality with great relevance. And that's where observability comes in. Using Foundry, developers can evaluate and monitor agents to ensure quality and safety before and after deployment. I mentioned at the beginning of this talk that trust is a team sport, and developers can't do this alone. We need security. So we've built on foundational security practices like identity management, threat detection, and response. And Foundry makes this teamwork seamless by integrating security tools directly into the developer environment.
I think we should put an exclamation point there.
Yes.
I think security is so important, and especially in this evolving landscape. How can you maintain and keep those practices up across the software development lifecycle?
Right, and as Sarah pointed out, like things are changing, right? Like what we used to do, even 5 years ago is different. Even 2 years ago is different than what we're doing now, right? Because the adoption of agents has taken off. So many people are building them. We're building them. We're giving you the tools to do that. But there do come some inherent security risks if you're introducing those tools into your system. And so having, again, like to Sarah's point, like having like a one-stop shop where you have the ability to evaluate, are these secure, to look at what the rules are, to be able to make sure that agents, to her point, you're observing, are they effective or not? I think is really important because we all have to think about this. It's great to have these agents, have them do these things, but if you're going to be using them with real data, especially with customer data, you really need to make sure that they are secure and that they're acting the way that they should.
And like as a particular emphasis on what you were just saying, I think one thing to think about here is it's not just things that were arbitrarily like, oh, we need security here and here. These are things that internally our teams need. Like we have a lot of big products as well. We need to make sure those are secure all along the way, and just extending that security to our customers as well.
Yeah, no, I mean that's the thing. What I love about like working at like GitHub and Microsoft, like we actually use the tools that we build. Yeah. And we had the same problems that you're running into, and so many times you see the solutions that are coming up with are things that we're trying to face ourselves. So I love the fact that the security is actually here, and this is something I know a lot of developers, we haven't always had to think about this, but we now do, and as easy as we can make that as possible, and important though to just keep that in mind. We've got to focus on this.
Yeah, keep it in mind. But let's kick it back to Yina now.
Yeah.
Now let's welcome back Yina.
Alrighty. We saw trusted, now let's go to powerful. Powerful means choice without locking, agents that can actually operate, and integration from code all the way to production. And I'm going to show you and highlight 3 things that make Foundry a powerful platform. The first one is models. Foundry gives you the freedom of choice. Over 11,000 models, frontier, specialized, industry, open, all available through a single unified API, without any model locking. And of course, if a better model emerges, you switch instantly. No code review, no code rewrites. That's like really future-proofing AI. As I talk to customers, a common question that I hear is, how do I pick the best model? Not every prompt needs the most expensive model. Model Router is there for the rescue. It evaluates each request in real time and then selects the best model based on the prompt, whether it's an OpenAI model, an Anthropic model, OSS model, or specialized models without changing your app code. Customers like Proficient, a global digital consultancy company, have already achieved over 85% reduction on latency and 15% improvement on quality using Model Router. And as you would expect, governance is built in with all of the data boundaries, safety policies, and audit trails by default. Now, when you need a custom edge, we offer fine-tuning. With supervised fine-tuning, direct preference optimization, reinforcement learning, plus new synthetic data generation capabilities so that you can get it done in hours and not in weeks. And with our developer tier, you can tap into idle capacity and cut your training costs in half. Now, when you need AI closer to the edge, Foundry Local enables you to build and run powerful and secure, cost-efficient AI apps directly on devices. In addition to Windows and Mac, Foundry Local is now supporting Android in private preview. Next up, let's talk about agents. Foundry Agent Service is Azure-backed runtime to build, host, and scale agents. I'm excited to announce that we're bringing new capabilities like built-in memory, multi-agent workflows, and hosted agents with observability, guardrails, and SLAs baked into the agent service. This means that if you've built agents in a framework like, for example, LangGraph, now you can host all of your agents in Foundry and get evals, observability, and control. Speaking of frameworks, if you need code-level control, Microsoft Agent Framework is the open source framework that we have that is production ready. It runs anywhere and then snaps into the agent service for hosting, telemetry, and governance. Provides identity and flows identity through with Purview and Entra integration. So trust travels with your agent. Being at the frontier means giving AI developers the tools they need to have in order to build the latest with AI. And to show you what that looks like, I'm going to invite Amanda Silver to the stage.
Okay, so before we get to Amanda, who's going to be awesome, I know it, I want to talk a little bit about what we were just seeing here. I love having the model choice, right? I mean, I think that that's really important. And being able to have, again, like one API, if you need to switch it out for something else, being able to do that with one click, that's really powerful. That's awesome.
The thing that really spoke to me as well is just having this tooling to help you choose the right model.
Yes.
I think at every level, that's something I'm hearing from developers. Like, how do I know whether I should be using this model or this model? I think just having the tool in place to help you with that choice, and then the fine tuning on top of that.
No, I fully agree, because like you, that's probably one of the most asked questions I get is like, Christina, like, what model should I be using? And I'm like, well, that depends on the task. And to this point, if you can, not every prompt is, as she said, is going to be the same. So being able to evaluate that is really powerful.
Especially as new models are coming out.
Well, that's the thing, right? Literally every week, if not, more than that, a new model comes out. And yeah, you want to evaluate it, and being able to do that in the same tool where you're also, building your agents and you're deploying things. That's awesome.
Exactly. Getting the right one, and then kind of a plug and play situation.
Yeah,
it just works.
It just works, and then having the ability to, okay, let's try our product with it. Is this better or not? If it's not, go back, right? But it's not going to take a lot of code changes. It's just literally something you can select.
Exactly. And one quick shout out I want to make is on this YouTube channel, on the Microsoft Developer channel, there's a ton of training on how to use these tools as well. So if you're watching this like, that sounds great, I want to try this out, check that out as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got great playlists. We've got a lot of great content. So please continue to check out Microsoft Developer channel.
Yeah.
Now on to, we should watch Amanda.
I think we should.
Thank you, Yina. Hello, Ignite. All right, so for developers who live in code, I want to break this down for you. AI agents aren't just apps, they play by different rules. Traditional apps are built with procedural logic. They require manual updates, and they have rigid steps. And you have to be really explicit with the infrastructure. But AI agents are adaptive by design, and they work on probabilistic models that reason and plan and adapt. And developers instead focus on intent and signals loops and guardrails, not just endpoints. Building them requires orchestration, not just code. So we built the AI Toolkit for VS Code to bring Foundry's power into your workflow. Inside your code editor, you can use natural language to explore and compare models. You can build agents and multi-agent workflows targeting Foundry. You can add observability with traces, telemetry, and eval hooks. And you can evaluate response quality and apply guardrails through your deployment. Great agents, they really need great data. So the toolkit also includes Jupyter notebooks and data prep tools to keep data sets, models, and evaluations aligned from the start. And together, this creates an AI-first development loop. So you can discover and test models as you're building. You can author agents and workflows and evals with GitHub Copilot. You can trace, debug, and evaluate with professional tools and deploy directly to Foundry's hosted agents orchestration layer, all within one Visual Studio Code experience. So Foundry has all of these great capabilities that you are now available in your developer tools, but it also really gives developers the freedom to innovate. It's backed by our enterprise scale, security, and governance that we have in our Azure services, and that allows you to bring your business context that you're already using into these agents with 1,400 connectors that are supported by logic apps that you already know and trust that can allow you to integrate SAP and Salesforce and Dynamics 365 and more. And you can build and scale these multi-agent apps on secure serverless foundations using Azure Container Apps, durable functions, and that allows you to also have freedom in terms of the frameworks that you want to use. So you can use LangChain and CoreAI and LangGraph and Llama Index, as well as Microsoft's Agent Framework. You can also extend these capabilities the agentic capabilities in an API-first way. So using functions and API management, it makes it really easy to take any API and make it into a reusable MCP tool that your agents are capable of calling. And we also have centralized governance so that you can use API management and the Foundry control plane for unified policies across all of your developers so that you can have curation and visibility and cost control. This really delivers the innovation for developers that we're all looking for. We just want to have the freedom to be able to create something cool, but it also gives the enterprise governance without any kind of compromise. You know, with all of this, the craft of software development is evolving, from typing code to articulating intent. And when your source of truth is what you want to build, not just how it's written, AI becomes an amplifier. Developers evolve into orchestrators, designing specs, guiding agents, and validating the outcomes. It's not less creative, it's actually more creative. You spend less time wrestling with the scaffolding and the operations, and more time focusing on the ideas that matter to you and your organization. Developers are the ones that build the future. So with AI, we can build it faster, better, and it's going to be a lot more fun.
And it's going to be a lot more fun.
It is going to be a lot more fun. No, I love that. And I love her jacket. Fantastic.
Yeah,
I love
of course. Always. She never misses.
She never misses. So yay. Thank you, Amanda. You're the best. No, but also I really love, like, at the end, you know, she mentioned that, like, this isn't making developers less creative. It's making you more creative. I think that's a really good framing for how things are evolving and what the role of developers is. It's evolving. But developers are still, as she said, going to power the future.
Completely. And I think that's a big thing that we're learning on our side as well, is just the way that we're developing is changing.
Yes.
As it always has, as it always does. But you know, we're learning together, we're training, we're building tools to make it the best experience possible and make it the most powerful experience possible. But to your point, it's still, you have that essence of, I am building this thing, and at the end of the day, I'm going to have that, and I'm going to get to work on it and maintain it, and I think that's great.
No, I do too. And I don't know about you with your workflow. I've been using, you know, agents so much over the last year, and it really is interesting to think about, like, what my role is in a lot of things, because a lot of times the code, I'll do the review and be like, this looks good, right? Maybe make some changes, or maybe, you know, ask the agent to do something differently. But the role that I have and how I have to think about how I'm building my projects and what the architecture looks like and whatnot, and maybe what solutions I need to come up with, it's still there, and that's still important. It almost, like, itches like a different part of my brain. It's pretty fun.
And honestly, at a smaller scale, maybe this is a little bit selfishly, I love that we now also have ways to reduce that toil of saying, oh, let me assign this thing, not excited about it, let me send it over to the coding agent.
Right.
And now it can take care of that. I can be a reviewer in that context, or an operator, and just really make sure things are going okay, but I can focus on something I'd rather be doing.
Absolutely. And I love, you know, what's so cool about Foundry is that, you know, as we keep saying, like, it's one place that kind of brings all this together.
Yeah.
And I think that's really powerful, and something that is great to see all the different opportunities that are there.
And, like, for anyone, I think the cool thing about Foundry, which you don't always get to see in every context, is the enterprise proofing of it all. Like, you know, as at different business sizes, this is a tool that can really adapt with you securely and scale.
Yeah. No, which is really important, because, you know, it's great for, like, me when I'm doing my hobbyist stuff to be able to do this, but we are increasingly seeing this be adopted more and more businesses, and we need to see it adopted more. And the best way to do this is to make sure that it's secure and that it can be observable.
Exactly. And this was just a small taste from Yina, Sarah, Amanda. We have a lot more Foundry to get into today.
We do. Actually, coming up, like, our next session is actually going to be, I think, like a kind of a how-to with automation using Foundry that Shawn Henry is going to do.
Exactly.
Which is going to be really, really fun. So that is going to be live, and that's going to be taking place in just a little bit. But what other things are you excited about today and tomorrow?
So I'm a big fan of training. I work a lot with early and career folks. I'm really excited about these labs, to be honest. I mean, the one today in particular is a lab that we ran at Ignite, super popular, and that's why we wanted to bring it back today, take you through it. All of that, all the resources for it are available for free. It's something that you can do alongside us, but also take on your own and try it out later as well.
No, I love that, and thank you for, like, mentioning the training, because I think this is, and it's not just, I think, for early and career folks. I mean, honestly, people who are, you know, late in career or senior experience devs.
Upskilling.
Right, because the way that we're doing things is different. I mean, like I said, how I code now is different than it was a year ago. And we need training, best practices around that. So yeah, be sure to join us for that workshop and for all the other sessions that we've got today. But actually, we are now going to shoot it over to Shawn, who's going to do more stuff hands-on live with Foundry.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shawn Henry. I work on Microsoft Foundry on our developer tools and services like Microsoft Agent Framework, Semantic Kernel, AutoGen, and the Foundry Agent Service. And today I'd like to talk about some of the new features we've added to Microsoft Foundry and to Agent Framework to help you build AI-powered automation and multi-agent orchestrations. But before I dive into some of the new features, I'd like to look back on the last year. We've been talking about AI agents for about a year now. And with Microsoft Foundry and Microsoft Agent Framework, we've enabled you to build, deploy, and operate your agents at scale. And so some of the things I'm going to talk about today is how we've unified to a single Microsoft Agent Framework, how we're building multi-agent workflows that allow you to visualize your workflows and have your agents work together, how you can deploy and manage and evaluate everything in one place with Foundry, how you can customize your experience for your users with channels and UI, and how you can apply compliance and governance to your AI applications. And we've been doing this and we've been learning from our customers over the last year. And over 1 million agents and over 25,000 organizations are now using Foundry and AutoGen and Semantic Kernel to build out scenarios like customer support and sales assistance, internal productivity, knowledge assistance, document research. The list goes on and on of the things you can build when you start building your agents and then stringing them together into these multi-agent workflows and orchestration patterns. But as we were kind of talking to folks over the year and building with them and building with our partners, we had a number of developer challenges that came up. Things that we heard a lot was, where do I start? How do I start building these agents? What is the best way to get started? What framework should I use? I'm a developer. How do I build these agents? How do I connect them to my other services? How do I make them work together? If I build these agents that are talking to tools and talking to MCP servers, how do I make these agents talk together? How do I know what my agent's doing once I deploy it? How do I know how it's performing? Is it meeting expectations? Is it falling off over time? With LLMs, things are not always perfect all the time. They're a little bit, they can be random and stochastic, and so you want to be able to continuously measure your systems. Finally, once I've built my system and I've got it working, how do I deploy it and manage it at scale? And how do I help my users interface and talk to my agents and agent systems? So we'll go through all of these problems and we'll talk about how we've approached those with Microsoft Agent Framework and Microsoft Foundry. So first of all, if you're not familiar with Microsoft Agent Framework, but you may be familiar with some of our libraries like AutoGen and Semantic Kernel, the Foundry SDK, the Microsoft 365 Agent SDK. We've taken Microsoft Agent Foundry and made it our new framework. You can think of it as a successor to Semantic Kernel and AutoGen. The same team that brought you both those libraries has built Microsoft Agent Framework as our kind of one unified Microsoft pro code experience for building agents and agent systems at Microsoft. And it takes the best from AutoGen and Semantic Kernel. It builds on top of Foundry SDK and integrates really well with Microsoft Foundry, as well as with the M365 ecosystem through the M365 Agent SDK. And what does it do? Well, it's your connector to all your AI services. And that's one of the important things about Microsoft Agent Framework is it's not just for connecting to Foundry services. Obviously, it connects to thousands of AI models in Foundry and the Foundry IQ and knowledge services that are available. And all the services from Azure, but also connects to the broader ecosystem of AI services. You can talk to models directly from OpenAI. You can talk to models like from Google Gemini or Anthropic or AWS Bedrock, DeepSeek. We have connectors for all of these, as well as local models. So you can use things like Foundry Local, Ollama to connect to models that are hosted and running on your machine. We also connect to the other AI services that you may need, like knowledge and memory services for your vector stores that you need for knowledge bases for your agents, and for agent memory services that are becoming more and more important to give your agents long-term context, like Mem0. You can also connect directly to other agents, either directly to the Foundry Agent Service, agents hosted in Foundry, but also to other hosting services like Copilot Studio or Bedrock Agents or LangGraph. And all this can be done either through direct connections in Microsoft Agent Framework or through our long list of open standards we support, from OpenAPI and MCP for tools connections and logic apps for connections into that ecosystem from Microsoft, as well as A2A for agent-to-agent communications. I'll show you some examples of some new UI frameworks that we've enabled as well, including integration with ChatKit and AGUI, so you can quickly add UI on top of your agents. And finally, because we want to be enterprise ready, Microsoft Agent Framework supports the full set of OpenTelemetry, Gen AI, Gen AI specification, so that you can take all of your output from your agent systems and send them either directly to Foundry or to any other service that supports OTel, so you can evaluate them and monitor your agents in production. So all this is available today. We announced Microsoft Agent Framework in preview, and it's available today in .NET and Python. And this allows you to build a full spectrum of agent solutions, all the way from the most basic agents, where you're really just querying an LLM, to advanced single agents that do RAG, to large multi-agent systems that are interacting together. Now, one of the first questions you may have is like, Shawn, I've been using Semantic Kernel and AutoGen. Like, how do I migrate to Agent Framework? And don't worry, we've got your back. We have a great set of tools built directly into Visual Studio Code that can take your existing Semantic Kernel and AutoGen projects and upgrade them. And I've been using them myself. A lot of our partners have used these. I've just been overwhelmed with how well this works in conjunction with GitHub Copilot. Just really a fantastic way to upgrade and migrate your code from Semantic Kernel and AutoGen into the latest versions of Microsoft Agent Framework. But what I'd like to do now is I'd like to show you a quick demo and a tour of how you can build a sophisticated multi-agent system with Agent Framework. So I'm going to pop over to Visual Studio Code here. And what I will show you here is I have a project that I've built for event planning, and it has a bunch of agents in it. And you can see how easy it is to create an agent with Microsoft Agent Framework. You can see here this is a function that's for creating the agent for me. But to create an agent itself, it's just 5 or 6 lines of code. I can name the agent, give it a description, give it a prompt, and then connect it to all my agent tools. And I'll talk about a few things here. So one is the prompt. Our prompt is defined over here. We can define it in text. We can have templates and slot filling and all those things that you may want to do with a prompt. We can give it tools. Here's an MCP tool that here's an MCP tool that I've given it, a nice tool for sequential thinking that it can use in order to think through a problem. And these are defined simply in my MCP file, so I connect those easily into Agent Framework. I can give it a set of built-in tools. For example, here's a code interpreter tool that I can use so it can execute code while it's thinking through a process. And if it's also going too fast, we have hundreds of samples on the Agent Framework repo that you can go and take a look and use. But what I want to do is I want to actually connect all these agents together. I want to build a bunch of agents and connect them together. So in order to do that, I built a workflow within Agent Framework. And so here's my workflow. I use a workflow builder. I give it a name and a description. And then I take all the agents that I've created here, my coordinator agent, my venue agent, my budget agent, and I connect them all together into a graph. And one thing I can do here in Agent Framework is I can connect not just agents, but I've wrapped with these agents here in this case in an executor, which means I can add my own code in there as well. I don't just need to have an agent. I can run any arbitrary code. I can even not run an agent if I just have a node in my workflow that I want to execute. But all this is a little hard to see in code, so let's pop over to our new dev UI here, which shows us what this multi-agent system actually looks like. So in Agent Framework, if you just type dev UI, it'll bring up and execute your agents in our dev environment where you can inspect your agents and see how they're running. And you can see here I have all my agents that I've created. I've got my coordinator, I've got my venue specialist, my budget analyst, my logistics manager. And you can see I've all connected them together to my event coordinator. That's what I was building in code earlier. And from here I can run it. I can give it an input. I can say plan a corporate holiday party for 50 people, give it a budget. And you can see over here it's working through it looks like my model wasn't set up. But normally you would see your events flow through here, I could see my traces and I can see my tools as they were being executed through all these flows, and it would zoom in and take a look at all these agents as they run. And so that's a great way to execute your agents, to see what they're doing, and to inspect them as they're being built. A couple other features that we've added, I'll move back over to PowerPoint here. Beyond just building agents in Agent Framework, we've also added an execution environment built on top of durable functions. If you're familiar with Azure Functions, you can now easily deploy and run your agents on top of those if you want a distributed system that you can use for building your agents on top of. And we've also added purview integration. So very easy for you to take your inputs and your outputs. We have like a middleware system with an agent framework that you can connect up to, that's connected up to the purview APIs. So if you're using Microsoft Purview for data loss prevention and analysis of your organization, of data in your organization, you can now connect that directly up to your agents, and you can have your agents use the same data loss prevention policies that you use within your organization. So that's a very cool piece and very easy to do with the new Purview APIs. I'll pop back over to code real quick. I have another visual demo to talk about some of the UI pieces that we've added. We've added integration into both ChatKit and AGUI. So ChatKit is the UI library that OpenAI has developed for integrating with agents and agent systems. And it's a really nice set of UI packages that enable you to have a nice, clean, simple interface and customizable for your users. So you can see here, I have a demo here of ChatKit plus Agent Framework. And it kind of looks a little bit like ChatGPT. And that's kind of intentional. It gives you a familiar interface for your users. And they have all the usual things. I can see my history. I can chat. I have a couple suggestions here. So I built this app that uses a tool, an MCP tool that goes and gets the weather. I can get the weather in New York. I can select a city here. One of the nice things with ChatKit is they have this concept of widgets. So I can return a UI that the LLM can specify itself, and then dynamically populate it with things like here I can see what the weather in Seattle is. Spoiler alert, the weather's not great in Seattle today. But as we get the results, okay, 29 degrees. Actually, that's not the right weather. It's not. I think that's supposed to be Fahrenheit. I think that messed up. It's cold and foggy here today. But we can also do that with. We can also do other things like analyze an image. You can see here we can upload attachments. So I can take an image here. I'll take a nice image of. I have this nice soda can, this agent soda can I AI generated earlier. So we'll see if it can figure out what this is. But it has all those controls, makes it a lot easier for building in capabilities like file attachments. So you can see here it's analyzed that image and it uses the model directly. As well as ChatKit, we've built in support for AGUI. Which is a protocol used a lot with UI components like Copilot Kit in order to build UI on top of agent and AI systems. And very similar to ChatKit, you can build things. You can build a demo here. Here's a very simple, clean interface for using Copilot Kit to build your agents. We can ask it to generate a sonnet for it, and it'll work, and we can do thumbs up and thumbs down, and all those events can be returned to your application and copy paste. You can also do very complex things with Agent Framework. I think with Agent Framework and AGUI, so there's a generating UI. Just like with Copilot Kit, you can generate dynamic UI. And then what's really nice is you can share state between your agent and UI as well. So you can build these complex forms that talk to your agent, and that state is maintained by your agent. Okay, so that's some of the new tools in Agent Framework and some of the things that you can do when you're building agent systems with Agent Framework. But now that you've built your agent, let's talk about how you can host it within Foundry. So if you built your agent in code, now you want to host it somewhere. And of course, you can host it on things I mentioned, durable functions. You can host it in Azure Container Apps. You can host it anywhere you want. You can host it in any kind of cloud service that supports web services. It's just code in a framework. But we want to make it really easy for you to build your agents and your agent systems, and then get them automatically and easily connected up to Foundry, so that you can do things like evaluations and channels and monitoring of your agents without having to hook that up independently. So we've enabled Foundry to host agents within the Foundry Agent service. This allows you to take your custom code built in either Microsoft Agent Framework or LangGraph, and with our developer tooling, we'll package that up into a container and then deploy it and host it into Foundry. This gives you a managed runtime that's serverless and auto-scales the compute and a dedicated execution environment. This is all based on Azure Container Apps. You can integrate with the built-in tools in Foundry, so all the tools that you have deployed into Foundry, your agent tools, you can access those from your hosted agents. Of course, you can observe and monitor your agent execution. You can look at your performance metrics, your debug logs. You can do a cost analysis within Foundry. You can do continuous evaluation of your agent systems. You can see how they're performing over time. You can use the guardrails that are built into Foundry and the compliance checks. And you can see all your agents in the Foundry control plane. You can also interoperate between your agents and Foundry once they're deployed into Foundry as code agents, between Foundry and Copilot Studio or the Microsoft 365 or Agent 365 ecosystem. And of course, you get all the foundation of Foundry, like bring your own virtual networks and resources for state storage. You can use all those within hosted agents. So I'll flip over. I'll do a really quick demo of this. One of the things I'd like to show is that obviously I have a favorite around using Agent Framework, but we've enabled you to use the frameworks that you like. So for example, you can use this example here, which is, sorry, wrong page, this one here, which is an example using LangGraph. So you can see I have my LangGraph application here. This is a very simple sample from LangGraph where they have, sorry, this sample is, here we go. Okay, here's our LangGraph samples. This is a very simple calculator example from LangGraph. If you've ever used LangGraph, you probably started with this sample. It has a bunch of tools to enable you to do some basic math. And we can take this sample and once we've connected it up to Foundry using this agent.yaml to configure it. So we have this agent.yaml file which tells us about the agent. Tells us the models it's using, tells us the protocol it's using, like responses. We then use that, and we use the tools you're already familiar with, like AZD. We can call AZD AI Agent create, and we create this agent, we connect it into our tools, and then we can do something like AZD up. So I have over here a LangGraph application. This is one of the samples from LangGraph for building a calculator agent. Very simple. So it's helpful assist perform arithmetic. We've given it some tools to do addition and division and multiplication. This is one of the basic LangGraph samples. We can then use this and deploy it and run it locally. Debug it locally, execute it locally, do all the things that we do comfortably in our VS Code environment. Use all the tools that we're familiar with for building applications. And then once we build it, we can use AZD to attach it to Foundry and then deploy it up to Foundry. So I was showing earlier the agent YAML file. This is our configuration file that tells us how to connect it to Foundry, what are the environment variables and tools it needs to use and need to be specified in Foundry. So once I've selected my model and connected those to my models that are deployed in Foundry, also I can put my tools here if I had any custom Foundry tools that I was using. I can then use tools like AZD AI Agent, which I've already done here to create this agent and all the infrastructure and bicep files needed to deploy it. And then from there, I can very easily do AZD up and deploy this up into Foundry. And this takes a few minutes to do, so I'll pop over here to one I've deployed earlier over in Foundry. We can see this is the new Foundry portal. I have a few agents that I've created here, but you can see here that calculator agent has been deployed. And one of the things you can see is I have two different types of agents available now in Foundry. I have my declarative agents, my prompt agents that I'm familiar with, where I can specify a prompt and tools and connections within Foundry, and test these and evaluate them and trace them and monitor them in Foundry. But I also have my code agents and my hosted agent. These are my agents that have been deployed into Foundry from my tooling. So this is the calculator agent I built earlier. I've deployed into Foundry. I can't edit the prompt now because it's all based in code, but I can still talk to it. I can look at the traces and monitors and evaluations of this agent, and I can see how it's performing over time. So this is a very simple agent, not that much to see, but I can look at the traces for it. I can look how often it's been run. I can monitor it. I can do evaluations. I can do all those things within the agent playground. I can also connect my agents together. So you saw I had two agents here. I had my calculator agent. I also had a problem interpreter agent, which is kind of takes natural language and breaks the problem down so it can be used by the calculator agent. And I can connect these together into a workflow. So just like I showed you workflows built in Code and Agent Framework, we can also build these workflows visually in Foundry. So I can take agents, I can connect them together here. I have created these two agents. Actually, let's start this from the beginning. I can take two agents here. I've created this agent. I've connected it to the agent I've already created, which is my problem interpreter agent, and my code agent. So I can connect my LangGraph agents together with my agent framework agents, together with my Foundry agents, and how these all work together. So the sample I showed earlier with all those agents coordinating together, I could have easily built this visually right here in Foundry. And then we can evaluate it here by running it in preview. And we can say, in natural language here, what is 7 times 6? And our first agent will interpret that in natural language and then generate the math problem that our calculator agent will now go and solve. So you can see the output of one agent is now becoming the input of the other agent. We can connect those together. We can build very complex workflows this way. We can also take these workflows that we've built in Foundry and we can migrate them back into Agent Framework as well. So we can take the declarative version of these workflows. We can take the YAML, we can execute that directly into Agent Framework declaratively, or we can open it in VS Code and we can do a conversion there with that migration assistant from declarative Foundry workflows into Agent Framework code in C# or Python. Okay, so to recap, back to slides. We talked about a bunch of problems and challenges that developers have faced when they're building their multi-agent systems, and I talked about some solutions to these. So, where do I start to build an agent? Well, in my opinion, Microsoft Agent Framework is the way to go. We like all frameworks, though, at Foundry, and we've offered abilities and connectors to use all the major frameworks for building agent systems with Microsoft Foundry. We have a ton of new features in Microsoft Agent Framework, and we're really proud of the work that we've done there. You can connect to, how do I connect my agents to other services? Well, we have full support for MCP and A2A for connecting both tools and agents together. How do I make my agents work together? We have dozens of patterns and samples and examples and workflows in the Microsoft Agent Framework repo that you can use to build these very sophisticated and reliable workflows for orchestrating not just your agents together, but even your code-based workflows. Any sort of code you can orchestrate together and deploy at scale in a distributed system using Microsoft Agent Framework and things like the Durable Agent Framework. You can connect these into your telemetry systems using our OTel telemetry, as well as our new integration with Microsoft Purview, so you can have your own DLP and compliance policies associated to your agent systems. And of course, once you've built all your systems locally and have them running the way you want in your development environment, you can deploy those directly to Foundry, whether you're using Microsoft Agent Framework or LangGraph. And then once you've built your agent systems, of course, you want customers to use them. So we built integration with these really great user interface libraries from OpenAI's ChatKit to AGUI with a lot of extensibility and capabilities already built into them for building really nice UIs on top of your agent systems. So just to wrap everything up, your Foundry Agent Service, Microsoft Agent Framework, working together to allow you to build your agent systems, connect them to your models, your Foundry IQ, and your tools, building multi-agent systems, hosted agents, and workflows together that you can now deploy into your own applications, into M365, and into Agent 365, all built on top of the foundational layers of security, compliance, and governance from Microsoft Foundry. If you want to learn more, you can start today by typing ai.azure.com and trying out the new Foundry portal. The Agent Framework is open source and on GitHub. Please go try it out there. You search for Microsoft Agent Framework on GitHub and you'll find us. The team is all there responding to discussions and issues, and you can join the community there. You can learn about building agents on Microsoft Learn. The QR code here you can try, as well as engage directly with us through Discord or through our GitHub discussions on Foundry. Thank you, and please enjoy the next year. I'm really excited to see what everyone can build with Microsoft Foundry and Microsoft Agent Framework.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Shawn. Really, really great stuff. We had a bunch of questions come in from the various chats, and this one came from Renata Figueroa 3683. I hope I said that correctly. And their question was, how should I manage environments with Azure Foundry? Should I create one separated Foundry per environment? They would like to use Bicep.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think within Foundry, if you're building within Foundry, there's a project system built into Foundry which allows you to have different projects for different applications that you've built, and so you can connect those projects with different models, different agents, and different tools, and have things kind of contained that way. And that's a great way to kind of collect all your agents, your agent capabilities together. If you're building purely in code, you mentioned using Bicep, and you're deploying to something like Azure Container Apps or AKS, then really you can build any kind of environment you want. And kind of use the same kind of techniques and thoughts that you would have when you were building microservices. Really, at the end of the day, a lot of the stuff that we use and think of when we're building microservice systems apply to building multi-agent systems as well.
Great. Well, Shawn, thank you so much for joining us here in the studio.
Thank you.
And I love that last thing that Shawn was talking about, how you can reuse your skills for things like building microservices in these new environments and in new ways.
Yeah, no, I totally agree because, kind of as we've been talking about, even though things are changing and evolving and the way that we develop is a little bit different, it's not starting from scratch. And I think that's a really important thing to remember, whether you are learning or whether you've been doing something for a long time, is that we are still building on the same principles that we had before. We might just be using them in a slightly different way.
Exactly. And on top of that, we do have a lot of training content freely available to accompany you in your journey as you're upskilling into these new processes, new tools. I know for Microsoft Foundry in particular, if you go to the Foundry repository, there are links not only to the Foundry Discord that Shawn was mentioning, but also to some of these free training resources that you can access right there, probably 2 clicks away.
Actually, I want to point this out. Shawn mentioned some great resources. You can find the Agent Framework on GitHub, and I think he gave a link to the Foundry. But if you go to aka.ms/Foundry devs, and we will hopefully put that link in the various chats. But if you go to that URL, that will take you directly to the GitHub repo that has the information basically to get started. To your point, a link to the GitHub and a link to a lot of the training that we have. We have a ton of resources on Microsoft Learn about how all of this works. And so if you want to really dive deep into those areas, you have a lot of opportunities for that.
Yeah. And let us know if we're missing any scenarios or if you have questions. Again, pop in that Discord. Let us know. Even in the chats of the stream today, we do have folks monitoring. I saw John Galloway in there, James, both of us are in there. So please let us know as we go through. We have a full schedule coming up. I think we're going all the way until 2 today.
We're going all the way until 2, and we have a lot of fantastic content tomorrow. There's going to be, a bunch of live coding stuff tomorrow, a bunch of things with GitHub Copilot. There's going to be a deep dive into the Copilot CLI, which I'm excited about because that's currently in public preview and is very cool, and I'm really excited about. There are 2 different sessions with that.
That one's a bit of a double header.
Yeah, it is.
So first off, we have Ryan coming into the studio to talk a little bit overview-wise about the CLI. Then we have John Lindquist coming in to really dive in.
And John is fantastic. If you're not familiar with him, you should follow him. He's fantastic, and he's going to really kind of go deep. And so I'm excited about that. We have great content today. We mentioned this before, but I want to note this again. We have a workshop about basically, using these tools to deliver pizza.
You're going to be using Foundry. It's a quick, tight 1-hour workshop, so don't worry. It's not going to be. You're not going to be tearing your hair out. You're going to be handheld by Gustavo, who's going to take you through. Make sure you know what we're doing at every point. Ask your questions, and but I think just to quickly remind you where we are in the day, today is all about building AI-powered applications. So we're talking a lot about GitHub, a lot about Microsoft Foundry, but tomorrow is really for developers and how you can develop with AI.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, like what's great about this is we're kind of bringing kind of all the pieces of the developer journey together, you know, whether it's like building or like getting hard into the code. And we have great opportunities for that. Once again, we want to mention we are actively, you know, monitoring your comments, not just in this chat, but as you mentioned earlier, you know, the Discord, the GitHub discussions, with a lot of other resources. Like we are, as I said earlier when we were kind of live reacting to one of the Ignite sessions, like we use the tools that we built, right? Like we dog food our own things. And if there are scenarios that aren't working for you or that you need more information about, please leave us that feedback. Our product team and our engineers are active in looking for this, and we really want to make, you know, the product as good as possible because, you know, we use it too, but we want your feedback and we really encourage it.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, everyone you're going to be hearing from today is either working for Microsoft or GitHub. We also have some other experts coming in. These are people who are real life experts in these tools. So you're going to be hearing a lot of great stuff. And actually, we're ready for our next two presenters.
Next one, yes.
Hi, yes, welcome. I'm Roberth Karman, and I'm product manager in the Windows platform team.
I'm Alexander Sklar. I'm a software engineer on the platform team as well.
And we will talk to you about MCP on Windows today. And we're going to cover a little bit about what it is and why we're doing it. And then Alex here is going to show you some code for how you can participate and get up and running and join us on this journey to agentic workflows on Windows. So with that, we are in the process of enabling MCP and agentic workflows natively on Windows. And what this means is that we're building a platform that AI agents and tool providers can leverage to create workflows and enable these experiences to work without the user having to do a lot of configuration. So we're building a registry for tools and providing isolated environments for running those tools so that you can create a trustworthy and secure environment for your agents to work within, and providing policies around these things for how agents and tools can interact, and we're getting secure by default out of the box, so that when you turn this on, you know you're in a good place. So what does this look like? Our platform consists of a couple of building blocks. We have a registry, what we call the on-device registry, or ODR, as you will probably hear us say a couple of times today, which is a inventory of all the installed and registered MCP servers on the system that either you as a user or your device admin have provisioned onto the device. And it contains a proxy for managing activations of those servers so that we can run them in a secure way and get them isolated and contained and restricted in the ways that that we feel is the right ways for the specific servers. And then we have an interface for that registry to agents so that they can enumerate and make use of these servers. So for the next about 20 minutes or so, we're going to take you on the developer journey for how can you participate in this and how can you leverage this from your applications or as a user of these systems. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Alex here, and he'll talk a little bit about it.
Yeah. So for shipping an MCP server, it starts with writing a really great MCP server. And what better way than to use the C# SDK for MCP? If you're more familiar with Python or TypeScript or other languages, there's SDKs for all those as well. My personal favorite, C#, of course.
Of course.
And then you write this thing called an MCPB manifest. And this is the MCP bundle manifest. This is the kind of manifest that you write for essentially describing your server, describing what tools it contains, what capabilities it requires. So it's just a JSON file with some metadata, and that becomes part of your package. So you can package your server as an MSIX, which is like just a regular Windows package application. You sign it because we want to be security first.
Secure by default comes in.
Exactly,
right? Yes.
exactly. So, and then you publish it. You can publish it through any medium that you already publish your Windows apps, and then you deploy it. And so, that's pretty much minus the MCPB manifest part. It's just you create a Windows app and you ship it just like you're already doing today, right?
Okay, so how about we dive into some code then, right?
Loud to hear that.
Yeah. So here we go.
There you go. So here what we have is this manifest.json file. This is the MCPB manifest, right?
And we say MCPB manifest, and you mentioned MSIX. So even if I have an MSIX, I still use MCPB to as the configuration.
Correct. Yeah. So MCPB is now kind of the standard for these for defining and describing these MCP servers that run locally. So we have standardized what that format is, and we're working closely with the community and the MCPB working group to evolve it and improve it over time.
Yeah.
So in this case, I'm showing that we have the.
Yeah, I am out of percent. So let's see. Something is not correct here. We're missing the live stream. I'm sorry about that. I am out of presenter mode, so I'm not sure what is happening here. Let's see if I can. Oh, sorry about that. We're having some technical difficulties here. My setup was a little bit messy. So we were talking about the MCPB manifest here, and we haven't showed you anything real yet. So, Alex, take it away again, right?
All right.
Show it.
Perfect. So this is just a JSON file like we were talking about. It describes the name of the server, the icons, how to launch your server, right?
Yeah.
So your server is likely going to be, usually it's going to be a binary, in this case, an exe. But in the future, we'll be able to support things like Node and Python as well. So in addition to that, you can see we have tools. So these tools are essentially the name and the description, and this gives grounding to the model of when to call these tools. And then you'll see a bunch of additional metadata. And so this is really kind of additional requirements that we're adding onto MCP on Windows so that we can ensure that these servers are compliant with our security profile.
So again, right, secure by default.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. We want to make sure that Windows is the best and most secure place for running agents. Yeah. And so we want to protect against rug pull attacks or tool poisoning attacks. And so in this kind of default mode for MSIX based MCP servers, the list of tools needs to be statically declared, right? We don't want the server to do anything funky, at runtime with that.
Yep.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of additional information here. We have documentation on learn.microsoft.com as well on this. But you'll see that in addition to the names and descriptions of the tools, we also have things like the input and output schema, right? So it's something that you don't see in traditional, old school MCPB. And this grants additional metadata for the model to be able to reason when to call these things and how to call these things.
So it helps improve tool finding and tool use for the model.
Yeah. Exactly. Great. And then the other part of the puzzle that we hinted at before was the MSIX manifest. So if you're a Windows developer, you're probably already familiar with this. So this is just an XML file that has descriptions of, there's one application here, here's the exe, and then within that application, we're adding this app extension that you'll see it's named MCP Server. And this basically creates the link right between the MSIX application package and the standard MCPB manifest, manifest.json. And then we have this app execution alias, which is like how Windows can find your exe, globally. And that's it, really.
Yeah.
Once you build your package and you install it, clients like VS Code or Visual Studio or Claude or any other client that talk to our on-device registry can just use them. You don't need to configure anything.
It's perfect. So let's see how that kind of works. And so once you have created this, you packaged it, and you have installed the MSIX, it's just a standard MSIX being installed on your device. So nothing strange there. But once it's there, you can see it will get listed in the ODR, and clients like Visual Studio Code here, for example, right, can now leverage that and find that server and use those tools. So we're going to see here we have a little Contoso project that has an inventory that we have created this MCP server for, and we will now asking a couple of questions about that inventory leverages the registry to find and use the agents. So
you'll see here, I didn't pre-configure anything. The only thing that I did was install this Visual Studio Code extension that we've built to connect our registry with VS Code.
Yeah.
And just by virtue of having that running, VS Code can access any MCP server on the device. So here I'm just asking, what products are in my Contoso stock system. And you'll see that, GitHub Copilot is deciding to run a couple of tools. And in a second, you'll see there's this dialog here, right?
Yeah.
And this dialog is really kind of the Windows security speed bump that ensures that things go through user consent. And what I showed just there is...
Let's go back there.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this a little bit, right?
That is really a key part of our kind of security offering. These MCP servers are running contained. So what that means today is they're running in this thing we call the agent workspace. So they're running actually not as my personal, Alex user. They're running as an agentic user.
Yeah.
And they're running in an agent session. So this is kind of our first step to try to contain what servers can do so that users and enterprise administrators have confidence that servers are not going to, do random funky stuff that we don't want them doing.
Yeah. So basically we have attribution that the action that was taken was actually taken on behalf of the user, not by the user.
Correct.
Right? So that is why we're doing this and why we're adding all these containment and other users to the system. But as we see here, we got a reply back from the MCP server, and we're done. It worked, right? So yeah. We talked also about the MCPB here, right? As a, hold on. Yes. I think I may have named my slides wrong here. Here we go. So we talked about MCPB and that it can be used as well as a way of distributing your MCP server.
Right.
So let's look at that, right? What I have, instead of an MSIX, I created just an MCPB. I have the same MCPB manifest, like no changes, right?
Right.
Let's look at what that looks like. So,
So MCPB, like we talked about, it's a manifest format, and it's also a packaging format. So here, what I'm showing is you can double-click on an MCPB file, and it will launch this installer that we've created, right?
Yeah.
And today, these MCPB packages are not installable by default because they don't yet run with all the agent workspace protections that we talked about. So this is what the installer is telling me, that the policy doesn't allow for installation.
yeah.
So if I click on that information bubble, then I can go into settings, and
It shows you a little bit of a setting here that says reduce protections for connectors, right? And that is
exactly right. So this is you as the user are in control of what you want to install and what you want to run. So once I turn on, that reduce protections mode, I can run that. Double click on that MCPB package again, and once I install it, it's going to unpack the MCPB package into my machine and register it with ODR. And from that point, it's just another server, right?
just the same as if I would have had an MSIX at this point.
Exactly, right.
So basically the same thing here, where we have the MCPB packaged MCP server, a lot of MCP here, installed instead. And it's used the same way as we were with the MSIX, right? So I'm just listing it as a server in Visual Studio and asking questions about the inventory, and now it's gonna launch and actually activate the MCPB version of our server. And a little bit of things here, right? So it behaves slightly differently. Like, I don't see a pop-up here. I don't see the confirmation of doing things.
Yeah.
And I assume this is because it's not signed, it's not being run in the same kind of environment.
Yeah, and that's why we needed to go into settings and enable the reduce protections mode. So when reduce protections mode is enabled, then you don't get the additional protections, right?
Yeah,
like the consent dialog and additional kind of enterprise infrastructure like logging and auditing that we were building.
But this is for you as a developer, so you can kind of go in early and do development testing, work on your service, and kind of be along on the journey. And as we roll out this feature and kind of become more mature, the MCPBs will be signed as well and have an SBOM, like bill of material, that is secure, so that they can run in the secure by default mode and be used, in enterprise settings, etc. So
absolutely.
So that is I don't know why I have double the. So we are talking about the MCP registry here, right? And how it's used and managed, and we have seen clients using this from Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code, and how do people actually use this tool, right?
Yeah, so we built this on-device registry as kind of a multi-purpose, one-stop shop for all your MCP and agent needs, right? So this ODR acts as both a CLI tool as well as an MCP server itself, which it's kind of meta, right? It's an MCP server that reasons over MCP servers on the device.
Yeah. So let's switch out and do some real code here again, right? So.
So for example, we can call ODR MCP list. Actually, let me just show you what this looks like by itself. So you'll see there's a bunch of text, right?
Yeah.
This is great, but I'm not going to read through all that.
Human readable, no. LLM readable, yes.
Yeah. So, I love my PowerShell. So I'm just going to convert from JSON and then do that. And this is much nicer way to look at it, in my opinion.
For sure.
So, I can get a little description of what each server does. And then I can, there's a lot more properties like you saw in the first run. So I can inspect those. So that's kind of the main part of the CLI. We also have CLI commands for adding and removing servers and whatnot. So general management. But really the MCP is kind of really exciting because all these clients are already needing to know how to talk MCP to connect to MCP servers. So talking to the ODR just becomes talking to another MCP server.
And I guess we can kind of show that as well, right? So just by using the inspector tool, which is the open community tool for inspecting MCP servers.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna give it ODR as the MCP server, and I assume this will just work then.
It's magic.
So
yeah, so it's just opening the inspector tool, and you can see it's just going to call odr.exe with MCP as the argument, and when it connects, we can list the tools of ODR itself, right? And what do you know? There's a list MCP servers tool. So, I can inspect what that tool looks like, and then I can run it. And when I run it, there's basically all the information that we saw at first. So this is pretty easy for a client to use this MCP server to learn about other MCP servers.
Oh, that's perfect, right? So it's MCP all the way down, as I guess the saying goes. So that is. Oh, let's see. I got my presentation up here again. So that is basically MCP on Windows. We are in public preview. We are rolling out. If you are in the Windows Insider, you should be getting these bits onto your devices relatively soon. We are also working together with the ecosystem and partners to make sure that we are bootstrapped, and you can start using this in some of the tools and using and leveraging tools from others, from your servers, from your clients already today, right? So over the last couple of months, we've been working here to get here. Now we want you to lean in, and I would love to see what you build and what you kind of create with this this platform that we're rolling out. We have a couple of pages here where you can go and learn more. We have some quick starts, deeper documentation, samples. Everything you saw here is also available on your GitHub as well, right? So you can kind of go and dig on this bits right now. And we would love your feedback as well, right? So do reach out. We have on GitHub, through issues, etc., or you can use the Windows Feedback Hub to contact us and make sure that we get all the information that we want from you, and you get all the information you want from us. A little bit of a closing note as well, right? So we talked about the developer story here. We talked about containment, we talked about attribution. And the reason we're talking about all of those things is, of course, that this platform brings along something that you as a developer might not be too overly excited about, but your employer may be, which is management and IT management around this, which is why we're doing all of these things, right? It's to scale MCP away from being something you're doing on your device, configuring from scratch, into something that enterprise admins can set up and just roll out into the organizations, so that it gets broader use and your servers gets more usage.
Absolutely.
So with that, let's see if we have any questions or...
Yeah, thank you both so much. This was fantastic. There are a couple of questions coming in. So this one, I'm going to start with, I think what will probably be a quick one. I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask anyway. John Pratt, 1411, asks, big question, will MCP run on Windows 10 22H2?
Not on Windows 10, but we will be on all Windows 11. You do not need a Copilot PC. You can use this on any of your Windows 11 devices.
Awesome.
Awesome. That was pretty quick. I think we have time for one more quick one. I'm going to go with Speedy Mechanics question, which is, let's say I'm a tool provider and selling said integration. What protections does my company have against misaligned actions that are taken in the space of my product? And they're also saying on top of that, assume I'm in another country. It's a little scenario.
I'm trying to see what the how to think about the scenario here.
Yeah. So they're a tool provider, and what protections do they have against misaligned access?
Yeah.
Actions, yeah.
Yeah, so one thing that I'm really excited that we've been working on is kind of this observability aspect, right? So
yes.
Do you want to talk about that?
Sure. So in the MCP proxy, we have a extensibility mechanism where providers of endpoint defense system software, like Defender or Norton or McAfee, others, can plug in and see what is actually going over the wire. So they can inspect the MCP protocol and see what clients are trying to achieve when they call this tool and what the tool is responding with, and can deny those things to happen. Or let them go through if they are kosher, right? So it's a way to add more enterprise-level defenses around MCP in itself, which doesn't come with that out of the box.
Yeah. Your enterprise admin can define policies and define. They can run models on the traffic if they would like to.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So the possibilities are endless.
Yes.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much for answering that question. I think that was really, that speaks to a lot of things of what we're trying to do. And do we have time for anything else? Or?
I think we're out of time for questions, so thank you both so much for that amazing session. What another amazing session.
No, I mean, look, MCP, I think it just celebrated its first birthday. It's
oh my
amazing.
goodness,
and
I cannot believe that,
no,
actually.
it is kind of wild because it's become such a big thing. And actually, was it yesterday? It was today's Wednesday. Yes. Yesterday, MCP was officially donated to the Linux Foundation. So it's going to be, belong to like a more official standard body, and OpenAI and I believe like Google and others have started to contribute to what the standard will be. And I think that's really exciting because, again, it's been a year. It doesn't feel like it's hard to remember what things were like before MCP servers.
Completely.
Way, right?
And there's still so much innovation coming and to come.
That's the thing.
I know at Ignite they launched the Azure MCP server as well.
Yes. And so many servers are launching. There's a lot you can do with it. There's more coming. And I'm excited it being now part of like an open source foundation. I think this really speaks to hopefully what the longevity will be, and also like what other tools people can build into it. So not just building in additional servers, but also figuring out, okay, how do we orchestrate these things? Are there additional like frameworks we can do to manage these things more easily? So that's really exciting.
And even just today, there's a lot of MCP to come. I know later Mandy and Nir are going to talk a little bit about the Azure MCP.
Yeah.
Maria Nagaga is going to talk a little bit more about driving agentic innovation with MCP. So if you are curious and interested and wanting to learn, we have a lot more to come just on MCPs, as well as all of the other topics we're going to be talking about, more Foundry, DevOps as well.
Absolutely. And as we keep saying, we've got a workshop at the end, all about pizza. And I think that even might have an MCP component.
I believe it does.
I think it does. Yeah. So
stay tuned.
So stay tuned for that. But yeah, pizza is coming. And then please come back tomorrow. We will also be here tomorrow all day. We're going to have a lot of developer focused sessions, things with the Copilot CLI. Our very own James is going to be doing a number of sessions.
He's doing his own session. He's got a session with Den. And that whole day is being kicked off by Martin Woodward as well.
Yes, Martin Woodward, my boss. So yay, which is awesome. And yeah, this is got great more content coming this afternoon. Great stuff tomorrow. If you have questions, please ask them in the chat. We will be there, and we are just really excited to. We're reading all your feedback. We're excited to be here. There's lots of great stuff happening.
Exactly. And not just the chat. Don't forget the Foundry Discord as well. I'm going to say it till I'm blue in the face because I'm so excited that we have it there for folks to chat, not just with us, but with other folks who are using these tools. You know, ask your questions, share the kinds of things that you're doing with them. It's really a great dedicated space for all of those things to happen.
Yeah, and it's popular. Like, there are a lot of people in it. It is active in certain channels. And so even if you want a way to connect to some of the product folks, they're there. But also if you just want to talk to other devs who are building and exploring these things too, as you said, the Discord is a really great place. So,
exactly. Yeah. Today as well, I think one other thing is we do have actually a third host who you saw this morning, James, who will be cycling in and out as Christina and I also cycle in and out. So
absolutely.
Look forward to that.
Yeah, and we're actually now going to kick it off to David and Damian for our next session.
Oh, hi.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Good. Ready to go. Well, welcome to AI Dev Days. Well, I shouldn't say that. We're already in, aren't we? But welcome to us on AI Dev Days. We're going to talk to you about Aspire. I am Damian. This is David.
Yep.
We work on the Aspire team, and we want to talk to you about Aspire in conjunction with AI today. So just a very quick recap on Aspire. Aspire is a tool for code-first, extensible, observable, dev, and deploy. What does that mean? Inside an Aspirified app, if you haven't already heard, everything is driven by this thing called the app host. Now, the app host is a place where you write code to describe your large distributed system. When I say large, it could be as small as I have a front-end web application that talks to a database. Great, that's a distributed system. You can describe it with Aspire, and we can enhance your developer experience through Aspire integrations, which are things that let you connect your Aspire app to databases or cloud services or caching services or whatever it might be. And then we have this wonderful Aspire dashboard that you use during development to see open telemetry, to see how all your things connect together, investigate logs, and all that type of goodness. Earlier this year, we introduced the GitHub Copilot assistant inside the Aspire dashboard. There's a little video of it playing right here. This was about May this year during our build event, and this has been fantastic for people who want to utilize all the rich information that's available inside the Aspire dashboard that's collected from your application. Things like open telemetry, metrics, traces, and logs, the status of the resources, are they currently running or not, environment variable names that were set, etc., etc. And then you can use this to help you debug errors or get overviews of what's going on in your application through natural language. So that was a good start, I think, for Aspire reaching out and sort of grabbing the power of AI and utilizing it as part of the developer experience. But as we've been hearing about, things have changed in this, in a very short amount of time in the last 6 to 12 months. And we're moving from a world where we just deal with assistants into a world where we deal with agents. Now, coding assistants, which you've probably already started using, provide reactive help. You typically prompt them with something and they give you help based on the information they have available to you. You get answers, they help you navigate, or they give you guidance. Coding agents move beyond that to actually allow or are allowed to take proactive action. So instead of just giving you answers, they can actually do things on your behalf. And if you've got a really rich agentic coding situation set up, you can often have them code and react to themselves and information in their context for quite a long time before they need input from you again. So enter Model Context Protocol. I think you just listened to 25 minutes of Model Context Protocol. But Aspire introduced its MCP server in the last release, the one that came out last month, that basically exposed all the same information that you see in the dashboard that the GitHub Copilot assistant was using, but now available as an Aspire MCP server. Expose all that rich information, again, that's provided by OpenTelemetry, logs, and other things while your application is running. It was important to think about this as a building block, though. Model Context Protocol is not an end-to-end. It's not something you put in and it solves a bunch of problems. It's really a small piece that enables a whole bunch of things once you understand how to use it, and then once you build end-to-end experiences on top of that. Context is king when it comes to using coding agents or coding assistants for that matter. Yep. You really want to get as much information into the model's context so that it can give you informed information and really help you as part of that development experience. And so the Aspire MCP helps with that. It helps provide information, again, from your running application into the context, while also exposing tools that can be used by the agent to execute things on your behalf or as part of exploring your application. So without further ado, let's get into a demo. I'm going to throw over to Fowler, and he's going to give a demo some new features that are coming in Aspire very soon to sort of empower your coding agents with Aspire.
So if you've used Aspire 13, which came out 2 weeks ago at .NET Conf, 2 weeks ago?
2, 3, something
Oh
like
my
that.
gosh.
What is time?
It's time. And you would have used it. What it was we were exposing the we were exposing the dashboard information via an MCP server.
Right.
So you would go to the dashboard in Aspire, you would launch your application, you would click on the MCP icon, and you would configure VS Code, or any other client to use the MCP server of that app. We've made some enhancements to Aspire 13.1, the next version, and I'll show you the experience on a new project. So I'm going to create a new project. These are new templates. I'm going to pick Fast API and React. So that's a JS front end and a Python back end. And I'll say pydemo MCP 01 because we're computer scientists. .dev localhost URLs. I'll hit yes. These aren't super important. And it will create an application using 13.1 preview builds. We're running hot today. Let's see if it all works out. So I have a simple application here. I could run it and show you. It's a front-end weather API and a back-end fake weather API.
It's a typical starter app that we've had for a while.
Yeah. There's a new command. If I launch the Aspire CLI called Aspire MCP. So we added an MCP server to the command line to make it easier to manage multiple MCP apps that are multiple app hosts that could be running in your workspace.
So this speaks a little bit to the whole, it's a building block, not an end-to-end. Like previously, you would have to start your app, you'd have to go to the dashboard, know to click the icon, there'd be a bunch of instructions, you have to copy-paste stuff or click the link. And even then, if you did click the link, it didn't always work because we had some issues with local dev cert, certificate trust and whatnot. My understanding is this new experience is about saying you have one MCP server for Aspire. It's the one that lives in the CLI and will take care of finding your apps and connecting to them.
That's right. So this solves onboarding. And to go even further, we have this command called Aspire MCP init. What it wants to do is it wants to discover all of the agents on your machine. So any well-known client agent, we detect VS Code.
Coding agent.
Coding agent.
Right.
We detect VS Code, Cloud Code, Copilot CLI. I think it's configured already, so it didn't add it here. But I'm going to configure my new app to use the MCP server for Aspire. And then we go further and we say, do you want to have some instructions to tell you how to use the MCP server?
Oh, interesting. So this is, again, about context. So even though you might have an MCP server, you might want to add more context. It's like, hey, if you're a coding agent, you should probably read this to know more about the workspace that you're currently working in.
How do you use Aspire? How do you use the tools? What are they used for? So we have, our app now has an agent MD file. It has an MCP JSON configuration. Has one for VS Code. We're currently in the phase where every agent has their own file.
Oh, well, from what I heard about this new foundation that was set up yesterday, that is one of the problems they're hoping to solve.
That's right.
We'll get a standard and they will all use it. Fingers crossed.
So I'm going to run this in debug mode just to make sure we have it running in the background while we're talking. So that makes onboarding much simpler. I got my app, I run Aspire MCP init, it asks me a couple of questions, and it configures my VS Code or VS or Cloud Code or whatever agent I like today. It'll help you configure that agent on your behalf.
Very cool.
So that should light up in a second, and then we should be able to start asking the agent questions about, what is in my app host.
Let's get the agent to work for us.
What's running, exactly.
Right.
Someday it's going.
I see it moving.
It's
I
launching.
see stuff is happening. Okay, good.
It's launching.
Good. There we go.
Wait. No, it should be good. It should be fine. Why is he trying to use Podman?
We're getting to see the real-time thinking process of David Fowler. It's always my favorite thing.
Let's try it again. Let's try it one more time. Demos never fail with AI.
No, they just sometimes need more coaxing.
Let's see. That was good. All right. I should be able to run this soon. All right. Let's try it again. That's fine. Don't mind the errors.
Don't mind the errors.
We're all good.
So I think this is a case of you have lots of stuff on your machine and you didn't tell Aspire potentially which container runtime you wanted to use.
Oh, no. Is Docker not running?
It's all right. We can make Docker run.
Docker will run. So the app will start up. My app will start eventually. It will complain about Docker not running. Hopefully it will run in the background eventually. And what should end up happening is now I should still be able to query the MCP server by asking the agent that's configured. Let's move this, and I'll just say, let's move this, and say list the, thank you, Docker, for stealing focus. list the Aspire resources. So what it's doing is it's going to start the MCP servers. You see, I didn't have it started. It starts the MCP servers. It knows they're configured for my application. And then it should attempt to run the list resources tool for Aspire. And I'm going to say allow for this workspace, just YOLO mode.
Okay.
Take the wheel.
You reviewed it carefully.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
So now it says front end is running.
Look at that.
It's all good. So this is, think of this as the equivalent of the dashboard UX, but kind of impromptu, on demand, based on my request.
And so far, you've really only used it. I mean, you've asked one question. It's more the assistant flow, but this is really a build-up, right?
Exactly.
We're trying to,
So now I have the Playwright MCP because I'm deving a front-end app, and I have the Aspire MCP for the back-end. So the Aspire MCP can see logs, traces, configuration, and the front-end, our Playwright can see the browser, can click links, can enter text, can do really cool stuff.
Cool.
So let's make sure it works. Show me the front end app and refresh 3 times.
So this is interesting because obviously it's natural language.
Yep.
Which obviously, if you've dealt with any LLMs at all, which I'm assuming you have by now, you know that. But like you called it the front end app.
Yep.
Now, did you name it front end app? Or are you just letting the model figure out which one is the front end app?
I wonder if I did this demo beforehand. Maybe I did. I did call it front end app.
Okay.
And it's called front end here. But I called it front space end. So these things are pretty good at interpreting language, even from mistakes and typos. Now I'm going to go, it said this can be malicious. Let's just accept anyway.
It's all right.
We're all good? Yep.
Informed consent.
So I'll put this side by side so we can see the
Wait, did it open that or did you open that?
It launched the browser.
Oh, it launched it.
Just for proof, that's Chrome.
Okay.
And I'm using Edge typically. So now I have my chat on the right.
It's still cooking.
On the left.
Okay, so it did a thing and you asked it to do something else, right?
Refresh three times,
okay.
Right? So the main thing that this is doing that is super interesting is I can now make changes across the front end and back end, and the agent can see both the browser and the logs on the server, so it can kind of check its work.
Okay.
Right? It can go, I made code changes, I can check logs, check traces, check exceptions, I can check the front end logs, and the agent just kind of runs until it works, right?
Interesting. So rather than like it telling you it did something and then saying it's successful, it's all done, and then you're going to use it manually as a human and saying it doesn't work.
Super annoyed, right?
And then maybe having to manually look at logs, copy paste it, put it into the context. What we find is that when you do this, often you might still have to give it a kickstart. You might need to tell it there's a tool available. Hopefully something like the Agents MD file is something that helps do that. But during the length of this chat session, what you'll end up finding is that it learns from itself because all of this becomes part of the context. So once it realizes it can look at logs to verify something, or it can use Playwright to open the browser to verify something, it will do it if it finds errors. And it will start verifying its work if you ask it to do that once. That's at least our experience.
That's the main thing. So we call it closing the agent loop.
Right.
So typically you can generate code to add features, but if you want to know what it did, you want to run tests, do builds, like see the output, this lets you see the outcome. The Aspire MCP for backend and Player for the front end.
Okay.
So let's add a feature. So
all right, let's see if we can add a feature.
This is all fake weather. Can we get the weather from a real service free, please? A free service.
And so again, this is breaking apart the architecture of this app again. We have a back-end Python-based API server, which currently just spits out fake weather. And then we have a front-end JavaScript app that's talking to that. Right? And then you've just told it now, that's all great, but I want real weather. So we haven't told it what part of the app to update. We haven't told it anything about the architecture in natural language. It's discovering all of this and then just making a decision about what updates it's going to make.
It's going to use OpenMeteor, which is a free weather API library. It'll update the backend API. You can see it making those changes here to the Python application.
Okay.
So it's going to do that, and it will, I assume, also change the front end to actually make requests to the back end. So we have a new...
Well, the front end already talks to our back end. So in this case, it may not have to make any changes to the front end, right?
So it's making code changes, and it should be able to... So you see now it's going to try to restart the app, and it goes through the Aspire MCP server because it knows I can actually trigger the application restart via command. So we expose logs, traces, the resource list configuration, commands so the app can restart. So it knows that after changing the Python code, it can't reload by itself. So let me do the actual operation.
And is that just commands that you would normally be able to do through the dashboard that Aspire provides?
That's right.
Or is it also if I write custom commands, or I add a package that brings in a resource command, now the MCP exposes that as well.
That's right.
So this will get the full power of Aspire, basically. Okay.
So you could think of this like an AI-powered headless dashboard. The dashboard itself lets you like look and click and change things, whereas the MCP exposes those same features to the chat session.
Interesting.
And it's not working now. But
Okay.
it can see it's not working, and it's going to keep churning. So it says the data is old. Trying to figure out lat longitude, and it's running more commands to do restarts. I mean, it's not working, but the best thing about this is that it will keep going until it keeps working.
Basically, until it gives up, or it works.
Yep.
And typically, especially for these type of, this is a fairly simple operation, obviously, but imagine what this would take you to write manually.
Exactly.
And this is not uncommon, this type of thing where you start from something that's maybe mock data, some type of test harness, and then you migrate that slowly to something real by going in and replacing parts or updating parts to now talk to the real thing. Vid is literally doing this part for you while you watch.
This is interesting. Yeah, actually, it's funny. At home last night, in the wee hours of the night, demoing, trying to figure out the actual flow of the demo, I saw it hit issues and resolve itself a couple of times. Like, this would be a good demo. Hopefully it does that.
Hopefully it actually finds an issue
works.
rather than just working first time. I mean, we've all seen the one-shot
impressive.
demos by now, right? Where you give the LLM a prompt and it somehow builds a feature in one go. But I actually think this is more interesting. This is more real.
So what happened, it added a new module to the project TOML file, and it didn't run restore.
Ah, interesting.
That seems to be the issue. So now it's going to rerun. It found the app installer command, or resource, and it's running restart to do a new restore.
So it's using Aspire to drive these dev operations.
And I didn't say anything.
I just figured that out.
I didn't say we use UV sync. I didn't say it figures out what it has to do to make it work, and it recovered.
Oh, look at that.
So now we have weather from Seattle. There you go.
Very cool.
Accurate, right? You want to try one more change?
Yeah, why not?
Let's do it. Okay, let's make the cities not hard-coded. Wait, it's hard-coded right now.
Let the user select the city? Is that the idea?
Yeah, let the user choose the city. And don't hard-code them.
So at this point, it seems like it'll have to make updates to the UI.
It's going to change the front end to actually have an autocomplete, text box. It'll have to make a call to get weather, to get the actual cities, and figure out their lat longs.
Okay,
and
so it'll probably have to make another API in your back end now, that calls out to some other thing to get a list of cities.
And this typically works, if you were doing this without our MCPs, it would work, but it'd be more painful because you would be the one trying to validate, did it work? And it would say, you're right, it works. And then, after every bug, you'd be copying and pasting exceptions from the logs and going here.
Certainly, if you didn't have something like Playwright, or you didn't have visibility into the log files, maybe you had already launched the app and then you started this.
Exactly.
And then, it's not in the right terminal, it doesn't have the logs. And you go, okay, well, maybe it would figure out I need to go and run UV sync again. And it would try and shell a new terminal to do that, and you would have to allow that. Whereas here, because you've allowed the Aspire MCP, at this point, it knows it can just refresh. It figured out, actually. It figured out that it could. We have an installer resource, I think you called it, that it could, if you were the human, you would click the button in the dashboard to rerun the installer. And here it figured it out. It's like, okay, I can just do that, and I can ask Aspire to do that for me, which is pretty cool. Where are we at? What's it cooking on?
It broke the front end pretty hard.
Oh, nice.
Like a real dev.
That's all right. The nice thing is that this is the end of this demo, so even if we have to bail and move to the next one, it doesn't matter.
It is. We're in good time. So it added a text box. There it is.
Okay.
It looks jank.
It does look a little jank, but to be fair, you're on a smaller resolution than when we tried this last time.
This is true.
But given enough time, you can always make these things improve them.
So I call this giving the LLM or the agent eyes.
Okay.
Because now it can see logs, it can see traces, it can see the results of what it's doing, and it doesn't have to keep telling you, I did this. Did it work? And you're the one left going, AI sucks because I couldn't get it to do the right thing.
And look, it just improved the look and feel. Did you ask it to do that? It just decided it looked jank as well, and then it has a bit of taste.
I think it heard me. I'm sorry. Let me to insult.
Maybe more constructive in your feedback next time. So that's a good start.
It's not giant. That was a
Do you think we could do something to make it look better? Look at that. It's actually refreshing.
It added a weather forecast.
Okay.
So now it'll restart the back end. So hopefully this should just let me search. And I think if it ends, I'll ask it to run its own test. So do a test to verify it works. Oh, look at that. Is it going to test itself?
So it says the front end is updated.
There you go, London.
Oh, look, now it's actually orchestrated. So it's driving the browser because of the Playwright MCP. It can see everything happening in the browser, right? So Playwright exposes basically all the DOM, or like you said, like it has eyes, or the ability to see everything happening in the browser. And so it typed a city in. Did it like, oh,
London.
Wow. Tokyo. And it's just choosing random cities to try. Very cool.
Pick Barbados.
Pick Barbados, why not? I could say pick Ballarat.
No, that's what it is. We know where Rihanna is, not Ballarat.
Barbados is a country, not a city.
I know, but it's going to be hot. I
just want to see the temperature.
An actual
summer in Australia too. Ballarat's probably
pretty
good right now.
You're right. Why is it Barbados? That's the wrong city.
All right, let's switch back to my slides.
All good.
That was a pretty successful use of AI there, I think. Let's switch back to the slides and we'll move on to our next. All right. So the next thing I want to do is introduce the second demo. I'll give you a moment to adjust. In fact, I'll show the premise of this demo. We're going to use Aspire to enhance our experience of putting AI in our app. So there was no AI in that app. We were just using a coding agent and giving it more eyes, giving it context so it could do a better job of working on the app. But we have an app that we would like to add AI to. So if I go to my browser, we have this Aspire Fridays Bingo app, which we use during our live streams that we do on Fridays. And the people who are viewing can create a new board here, and then they get to like click on squares to say, hey, did this just occurred on the stream? And if you get 5 of them in a row, then you end up getting bingo. Now, this one hasn't been approved. This one is yellow. It turns out there's actually an admin screen that you don't see as part of this application. And a human admin who was also watching the stream has to go in and verify that this actually took place. And you can't get bingo until obviously all the squares are ticked. We would love for some AI assistance here. We would love some type of admin agent that can be started by the human when the stream starts, or maybe automatically, that could be monitoring the stream in real time and could either auto-approve squares that it has decided have taken place, or maybe even just like bumps the priority, says, you know what, this square has a pretty good chance that it may have happened, but I'm not quite sure. So that's the general idea, but rather than diving straight into this code base, often as developers we like to build a harness. We start again from scratch to test out a particular idea. So Fowler and I did this last week, if we switch to his screen now, and we basically used the coding agent that you saw before to vibe code out a mock version of this application just so that we could test out and build up this idea of adding AI to the app specifically for the purpose of verifying squares. So what did we build? What can you show us?
So what happens is, so there are 2 parts to it. One is pretend you're on live stream, pretend you're on YouTube, there's a stream going on, there has to be a service to get live transcripts. So on the right-hand side, there's this live chat view that is pumping either fake or real chat transcripts from a service into the actual UI. In the background, every 10 seconds, we keep a 5-minute window of the last set of comments from the live stream. And then we ask LLM to classify, based on the current bingo squares, if there's a match.
OK, so can you show the Aspire dashboard graph view, maybe, and we can see actually what's going on for this application?
So if you look at the trace for this application,
you could look at the traces, I guess.
It shows this BFF talking to OpenAI.
OK.
And you can see here we have these sparkles. This sparkle is the Gen AI visualizer.
The Gen AI visualizer in the dashboard.
And it shows me this beautiful sparkle. Ooh. And I can see all the conversations from the LLM. This works for Python, C#, any language you want.
And any model, obviously.
Any model, that's right. So I'm using GPT-4o Mini because it's super cheap. And what it has is this giant prompt that says you are trying to figure out, you're trying to classify based on the input transcript, and these bingo squares give me the results. So it has this big prompt that explains all the bingo squares and the 5 minutes of transcript. So here's the actual 5 minutes.
Oh, that 5-minute window that you talked about. And you're basically saying within this window, tell us if any of these squares,
that's right,
by your judgment,
that's right,
have occurred.
And then it returns this list.
That's so cool. So in traditional ML, you might train a custom model to do this, type of classification problem. But with the power of LLMs, you can often get away, especially for these types of things, with just using, and you're not using a massive model either. You're using 4o Mini here. But through a decent prompt and through a little bit of engineering, we were able to get this to work. The reality is we wrote none of the code in this application whatsoever.
None.
Absolutely none. And we started out, as you said, it was actually a chat session we started out, and this kind of reflects often the process here. I started out in a chat session saying, hey, I have this app. I want to be able to build an agent that can do this type of classification in real time, and it needs to work against YouTube. And we focused a lot on YouTube to start with to figure out what APIs can we call? How do we get the closed captions from the live stream? Do we have to run a model locally to transfer audio into text? And we went through a lot of options until we came up with, no, this is the approach that you can take. And then, as you said, we built a fake API. We said, oh, let's build our API that will represent where the transcript comes from. But rather than needing to connect to YouTube all the time, let's just download one of the transcripts and then make the API replay it in real time, so that we can test it and then give the API the ability to speed it up. So we can say replay it now at times 10, and so that as a developer in our little harness here, we can watch this thing work. And then we built out from there, and the idea being eventually we can replace that backend API, or just have that backend API call YouTube. And then the front end doesn't have to change. All the LLM stuff will just keep working, which is really cool.
Try your test stream. Is it 5? Should it work now?
No, the dev tunnel's not working.
Is it dead?
Yeah, that's okay. Let's go back to my slides, and we'll close out. All right. So just to recap, assistants help you, agents move beyond assistants to let you act or to act on your behalf. Aspire is providing context and tools so that those coding agents can observe, infer, reason, and act, which is what we saw in that first demo. The MCP that we shipped in the last version of Aspire was a building block. We're really closing that loop, as you said, with Aspire next week, 13.1, watch for that, by putting the MCP in the CLI. Selecting and connecting to models is easy. What you didn't see there was that we also used Aspire integrations to connect to the models. So we have integrations for Azure OpenAI, for Azure Foundry, for OpenAI, GitHub Models. Very, very easy to connect your app to models using Aspire. We saw the generative AI visualizer in the dashboard that lets you observe and inspect what your app is doing with regards to talking to those models. And then deploying, which we didn't get to show, but deploying at the end is as simple as adding one more integration to describe your compute environment and then running Aspire deploy to get all of this up and running in the cloud. Your call to action, check out aspire.dev, our new website that talks about Aspire. Grab the CLI and get started. Set up your agentic coding environment like we saw in the first demo here and try out using the Aspire MCP. And then if you're incorporating Gen AI into your apps, Aspire helps you there. Try out different models and then use that Gen AI visualizer in the dashboard to help you see what your application is doing. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Al.
No, thank you guys. And also, we are getting a ton of great questions in the chat. Luckily, Maddie's answered most of them. But we have time for one or two more, so we're going to toss a couple to you guys.
Okay.
First one being, are there tutorials for how I can install and set up the Aspire MCP in VS Code, Visual Studio, or other IDEs?
Yeah, so actually we have instructions built directly into the dashboard. So in Aspire 13, which is the current version, there is a MCP icon in the top right-hand corner of the dashboard. If you click that, it displays in the dashboard some instructions on how to get that running in VS Code or Visual Studio. In VS Code in particular, in 13, there is a usability issue, though. You have to go and then do extra steps to get the thing to actually work. That will be solved next week. So when we ship 13.1, those instructions will be updated in the new version of the dashboard, and you'll click the button, and it should just work. Assuming you have the CLI, which is a very simple script to install, you will then be able to go ahead and do so. Obviously, we'll have real docs up on aspire.dev to also show you how to do that.
Yeah, also, I will say during Jay and I's conversation in the keynote, talked about how I worked with James Newton King because I wasn't happy with that MCP button. And there's actually install with VS and VS Code little buttons there.
That's
that you
right.
can now do in launch. And it uses proper input security tokens because security, we care about it. As all written with Copilot, just assigned it. And then James cleaned it up.
Nice.
Now, someone did have a question specifically for David because you're talking about BFFs all the time and everyone was under the belief that I'm your best friend forever.
Who asked this question? Who asked this question?
We're going to break it live on stream?
When you say BFF, what do you mean here specifically
the BFF
in this scenario?
Demo was a backend for front end. So typically, you can have a front end JavaScript app or any technology, I guess, like according to the client, and you can have a shared API that's across many different applications. Like, say you have a backend for mobile and for a JavaScript front end. BFFs are typically a backend specifically for your front end. And the whole idea is you can store secrets securely. You can have custom APIs. So any custom APIs that you want to have specifically for your front end application, that's what the BFF stands for, or its role in general in the design. So in my app, I had a Vite front end talking to the BFF, which was specifically designed for that Vite front end. It wasn't a shared API for everyone. It was the API for the front end client.
So I'm not here.
I didn't say not. I didn't say yes or no.
Oh, okay.
Let's leave it ambiguous.
To be
It's a
determined.
little ambiguous, I would say, but maybe I'll leave it there. and move on to this next one, which is what other scenarios are there for developers with Aspire? What top integrations should they be thinking about?
Top integrations. Well, I mean, the whole goal of Aspire is to really adapt to your application, and really it should be applicable to any application that you have, assuming you value the ability to do things like stop and start your app, look at the logs that your app is producing, connect your app to other apps, connect your app to databases, connect your app to HTTP endpoints. You want to make it easy to acquire dependencies in containers. You want to make it easy for your developers to onboard. The Aspire helps in all those areas. It's not about any one of those areas. It's really about, I like to call Aspire the glue, or Aspire is kind of the dark matter that fills in all the voids around your full development tool chain today. So you have an editor that you love and you use, you have a command line and a terminal that you love and you use, and a set of tools in there, and then you have other parts of your developer lifecycle. What if Aspire could help you in all aspects of that and fill in the spaces when you transfer from the editor to the CLI, from the CLI to observability tools like Grafana or whatever it is it might be using, all the way through to deployment, all the way through to testing, and starting all the way at onboarding and acquisition like we talked about. So Aspire is everything.
Very cool. All right, last question for you because we got a minute left. Damian, you specifically said that deploying is easy. Quote.
You heard that, did you?
Put that on a shirt. So who is deploying with Aspire?
Whoever you want to. So in Aspire 13, we introduced I think it was the version before that. We introduced the Aspire deploy command. So now Aspire kind of started out the first 2 years. You could describe your application as it runs inside the app host. We've now extended it so that you can also describe where your application runs. Where is it going to be running when it's not running in local dev? And so that doesn't just mean, I want an Azure Redis or I want an Azure database. It means I want my compute, my applications themselves to be running in Azure Container Apps or on Azure App Service. And that's a hosting integration that you add with one line. Then you run Aspire deploy at the command line as part of your pipeline or on your dev machine if you're doing dev deployments, and then it takes care of deploying the whole thing for you.
Beautiful. David, Damian, as always, a masterclass. I love it. Don't forget to check out the Aspire YouTube. Check them out on Twitter, X, and all their socials. The team is so active. Maddie will answer all of your questions within,
just Maddie.
I believe for SLA is like under 1 minute. So if you got a question, Maddie will be there. All hours, all time zones, guaranteed. So thanks, y'all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we have another one.
And this next one is another Microsoft Ignite playback. It's one of our top sessions from Mandy and Nir. And they're going to be talking about taking your idea, bringing it into DevOps with GitHub Copilot and Azure.
And we're going to be doing a little live commentary, a little mystery theater.
Might pop up here and there.
Yeah, we'll see. 80% of people said it was mid to great. So we're doing it again.
And that's a thumbs up to me.
Yeah, we're on.
It wasn't horrible.
So let's head over and start it up.
I'm Mandy Whaley. I lead our Azure DevTools team, and we build SDKs, tools for agents, all kinds of things to help you build apps on Azure and Foundry and to make your job easier. And I'm really excited to be here today with my friend Nir.
Hello. I'm Nir. I'm the guy who has to wake up in the middle of the night when there's no code bugs coming from here. So I run a bunch of properties of Platform as a Service and our Azure SRE Agent service.
So we're really excited to be here today. We're going to help you ship faster and stress less using Azure and GitHub Copilot together. So agents are now available to help you across the whole software development lifecycle, from helping you create your code in your IDEs, to collaborating with you and your teammates and working in your repo on async issues, to helping you operate, monitor, and maintain your application. And this is what we think of as Agentic DevOps. There's really key 3 ideas within this topic. One is about moving from AI infused to AI native. And this is that idea that you have the agents embedded into your workflows, into your tools across that whole lifecycle. And that in turn increases your productivity across the whole lifecycle, which helps you accelerate your ability to deliver AI apps and agents. And so our team is working really hard to make sure that when you are building on Azure and Foundry, you have the best tools to work with all of the agents across that lifecycle. When you're coding, you can use the Azure MCP Server in VS Code and Visual Studio. Building and maintaining, you can work with the coding agent and use the Azure MCP Server there as well. And then in the operate phase, the SRE agent is there to help keep an eye on your app, help you identify issues and fix them. We're going to deep dive into each one of these and look at some of the tools and the way that you can use Azure and all of these tools together. We're going to start off with code. So you can make any agent an Azure expert with the Azure MCP Server. The Azure MCP Server brings tools to the LLM that give it your Azure subscription and context on your resources, your best practices, how you use Azure. It also always has the latest documents on Azure, the latest libraries, and best practices baked in for using things like managed identity and helping you secure your application. It also has tools that the LLM can use to access Azure and Foundry services, both control plane and data plane operations. And then there are ways that it can help you with your application deployment, as well as writing and managing your infrastructure as code assets. And then it also helps you with Azure CLI tools to just do all kinds of handy things throughout your workflow. And we'll see some of those examples today. You can use the Azure MCP Server in VS Code and now in Visual Studio, which we just announced this week, and it ships in the box with Visual Studio 2026. You can also use it in any IDE that supports the MCP protocol, like IntelliJ, the coding agent in GitHub, and also the new Copilot CLI. You can also use it to build your own custom agents as well. So we're really excited to announce the GA, General Availability Release of the Azure MCP Server this week at Ignite. We now cover 47 different Azure services, and that list is constantly growing. You can see from the list on the right, it covers everything from your Azure Resource Management, diagnostics, monitoring, compute, data services, and the list keeps growing. Everything is secured with Azure Identity and just works like you normally would through your dev tools. You can check it out at the links below, and we'll have some QR codes and things later in the slides as well. Okay, and one real quick announcement. I just wanted to remind everyone that the Azure MCP Server is available in Visual Studio 2026. It's generally available. This was a huge request at Build, and we're really excited to make this available for everyone at Ignite. So check it out.
Whoa.
Whoa.
We're in. Oh, wow, we're on it. Oh, we're back.
We're not in the audience this time. We're just like floating.
Yeah,
in
I like
space.
it. I like it. This is really cool. You know, Damian and David were just talking about the MCP server for Aspire. I actually have an Aspire application called Feedback Flow, where I can do like sentiment analysis with Foundry. It has a .NET backend, .NET front end, and I have it all Aspire-ified. And actually use the Aspire CLI to grab those logs and get information from it and parse it in real time. But what's really cool about this is if you're deploying applications to Azure, like I am, what I found is that there's so many best practices. And one thing that Mandy here isn't going through every single tool that's inside of that MCP server. But what's really neat is that you can go in and say, hey, take a look at all of my deployed resources for this application and go see if I have any security implications, see if I have any best practices that I'm missing for performance, and then, hey, go and like draft me some issues and then put them on GitHub, and you can combine that with the GitHub MCP server. And it's kind of this nice flow, and I did this on stage, and what I ended up finding out is that there was a few settings in my app service that I could flip on to like boost performance. And like I would have never known, because if you go into the Azure portal, you've been there.
I mean, I think it's such a powerful set of tools and things that you can bring in and leverage, but like I'm a simple gal, and one of my favorite things is just that last announcement. Like it really is where you need it to be, like in the box in VS 2026. Like you can leverage the Azure MCP tooling from there, from VS Code, like wherever you need it, it's there.
Yeah, I think what's great, and Mandy pointed this out too, is I was just already logged in, so it just kind of knows about my stuff, and I think that's really a key. Is I just have a question about Azure, question about my app, and that context is really important. So that's what my favorite part about MCP is. Like, I could go look in the portal, but the portal doesn't know about like my code.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. But the models with Copilot, they can work together with these MCP servers to investigate, understand my setup, understand my deployment pipelines, and help me do some best practices there.
Yeah, and it feels like, I think she used this phrase, it was something along the lines of like AI infused to AI native. It just works. Like there's no difficult setup. You're really just in there and able to use it.
Yeah. Let's continue.
All right, back to you, man.
Okay, we're ready to move into build and maintain. And in build and maintain, we're starting to work with the coding agent. The coding agent works asynchronously. It's like another dev on your team that you can assign issues to, and it will work asynchronously in your repo. And that's great. And what we can do with the MCP server is we can configure it so the coding agent has access to all of the Azure tools we just looked at in VS Code the way we were using them. You can specify which tools it has access to work as it works on issues in your repo for you. We also have a new command, AZD coding agent config. This helps you set up the connection between the coding agent and the Azure MCP server securely. It walks you through all of the identity steps to get it set up correctly and securely. So really great, easy way to get that configured and going. All right.
Okay.
Okay. That was a quick one, but I think we should double click on it because the coding agent.
Just double click.
Just double,
No,
triple.
Triple? Quadruple click. Maybe a right click? Right click in there as well?
Yeah, whatever suits your fancy. But I think that the coding agent in and of itself is such a powerful tool, and I know this is something that you use quite often.
Let's say, okay, so you and I were taking flights here to Seattle and Redmond yesterday. And I put out a tweet, and I was like, just doing some casual coding at the airport. And it's just a screenshot of my GitHub app where I have a task view for the coding agent and all the work that I was having to do. I have ideas, but I don't have my computer out. I don't want to connect to the airport Wi-Fi, bust up my laptop, start coding, doing stuff. I have an idea, I just give it a task to do. We have this, I encourage everyone to do this. We have this sort of, not like a requirement, but kind of like a fun thing to do at the end of the day for everyone in the team, which is assign the coding agent something to do. You're about to go to sleep, hang out with your friends and family, you're about to end the day and you have an idea or you haven't finished a task. Just tell it to do something.
Totally.
And you can now at Copilot in Teams and Slack, on GitHub.com, inside of VS Code, pretty much on your phone. I just speak to it.
Yeah.
And then you wake up in the morning, and something is there.
And I think it's great for times like that where you're like, oh, I have so many ideas. You're feeling really energetic, but I think also, other side of the coin, I don't want to do that right now. Can the coding agent take this off my plate for a second, and I can go back in at the end, review it, and be like, all right, it's handled, delegated.
Yeah, and I never think about kind of pairing up the coding agent with MCPs. However, I've been doing quite a bit of new iOS development. I talked about this with Jay, about this app that I built with only my phone. And only the coding agent. And Scott Hanselman's #1 fan.
The future is now.
Yeah, the future is now. But what's neat about that is with Microsoft Learn MCP, and there's some Apple Doc MCPs, I can tie those two together so the coding agent knows about everything in .NET MAU. He knows everything in the Apple SDKs as well, and now everything in Azure to actually help me bring those worlds together. And I think that's super neat and something I forget that I can do. So.
I think it's context is key. No matter what you're doing with AI, you need it to know your best practices, your scenarios, just not only so that it can effectively help you, but also keep you safe.
Yeah.
So I think we should kick it back to Mandy and Nir now.
Let's do it.
Next up, we are going to move into Operate, and Nir's going to take us through the SRE agent.
Thank you, Mandy. So we operate massive amount of services. On our team, we have App Service, we have ACA and Azure Functions. Together, that's something like 5 million VMs. You can imagine that we have a lot of tickets and we have a lot of support calls. And I know how many of you have to wake up at 2 a.m., go and look on some dashboard, wait for the graph to go back down and go back to sleep. And that's expensive and somewhat demoralizing. So about a year ago, when this AI thing became big, I don't know what's that about, we decided to try to automate some of these activities. And we started building SRE agents for ourselves. One reason was to save with resources and costs, but the other one is we're trying to be the best platform to host your agents, and we might as well build one and figure it out. So that sort of started us down the journey. All you're going to see today has been used by Microsoft engineers for the last 9 months, and all of the features we announced this week have been tried internally, and I have a slide with some of our stats on what type of savings we got out of it. We definitely ended up not in the place where we thought we were going to start. We thought we were going to have this amazing agent that is sort of omnipotent, and it will look at everything and will just say, hey, this is how we solve your problems. And what we realized that what teams and engineers want, they don't want a replacement, they want someone to just help them. And all of us have a bunch of business processes, and the way we treat our tickets and the flow of our tickets sort of enshrined in our organizational knowledge bases or in people's heads. And what the SRE agent helps us to do is very quickly automate that tribal knowledge. So with that, we have several features. We can now take documents and upload them into the SRE agent for your knowledge base. We can directly connect to the Azure DevOps developer wikis, so you can take knowledge again that you have there and give it to the agent. We have native incident management. We will show a bunch of that in the demo. But basically, you can use third-party tools or your own tools to initiate these events. So instead of you having to wake up, the SRE agent wakes up. The SRE agent can, with our sub-agent features, is able to take all of these disparate data, right? You want to query this, query that, and look at some other stuff, and it goes and enriches the ticket. So if and when we have to wake up the human, they have all the information they need to, instead of going to sort of 5 different screens of queries to figure out what's going on. We also designed it with an eye to our third-party customers. All of you use different tools in your own unique way. In Ignite, we announced MCP support. So basically, now you can consume data from anyone who supports an MCP, like your Dynatrace or New Relic, where a lot of your data is sitting, but also the know-how of what constitutes a downtime from your perspective. And we also have agent-to-agent integration with Newbird, who's a SRE agent vendor as well that works cross-cloud, and with PagerDuty that we will show today. So some internal numbers. So these are sort of last 90 days. We handle this amount of tickets. That doesn't mean that we solved all of them, but we touched all of them, enriched a bunch of them. We are calculating each ticket to take about a few minutes if you have to do it yourself to collect all the queries and the data. Some of them will take you up to an hour. And this is kind of our calculation to how many hours we saved. So there's significant savings in time and allowing our engineers to focus on value-added work and on training the agent to be smarter about other types of incidents, so we can do the deep analysis or plan the architecture for the next generation. And 95% initiated via automation. It means that the agent is listening to these tickets come in and going and fixing them.
I think another pause here.
Yeah, pause. Yeah.
I mean, when I first watched this session at Ignite, I was kind of thinking about these numbers and trying to like contextualize them, because sometimes you'll see these big, like 20K. What does that mean? And especially that 20K number, I was like, that's like almost 3 years.
Wow.
Of time.
Crazy.
Which I kind of blew my mind, because I was like, that, especially if you're a smaller team, you can imagine what that does for you.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because these are just from the last 90 days, right? Mm-hmm. And Nir said in the beginning, they've been dogfooding this internally and using it internally for the last 9 months, right? So multiply that more and more, and it kind of continues on. This is really neat. We use the SRE agent. I use the SRE agent, and one of the real-world examples that kind of Nir was talking about, but what we've seen and I've demoed with Paul Yuck and other folks and previously is, you may have deployed something and get a big spike in traffic, right? We just had the big holiday season here. It'll continue to be holiday season. But if something goes down or needs to scale up, like Nir said, it never happens during work hours, right? Like, myself, we have some basically on-call time. I know my wife does it, her work, and And there's nothing like getting a 4 o'clock, and just being, me or her, like it's on our laptop trying to figure out who to ping, right? Like what is happening? What's going on?
I'm not even a human at that point.
Yeah, I'm just like, I don't even want to drink coffee yet, but then I'm just like guzzling coffee, trying to wake up and look through logs. But the neat part about this is we had a deployment where legitimately like a system, didn't go down, but some code wasn't optimized. So when there was a spike in traffic, it was kind of grinding and it was slowing down. So if too many people were going to the site, it would be really slow. So the SRE agent identified that, and what it ended up doing is it automatically scaled up that service.
Wow.
It was in container apps, and so it scaled it up because it can reach into it. You can give it permission to scale up, scale down. It said, let me just how can I fix this? I see there's a performance issue, so I'm just going to scale it up. And that'd be the first thing that we would do.
Yeah.
And then what it did is it gathered a bunch of logs and information. It knows about your source code. It knows about your projects. It knows about your architecture. It says, hey, I'm going to gather all this information, and then it's going to go ahead and try to identify the problem through the logs that came in. Kind of we were talking about Aspire, MCP, these logs. You're getting all this log information. And the next thing that we would do is we would dive through all these logs, trying to figure it out and try to sort it out. Where's the bottleneck? It can identify the code. It opened an issue on GitHub, and then it assigned it to the coding agent.
Yeah.
And you wake up to not only your app working, that's key.
Yes.
It's important.
That's number one.
You get an issue with a diagnosis of what went wrong and a proposed fix.
Yeah.
And that's just wild to me. Not just, I think this is important, but there's this other like life-work balance part of it too. Like
Completely.
I don't want to wake up at 2 a.m. Like nobody does, unless you like to wake up at 2.
And have to try to like synthesize all that information at 2 a.m. And like, frankly, even if something doesn't go wrong, you could set this thing up to send you a little report every morning.
Yeah.
Like, oh, here's what happened last night. And
exactly.
You're sleeping, getting your beauty sleep.
Yeah, give me a performance report. Like just figure out what's going on, what went well, what didn't go well, and like it can just gather all that information.
Yeah.
And I think these stats are really cool, right? You see just the number of tickets processed and things like that. And these are all big numbers, but imagine it saves you 1 hour a week.
Yeah.
Imagine if you had 1 hour a week to join a Teams call and
I mean,
triage
that's the
email.
thing. Like, to your point, it's like these numbers are big and cool, especially for like
Microsoft scale,
team leads
right?
out there, yeah. Or like the managers of the world. But like even just as an individual, like you're saying, can I get an extra couple hours of sleep because the issue's being triaged before I have to go in and see what's happening and try to like turn on my brain at 2 a.m.
The value for me as a developer is that, right? Which is I didn't have to wake up at 2 a.m. I get like the whole day. I can now work. I can function properly that day.
Yeah.
And I'm in a much better spot.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go.
Back to you guys.
Cool. So Ignite is a big release for us. As we said, all of these features were tied internally. What we found out, which was the big kind of learning, was, again, people don't want an agent that is a black box and just sort of does stuff and gives you a recommendation. They want to be able to build their own sub-agents. So we added a sub-agent builder. That sub-agents allow you to override our meta agent, if you will. So if a type of incident comes in or if a timer expires, you can run your agent. Your agent can supersede the Microsoft agent and go and do these activities. And you're able to connect tools to this agent that are in your scope. So for example, again, you use only Custo App Insights, so you'll add the Custo tool, the App Insights tool to your agent. The other thing it does, it allows you to communicate outside. So we have connectors to Teams and to email, so you can have your agent wake up, do some kind of scan of your health, and send you an email and tell you what's going on every morning. So this is sort of what we heard from customers. They want the transparency to understand how it works. The other very cool feature is we have the debug trace view. So when you build these sub-agents, you're not starting from scratch. You're starting from a bunch of samples that we have, and you can use the debug view to sort of improve your prompts. So you can run it in test environment until you're happy with it, and then it goes into production. I mentioned scheduled tasks. With scheduled tasks, it's no longer a proactive agent. It could actually have its own schedule to do stuff. So again, you can go and say, okay, I do my releases every Wednesday between 4 and 10 for those of you from the good old enterprise world. So at 11, I want to run all these scans to make sure everything is still legit and still running. So now I can go schedule that. The other thing, again, that we heard from customers is that they wanted to bring their own know-how. So that's available to file uploads, to integrating with Azure DevOps wikis, and by bringing your own MCP server. So if you have your information in Jira or Confluence or something like that, everyone has an MCP now, so you can go and get the data in, and you can go filter these queries the way you want to.
Another quick pause here, and I think just to bring it back to what we're trying to do today, a lot of new stuff has come out in the past year, but past couple months. This was a month ago, and look at all the new capabilities that they've introduced already, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's been even more since then.
Yeah.
So
I think it's really great, in this, because someone was saying in the chat, is this Mystery Theater 3000? I think, yes, but also to reiterate, sometimes when you're watching a session, everything moves so quick. Mm-hmm. You're already on to the next topic. And even if we just ask Mandy and Nir to do all this stuff, everything is happening so quick, you don't get to pause and say, okay, they said something, but what's the real world implication, right?
Exactly.
So, the point that we talked about earlier is and he's pointing out here is, there's an SRE agent, I understand what it does. And then also, it can send me an email report. It can notify me in Teams. We can set up a whole channel and get notified. And that's going to be the entire stack, right? Not just a service. It's the health of your application. I think that's really neat. Like you said, there's a bajillion features, right? So pausing and reflecting on it is important.
Yeah, it's there's the what does this mean, and then there's the what does this mean for me.
Yeah.
And I think the good thing about all of these sessions, beyond just our commentary we're doing today, is that they're also the full sessions with demos and other things are available on the Microsoft Ignite website. All of the things that we're doing today will also be available on the Microsoft Developer YouTube. So these are things you can really go back and reference at your leisure. You could slow them down, you could speed them up. If you're like me, 1.5 that baby. But yeah, if it's not sinking in right now, there's time.
Yeah, I aspire to 1.5. I'm a 1.3. Let's carry on.
So we will take one quick look through that again. Once again, when you're coding, you have your IDEs and the MCP server, building and maintaining the coding agent, operating the SRE agent, and all the amazing things that Dheeraj showed us. Everything that you saw today in all of the demos, you can try all of that out today. It's all available, ready for you to try. These are the links that you need to get going with it. So the SRE agent, this is info to get started. The Azure tools for VS Code, that will include the Azure MCP server as well as a bunch of other really great tools. You can also read about the MCP server standalone. And then the AI Toolkit is another tool for VS Code that includes a lot of the agent building capabilities, model catalog, and ways that you might look at building your own agents.
I love it. I think that full end-to-end slide, the one right before resources, kind of is that picture. You can use a little bit of that, a lot of it, all of it, one of it, whatever pieces you want. They're kind of all tied together. And I think what's neat is that kind of end-to-end sort of like I talked about. That's a real-world example, right? When I talk about the coding, this is real. I was I did that. That blows my mind. I said, this year, I not only wrote and deployed more code in my life than ever, but I also got the insight into my applications, and I got the analysis and the feedback loop faster and saved me more time than ever this year by using these tools together, whether you use one or a lot of them.
Totally, and I think that's kind of integral to, dare I say, the DNA of these tools. These are things that we are building for our own engineers as well. They're things that people are requesting. We're getting feedback on them. We're constantly updating and improving, and we encourage feedback as much as you have. Please let us know, because somebody's going to read that and somebody's, might try to improve the product based on it.
Yeah, and the team's super active in the Foundry Discord. So that's one of the one-stop shops, over 40,000 members there. Put a link somewhere. I think it's ak.ms/foundrydevs.
Yeah.
That's a short link.
Yeah, it'll be there. I'll put it in the chat after.
Matt will put it up somewhere. John Galloway will put some link in there, I'm sure, or Caleb or somebody.
You first and last him, so he has to.
Yeah, he has to now. He knows, I'm listening. I think it was cool. You mentioned it earlier, but all of these Ignite sessions, the ones that we play back, which is only 2, we have a few tomorrow as well. Those are available on ignite.microsoft.com. You can watch all those. The slides are for all those are available. All of these videos, all the live ones that we're doing, are going to be also on the Microsoft Developer YouTube. And then additionally, we have a few more sessions. And what's cool is that there's actually a journey here. I don't know if we planned it this way or not.
Oh, we planned it.
We planned it this way, which was there's kind of a story arc here, right? you're kind of seeing that introductory of like the vision, but now we're getting into real world, we're getting into deployment. And what Mandy talked about at the very end was she talked about like the AI Toolkit. She talked about like the Azure extension for VS Code. You're going to see those. Like coming up next, we actually have Maria, who's going to be talking about like kind of MCP as a backbone to drive innovation, which is super cool. And then also April, one of my favorite human beings in the world, is going to talk about building AI agents with VS Code and the AI Toolkit. And then Scott and Arun are going to come, and they're going to talk about actually building like and how they deployed real applications, this full end-to-end. And then we're going to have a lab.
Yeah. So putting it all into practice, like you said, we start with the umbrella. What are we talking about today in that first session? And then we get into the pieces. And you know, a lot of even the live sessions today, a lot of them are coming direct from announcements that we made at Universe, GitHub Universe, or at Microsoft Ignite. And you know, not just reiterating that content, but things have changed since then. Yeah. So making sure that it's up to date, refreshed, and ready for you all to ingest.
Yeah, totally. And I think that was one of the most important parts, which was like, we could just like play back a bunch of videos. But what we wanted to do was say, hey, listen, this stuff really resonated with folks. There's some new stuff. And also in that month, like you said, things have changed. Let's update it. Let's get the new hot bits over to people as well. And like tomorrow for the dev tools, I'm super excited because like just today, a new version of VS Code 107 just dropped. There's tons Agent HQ, all this stuff in there. We're dropping videos nonstop. There's a live stream. Part of this event is going to be another event in the event.
Exactly.
It's an inception of events.
Lab.
And another lab.
What's going on?
You got to stick around for these sessions and the lab where Gustavo's going to be coming, right?
Yep.
He's going to be building a pizza ordering agent. And we're going to see in an hour if he can get pizza delivered here to building 25.
The stakes are pretty high.
Dude, I want some pizza.
I want some pizza. I'm hungry already.
Well, while we wait to see and get to that lab, let's head over to Maria to talk about more MCP.
Hi, my name is Maria Nagaga, and I am a Principal Product Manager on the Microsoft Foundry team. Thank you so much for joining us at AI Dev Days on this cold December, if you're in New York like myself, for the MCP Building Tool Aware Agents. So for context, let's start with what MCP even stands for. It stands for Model Context Protocol. And over the course of these few minutes that we have together, I am going to try my best to tell you how you can use it today to build more context-aware agents. So let's start from the beginning. What is an agent? Beyond being the buzzword of the year, at its core, an agent is simply a program where you allow an LLM to help you decide the control and flow of the program. Now, think of it like a microservice that executes on a task and achieves a specific business outcome. But in the world of AI, the program goes from being deterministic to non-deterministic. And this is where tools become really handy. We have retrieval, which is things like RAG. We have actions, which is steps to be taken. And we have memory, which is over time, can our agent effectively remember the skills from the past, things that it has done to drive better outcomes? And when you put all of that together, that provides for more grounded results and outputs for your solution, for your business, for your experience. Now, we've talked about tools and tool calling, but the way people connected to tools was very bespoke. There was no standard way. Everybody was doing it their own way. And this is where MCP came into play. So MCP stands for the Model Context Protocol. Earlier last week, it celebrated its first birthday. And it's built by Anthropic. It was built to mend the gap between the way agents were calling and using tools. But it's not just Anthropic that has embraced this. It's not just Microsoft. It's Google. It's OpenAI. It's Docker. It's AWS. It's Hugging Face, and so many more that we can even fit on the slide. Us at Microsoft have been very involved in the open to improve and support and grow the protocol. And we currently have a few of our members here at Microsoft who sit on the steering committee. So with MCP, we are moving towards a unified and secure way in the way agents access tools, data across enterprises, across your solutions. So let's start with what is MCP? MCP is a standardized way AI assistants and agents securely connect to tools, data, and services. Think of it as a universal translator that allows AI tools like GitHub Copilot in VS Code, or GitHub Copilot in IntelliJ, or M365, Claude, and so many different MCP clients to communicate and access external data. So what does this mean? You heard me mention MCP clients. MCP clients are the interface in which you interact with an agent. It could be a chat interface like Claude. It could be a code editor like VS Code. It could be your AI application just leveraging tools to create an automated task. Using the MCP standard protocol, it then accesses a set of MCP servers. MCP servers can do things like access data and file stores. They can access developer tools like the GitHub MCP Server, the Playwright MCP Server, the Azure MCP Server. It can access productivity tools like Notion. It can access design tools like Figma, all in a standard way that enables you to have a more robust and more complete experience. So when it comes to building MCP servers, there are two types of MCP servers that you can build. You can build a local MCP server that communicates over standard I/O. And with MCP servers that are local, you can think of them as running locally on your machine, having access to local files. This gives you things like provides low latency access to large amount of files, for example. But then you also have remote MCP servers. And this is where we see a bulk of businesses and people building their MCP servers. This remote MCP server is hosted externally on the cloud, okay, and communicates over HTTP/SSE. It provides the AI with a scalable, centralized access to external APIs, company database, and web services, which is accessible by multiple users or agents. Now, we've talked a lot about what is an MCP server, but I would like to show you how I personally have found really great value in using MCP servers to be incredibly productive as a product manager here at Microsoft. As a product manager here at Microsoft, we have to write a lot of weekly reports. Now, one of the reports that I was thinking about recently was Aspire is new and Aspire has docs. And how well are our docs doing? When we look at the data coming from GitHub, how well are we doing across the market? And typically, when I would do something like that, it would take me a couple of days. But I wanted to show you how I'm doing this using a markdown file and MCP servers. So in this demo, you'll see I have 3 phases. One of the phases is to access the data, do the research, generate the report, then use Playwright to test that report. So the first thing I'm going to do is attach the markdown to my GitHub Copilot experience. I'm going to hit it, and it's going to read the markdown and start generating the information. The first to do is to analyze the GitHub information by using the GitHub MCP server and looking at our specific completed tasks. The next one, it's going to use another MCP server to do the market research. How well are we doing with the rest of the ecosystem? And the next one is going to build a tool that isn't an MCP server, but treating it as a tool to generate the HTML report. Then finally, we're going to use Playwright to test it and make sure that it is looking and functioning in the way that we like. And there we have it. We have a complete report right? And I can go and run this report as many times as I want. And I can share it with my team. I can share it with my boss. I can even share it with the community so they know that we are listening to their concerns. So that's an example of how I use MCP servers. But let's talk about how we at Microsoft are building and enabling people to build MCP servers. So at Microsoft, we have made a big bet on MCPs. We have MCPs across Microsoft that we build first parties. We have Azure MCP. We have the Foundry Tools MCP, the GitHub MCP, the Azure Logic Apps, Agent 365, and so many more. We're also enabling multiple ways for people to build and publish their own MCP servers, whether they have an existing Logic app and they want to expose it as an MCP server, a way to manage them privately using Azure API Center, using Azure Functions to build them, hosting them in app services or Azure Container Apps. And then you can call these MCP servers from any MCP client. And above all, we're making it effortless for you to secure and govern your MCP servers with Azure API Management and Entra ID. Now, this year at Ignite, and I was really excited about this work, we introduced the Foundry Tools. Foundry Tools has over 1,000 tools from public catalogs and Microsoft partners that you can leverage in your Foundry agent today. You can build and share these via a private tool catalog that you can host for yourself, or you can access them through a public one, which is the Foundry Tools one or the GitHub one, which we'll talk about a little bit later. We have worked with multiple partners in order to build a robust and diverse group of tools, from analytics to developer to data and so many more, just to make sure that you can build the agents you need to solve the problems that you need solved. We've talked a lot about building MCP servers, using MCP servers, and the different types of MCP servers. Let's talk about how we manage MCP servers today. So I want to start with where the problem started. When the MCP became really popular at the beginning of this year, there were so many different registries in the ecosystem. So that meant that every single developer had to deploy their MCP server into various registries so as to make sure they reached as many people as possible. We wanted to streamline the discovery of those MCPs. And to do that, we had 3 different registries that we worked with. The first one was the open source registry. Built in the open with Anthropic, you can see it today on github.com/MCP. This is the MCP registry for developers. It is where you make your awesome MCP available to the entire ecosystem. But we do understand when it comes to enterprises, they want more of a curated list of MCPs that have been approved by their IT admin. You also might have a set of internal MCP servers that you do not want to have accessed by the grander public. And this is where things like Azure Foundry, GitHub Copilot, Azure API Center, as well as GitHub can provide you with that experience. And finally, you have the on-device registry from the Windows team. The on-device registry on the Windows team provides you with a common place on your machine to manage MCPs securely. And these are all accessible for people today. Now, we touched on the concept of a private registry. Why is that important? The private registry provides you with a tailored enterprise experience for organizations to develop, host, and distribute MCPs relevant to their business. You also have a central governance mechanism that allows for IT administrators within your tenant to manage which MCPs are allowed or blocked. And because we've streamlined this entire experience, it enables your business and the developers and the business managers who want to leverage MCPs an accelerated way to develop because you have provided them with a curated experience. Now, since I've walked you through the various types of registries, let's explore what it would look like to take your MCP code from code to registry. And for my final demo, I'm going to be looking at creating and deploying an MCP server through the lens of an enterprise setting, leveraging Azure API Center. Now, building an MCP server is simple, and you can look at this code yourself. It's available on the URL below. In this demo, what I'm doing is building a simple tool that reads and writes data into Azure Blob Storage that I can easily deploy using Azure Functions. So once I have deployed my MCP server onto Azure Functions, I can make it accessible to my business using Azure API Center. In this sample, we have a Java tool private catalog. And once I have it successfully deployed into MPI Center, I now have it accessible in my own private catalog, which is great for your business. I connect it to an agent. And once it's successfully connected to an agent, I can use it in an agent of my choice. Now, in this example, what I'm going to be doing is looking at various different transactions that are happening in my business. So it's going to say, how many sales did Eli make? Then it's going to look at internal data, grab the information. Once you approve it, it generates all the records. You can then also retrieve a specific record. This is all pulling it out from our Cosmos database. And then once that's run, we should see the results. And there you have it. In just a few lines of code, using things like Azure Functions, writing it in Python, I have successfully built an MCP server. I have accessed it in my private catalog using API Center. I have attached it to an agent in Foundry. And this is ways that we are finding that businesses today are successfully building meaningful agents. And with that being said, thank you so much for joining my talk. And I hope you build an MCP server soon.
No, Maria, thank you. That was an awesome session. And I know that James has some things he would like to share.
One, I don't know if people know, but I love MCP. I'm just like the biggest fan in the world.
I think they know.
Do they know? We did MCP Dev Days, which you can find here on the Microsoft Developer YouTube. You got to dive through those videos. Amazing content.
And Let's Learn.
And
MCP.
Let's Learn
If
MCP.
you're new to MCP, you can learn through our whole giant catalog of videos. James and I did one in English using C#, but there were a ton others using other programming languages and in other natural languages.
Yeah, that was like so cool. And you can find those streams, you can find those videos here. I just love it because to me, it kind of brings together all this data into my workflow. And Maria talked a lot about that. I am every day combing through my GitHub issues. I'm combing through open source repositories. I'm having it create issues for me. I'm talking to our Azure services like we talked about as well. And I want to bring up my screen because I want to share a few other additional resources. I just thought it'd be fun because Matt said that I could plug in my computer.
So we're running with it.
So it's happening live. One, you got to check out the Microsoft for Developers blog, developer.microsoft.com/blog, or just go to developer.microsoft.com. There's a big button there that says blog, go there. It's along with all of our dev blogs, but this is like your one-stop shop. There's newsletters, all sorts of topics, and you can like browse through all of this. This is like that really like big holistic view of like the world of development. You'll see news about VS Code, about MCP, about Azure, about partnerships, a whole bunch of stuff. So you can dive through here, teams, LangChain stuff, Copilot, VS Code, containers, kind of like when things are cross-cutting, right? You go to the VS Code blog for VS Code, you go to the .NET blog for .NET, right? Here you can kind of see how these worlds combine together.
Big picture.
Big picture.
Yeah.
Also, boom, Microsoft Developer, YouTube, dive through.
You might be here right now.
Boom, there's the MCP Dev Days, day 1, day 2. Tens of thousands of views, all the videos as well. You can dive through all of them. All things are happening. And also, like, there's an entire Foundry setup guide. I know April did a whole MCP one as well.
And remember that face, because you'll see her very soon.
Like really soon. And you're also going to see Kayla, who just joined our team. You're going to be seeing her a whole bunch. Also, we talked about the Foundry Discord.
Yep.
I'm on Discord. Boom. There's a whole big chat here going on live, commentating about what's happening. So if you're on YouTube, want to hop in, keep the conversation going.
This specific channel is actually for this event,
Yep.
which is awesome. But there's also a ton of other channels just as you're working with Foundry. If you have questions or specific things you're building and you want folks to chat with about those things,
you can go right in there.
Yeah.
Now, other thing, we had some questions in the chat real time about, how do I find MCP servers? What do I use? There's actually the GitHub MCP Registry. We actually launched this, the GitHub team and the MCP now Foundation and all these things I'll talk about in a second. But you can create your own custom registries to help find internally at your company, but also externally. There's tons of registries out there. This is connected inside of VS Code. You can go to the extensions and Visual Studio and say, give me some MCP servers. You'll find a bunch of recommended MCP servers, and these are all here hosted. There's the Azure MCP Server, Terraform, MongoDB, Nuxt. These are kind of like vetted, like top MCP servers.
Totally.
The last thing I want to do, I even have a sneak video, because it's my new favorite video in the world. I love it. So if you go to the GitHub blog, we're talking about blogs. I love blogs. I love the written word.
It's an art form.
This just happened yesterday. MCP, which is a steering committee, it joined the Linux Foundation.
Wow.
Which is absolutely spectacular to help drive it forward.
For their 1 year or just?
For their 1 year. The 1 year just happened.
Party it up.
Yeah, and then boom. So this dives through what that means for developers, for the tools, for everything. And the team has been putting together this MCP documentary, and there's a little sneak peek.
It's a little trailer.
A year ago, it was basically a blog post. I don't think anyone really anticipated that MCP would take off like it did.
When I first encountered MCP, it just clicked. Before MCP, we were living in ancient times in terms of using LLMs.
There was really no way for a developer to put their workflows into existing platforms like CloudAI or ChatGPT.
The world is built on a lot of complex systems, and we need to connect AI models to all of that.
We knew very early that MCP needed to be open source.
What surprised me the most is just how quickly it built an organic community.
It's been very collaborative. It has this really robust stack of people working on this, from the biggest companies to individual open source developers.
MCP has already moved beyond just developers. There's so many exciting opportunities for extension.
All sorts of companies that work in the identity and security space, banking, healthcare, they were there from the day zero.
I am very grateful for the adoption that it has seen, and I'm very grateful being part of building something that was quite transformative. We're donating MCP to a new foundation that we're creating called the Agentic AI Foundation, which is under the Linux Foundation.
Improvement is going to be done by essentially collective action in a way that sustains its growth, that sustains its community.
This is really the next big step to make sure everybody in the world can safely adopt MCP.
Check it out, the GitHub MCP registry. Check out MCP, part of the Linux Foundation, and so much more. We have so much more MCP goodies. I just love that video, and they have even deeper dive coming soon.
And if you were intrigued by the man in the Christmas sweater, he will also be here tomorrow giving a session with, I forget who actually.
I think it's with me. He wrote me into it. It's keep Jay, then Dan, they're roping me in. So all this stuff. We're going to be talking about spec kit and planning and so much more. What do we have going on next?
So next up we have a doubleheader, 2 sessions back to back. You won't see our faces for a second. But first off, we're going to have April Gittins, who made a ton of that awesome learning content, and she's going to be talking us through building AI agents with VS Code and GitHub.
Over to April.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining. My name is April Gittins. I'm a principal cloud advocate here at Microsoft. And today I'm going to be sharing with you a workshop that we did this year at GitHub Universe. It's combining the best of both worlds. On one hand, we have the AI Toolkit extension, which is a really great extension. If you haven't installed it yet, you should. It's really helpful for creating agents. You can also do tracing. You can also do evaluation as well. You can explore models. And then on the other hand, we're going to be combining that with GitHub Copilot. I'm sure if you're tuning into the stream, many of you are already familiar with GitHub Copilot. So that's great. If not, it's okay, because we're going to be diving into that a little bit. What's really awesome is that just recently, the AI Toolkit extension got a bit of an upgrade, whereas GitHub Copilot has AI Toolkit tools that are available that can be invoked to help you do a variety of tasks, whether that's getting model recommendations for any AI system or app that you're building. There's also the ability to create the agent as well, and you can ask GitHub Copilot to create an agent for you using like the Microsoft Agent Framework. You can also enable tracing in your own app. So if you need some help with how to just put tracing in your app for your agent, the toolkit combined with GitHub Copilot can actually do that for you. And we can also do some tracing as well, evaluations. So there's a lot that you can do with the extension, and there's even more you can do now that there are tools from the AI Toolkit available with GitHub Copilot. I'm going to take you through some of those today. And also, by the way, in the event you want to try everything that I'm going to share with you, there is a repository where we have the instructions for you to go test all these things out, and you can do it on your own. So without further ado, I'm going to migrate over into Microsoft Foundry because that's where we are going to start today. All right, so here we are in Microsoft Foundry. Why are we here? Well, we're going to be using Microsoft Foundry models as we're creating this agent. And so the very first thing you'll want to do is just make sure that you have everything with your environment set up. Within Foundry, that means creating a Foundry project. I'm already in the new Foundry experience. We announced it recently at Ignite. And within here, what you'll want to do is create a project. That's all you're going to do, create a project. Once you have that project created, we're going to head over into Visual Studio Code. I already have things set up here, but let me take you through some of the things I want to call out so that way you're aware that you have these as well. Starting off over in the extensions, there's going to be 2 extensions that you're going to need. First is going to be the AI Toolkit for Visual Studio Code. That's the fabulous extension I mentioned in the beginning. When you search for it, it'll say AI Toolkit, and this is what it looks like, so make sure you install this one. The second one that you're going to want is the Azure resources. We're installing this extension because this is how we're able to get access to the Foundry project that you would have created in that first step. Once you have both of these extensions installed, great. What you now need to do is actually sign in to this Azure Resources extension. And then from there, you can set your default project. I'm already signed in, but I'll take you through what that looks like more or less. So over here on the left-hand side, once you're logged in, you'll see a drop down for your subscription. You're going to scroll all the way down to the Microsoft Foundry section. And in here, you'll open that up. You want to find your project. And so for mine, I'm using my GitHub Copilot demo one. You're going to right click, and then from there, you can open it in the Microsoft Foundry extension. The Microsoft Foundry extension is part of the AI Toolkit extension. It is an extension pack. They come together. They're best friends. And so once you're in this extension, what you'll need to do is at the very top, it'll show you that your project is now set as the default. So that's how you get it to be set as default. If you make a mistake, don't worry. You're going to right click on that and click Switch Default Project in the Azure extension. Okay. Now that you have your project created, you have the extensions installed, you have your default project selected, the next thing that we want to do is dive into GitHub Copilot. So with that said, let me open up GitHub Copilot for you all. All right, so here, I'll expand it for you. GitHub Copilot, if you haven't seen it, this is what it looks like. We're going to be working in agent mode because those AI Toolkit tools that I mentioned, they're available in agent mode. There's a couple of models that are available for use that we recommend that you use if you're going to be leveraging the AI Toolkit tools with GitHub Copilot. With that said, here in the model picker, the models that you can use are going to be GPT-5 Mini. There's also any of the 4 Claude models. So either Claude Haiku 4.5, Opus 4.5, Sonnet 4, Sonnet 4.5. So if you have access to one of those models, I believe 5 Mini might be free, but if you have access to any of those models, those are the ones we're going to recommend using when you're trying out GitHub Copilot to invoke those AI Toolkit tools. All right, all that's been set. Now, let me show you one of the cool things that you can do in here. I mentioned earlier, you can get model recommendations for something that you're building. For GitHub Universe, we created the cutest pet planner agent, which essentially it gives you recommendations of things to do with your pets. And so before we kick that off, we needed to get an idea of what model should we even use for this, right? So what you can do, and this is what I did personally, is pass in a prompt into GitHub Copilot. And what you can do is you can just give it some context as to what it is that you're creating. And in doing that, what it'll do is recommend a couple of models for you to choose from. So with that said, here is the prompt that I passed in. Again, this is in the repo, and I'll share that link towards the end. But this one says, I want to build a pet planner agent. Its job is to sniff out the perfect play date. It should check the weather. It should get activity ideas, and it should point to the best spot in town. And I just want to know, well, which language models would it recommend for this scenario and why? I also want to know the trade-offs, things like reasoning ability, costs, latency, context length. And I need this information because I want to make a really informed choice. So again, in GitHub Copilot, I'm in agent mode. I personally love using Claude Sonnet 4.5, so that's why I have that one selected. And then from there, you can go ahead and submit that. GitHub Copilot, what we should see is that it's going to invoke I believe it's a model, Git AI model guidance. This tool is from the AI Toolkit. And what it's doing is it's using this tool to help with forming a recommendation for you on which model or models would be best for your given scenario. So we're going to give it just a little bit longer to keep working because it's working right now. But once we have a response, more likely we'll see 3 different options available for models. I'm going to cheat a little bit and say GPT 4.1 mini tends to be the model that it recommends often when doing this. I'll see if it's going to give me that response. Let's see. And if not, I'll try another model just to see if we get a response a little sooner. But essentially, what's going to happen here is that we're going to get 3 different models recommended. And for each of those models that are recommended, it'll let us know things like cost, like something to consider like cost, or maybe things like latency. And in addition to that, I'm trying to think what else would it recommend. It might also, it'll basically base its response around the provided scenario itself. So this seems to be going just a little slow. There we go. It must have heard me talking about it. All right. So we have our recommendations, and now we don't have to use our imagination anymore because we have the response here. So starting off at the top, for example, its top recommendation, as I told you, GPT 4.1 mini. And again, this is for the scenario that I passed in here. We get information about speed, cost, context, as strong reasoning, but it also gives us the trade-offs. I don't want to know all the good stuff about it. I need to know the things to maybe consider a little more. GPT-5 Nano is another option that it gave. There's also 5.4 Mini Instruct. And then below that, we have a nice little comparison matrix as well. And so if you are overwhelmed by all the models that are available out there, I'd recommend using GitHub Copilot with the AI Toolkit tools to help with figuring out which model you should go move forward with. Now from here, you got some model recommendations, but like, can you test these models? Absolutely. AI Toolkit provides that ability. So if we go to the AI Toolkit extension, and within here, we have the model catalog. So in the model catalog, and I'll just give us some more space here, is where you can find all the models available. We have GitHub hosted models, we have Foundry models, we have models from Anthropic, we have models from Google, we have models from, I think, Hugging Face, Llama. So if you're doing any like local models, you're going to find them here. All right. And we're adding new ones. And when new ones become available, most likely you'll find them here. And within here, what you'll need to do is find the model that you want to test. So in my case, it was GPT, 4.1 mini. And so once you found your model, you can then try that in the playground. Playground is going to be where you can actually go and test it. And so from here, I'm just going to migrate on over to that playground. It's called the model playground. And once you're in here, this is what that playground looks like. Now, if you recall, GitHub Copilot recommended a couple different models. If I wanted to compare more than one model at a time, I can do that here in the playground. And in order to do that, what I would need to do is click this compare button. I don't have any other models deployed right now, so I would need to browse to find one. And let's say, I think it had said like 5 nano at some point. I'll just use the GitHub hosted one that's here. So we'll add that model. And so what we're going to now do is compare the two together. So here within the model playground, we are able to compare two models at the same time. We can pass the same prompt in. And I actually have a system prompt that I want to pass in. You can add your system prompts at this stage. If you go to, I'll go back to, it's this little icon. That's a little panel where you can add in your system prompt. Place that in there. Place it into each one. We'll close this up as well. It's the model preferences. And then from there, you can type in your prompt. So the prompt that I'm going to pass in that I would use just to test is, it's raining today, wishing my dog and I do. Notice it populates into the other one. Once you submit that, you'll get a response from there. All right. So 4.1 mini right off the bat, it was like, I'm here, I'm present, I'm awake, I'm here to help you and your pet. And we already have an answer. And in this answer, it's following up with me on some more information. Whereas GPT-5 Nano just pretty much like dove right in to just recommending stuff. Kind of want to make sure it has an idea of what's happening with my dog. And so from here, you could follow up with more questions, see how each model does its output. At this stage, though, I'm going to move forward with GPT 4.1 mini. That's my homie. So from there, we then need to create the agent. I mentioned you can create the agents with GitHub Copilot using the AI Toolkit tools. In addition to that, you can also use what is called the Agent Builder. The Agent Builder is part of the AI Toolkit, and it enables you to create agents in this UI experience directly here in VS Code. I already created my pet planner agent that we see here on the screen, but this is what the Agent Builder looks like. In here, you can give your agent a name. You choose the model that you want to use. The instructions are going to be the system prompt. So this one's quite lengthy. What I recommend, the repo is where you can find all the system messages that are used if you're trying this out. And then just below that, we have everyone's favorite thing, MCP. We have a tool that's been added to this agent. It's actually a custom local model context protocol server that I created. It's available for you to use as well. It is equipped with mock data. It's actually hard-coded data because this isn't an actual live server that's hosted somewhere in the cloud. And it was for the sake of GitHub Universe. But what this server does is that it has an assortment of tools available. One gets the weather, one gets activity, one gets safety tips, and it might be a fourth tool. We'll take a look at it here in a second. But in any case, you can add that tool directly here in the Agent Builder. Now, how do I even create this? How does a person even create an MCP server? Don't worry, because the AI Toolkit has guidance available for you. If you want to create your own MCP server, what you'll need to do in the AI Toolkit is head down to let me get to that section, MCP workflow. Within here, there is a create new MCP server selection. You're going to select that. When you do that, you're going to have two templates available, either a TypeScript template or a Python template. I'm a Python girly, so I went with the Python template. In that Python template, you'll give it also the server a name, and then it'll open up a new project in VS Code for you. I'm actually in that project, so we're going to take a look at what it actually gives you. First and foremost, and I think the most important thing is that we give you a README. And so this README that's available in here, let me go into preview. It has all the steps you need to get started, all right? So hopefully you don't get tripped up and stuck on creating the MCP server. But more important, we actually give you this template that's already filled out with the necessary information that you would need to create a server. And so from there, follow what's in there to help with creating the tools for your server. There is some environment setup that you'll need to do as well. And so that's available in the README too. And once you have that set up, From there, what I then recommend going to do is heading into the SRC folder, because there's a server.py file in here, and that is where you're going to come in and actually add your tools for your server. So I mentioned I created this server with some mock data. The server file itself also in that repo that I mentioned, so you can copy and paste that in. It's also helpful just in case you've never created a server on your own and you're not quite sure what to do with the tools and such. So in any case, I have this example here. I mentioned there's like a tool for getting the weather. There's a tool for getting pet activities. There's a tool for finding pet-friendly locations as well. And that might be it. Oh, and some pet care tips. Those are super important and helpful. So there's an assortment of different logic in here that relies heavily on using random to select one of the items in the list at random from all the fake data. But in any case, once this server is good and ready to go, the server.py file at least, we're going to use the debugger, the run and debug here in VS Code to actually start the server up. You can debug in the agent builder. That's that fabulous place we were just earlier where we created the agent. When you're in the agent builder, what it's going to do is once you start the debugger, and I already have it running right now, so I'm not going to rerun it. But once you're in here, it'll open up the agent builder. You'll make sure you are at your actual agent that you're testing things out. So in my case, the pet planner. And then from here, you'll come in and you'll add the server to your agent as well. To add tools or even just the server, there's this add tool button. You have MCP Server or a custom tool. That's how you go in and add that. One thing I want to call out here, once I added this tool, I actually went back and modified the original system prompt for my agent. There's a cool thing you can do within AI Toolkit to help you out with system prompts. They're tricky, I get it. So there's this button that says improve. If it doesn't say improve, there's one that says generate. If you have no system prompt here and you're just trying to figure out how to do a system prompt, click on that generate button that'll be there, and then you can actually describe the task of your agent, and the AI Toolkit will generate a system prompt for you. 100% recommend reviewing that system prompt before you move forward, just to make sure it reflects what you wanted to say. However, if you have a system prompt in here like I do, what you would do is click this improve button, and then it'll improve that instruction and you'll describe what you want to change. I put in the repo what I recommend passing in here at this point to make sure you get a good update. The major change in the system prompt is that it takes the tools into account for the agent to utilize. Now, once this is in here, you can start testing out the agent again. So I had put in my pool in IR Los Angeles. What should we do today? And so it wants to know some information about him. All right. I like to say he's 2. He likes outdoor walks in the park. What we should see here are some tools getting invoked. And I can see that we have, let's see if it's going to let me show you because it's so fast. So we had the get weather tool invoked. We had the pet activities tool invoked, pet friendly locations, and pet care tips. So you can see in here that the tool is being utilized by this agent, which is great. That's exactly what we want. And that's how you would go about setting this up. Now, what happens when you're ready to upgrade from doing things, or I guess migrate from doing things here in the agent builder to doing some stuff with code, because we love code? Down at the very bottom, we have a view code button. Click that button. You can then choose your SDK as well as your programming language, and then it's going to give you the code for the agent. I already have one that's already set up. And so if I were to go to, not that one, where are you? It's hiding. So Pet Planner Agent, here it is right here. This is what it looks like. I chose the Microsoft Agent Framework, and then you can continue to chat with your agent now with code. I recommend doing that migration from the agent builder to generating the code, because now you can do more things with the code. You can start adding all sorts of logic to it. But the agent builder did a lot of the heavy work in the beginning for you, and now you can continue doing stuff with code. There is some environment set up in the beginning. Do recommend that you do that. Actually, it's required that you do that. Otherwise, things won't run. And so make sure you have that set up, and then you can start running. As a heads up, at about, for me, line 38 and onward to about 47, actually not there, sorry, it's going to be line 31 to about 36. There's this user inputs list here. That's going to be the inputs that's going to be submitted to the agent. So you can modify these to whatever it is that you want them to say. Once you know your agent's working, you can do things like enable tracing, as I mentioned earlier. And so you can use things like GitHub Copilot again to invoke that. Can I very quickly generate a new one of this so I can get this to work for you? Okay, so like, let's say this was we'll just create this as a new one, demo agent, all right? Just so we can have this. So I say I want to add tracing to this. Tracing is going to enable you to see the steps that the agent took to generate its output. Within GitHub Copilot, we're back here in agent mode. All you honestly need to say is enable local tracing for my demo agent.py, or just like my pet planner agent. I don't want it to get confused with the other file in here, so that's why I'm specifying the file. But because I already have this file selected, it's using that immediately as context. And then you can go ahead and submit that. What it's going to do is start it'll install any dependencies that are missing. It'll also then actually modify the file itself to enable tracing. And what it's also going to do is start the tracing viewer that we have in the AI Toolkit. And so right now, right off the bat, it gave you this command to start the tracing collector and viewer. I'll allow it. And this is what that looks like. So this tracing viewer is where you can come and view traces for your agents. Let me zoom out here. I have some examples of what those things look like in here. So I have one from a prior run that I did before. Let me just close these things out. And this is essentially what it's going to look like. At the top for this invoke agent, we get a summary of everything that occurred, but you can break things down a little more. We can also see anytime tools were called as well, and what that output happened to be. But this is going to be super helpful for things like debugging. The last thing I'm going to show you as well, I'm going to have this one stop since I already have it already done, but just to show you that, let's see, did it add everything in? Here's an example. Agent mode, GitHub Copilot came and updated my file for me, all right? Last thing, evaluations. Evaluations, there's a lot that can go into that. If you're brand new to evaluations, not quite sure how to do those, GitHub Copilot, you can ask it to add evaluations for your agent. Literally keep it as simple as that. And it'll actually go through a full workflow of helping you create your evaluations. It'll take a look at the files in your project. It will recommend evaluators. We're going to use the Azure AI Evaluation SDK for the evaluation script that eventually gets created by GitHub Copilot. It also creates your data set. So if you don't have an existing data set, it will create synthetic data for you. Not only will it create the inputs, it'll also run your agent to get the outputs as well. So that is beyond helpful if you've never done evaluations. Last thing I'll just show you that I personally like having GitHub Copilot do once I have my evaluations, and this is an example of what the output looks like. This is a lot going on, right? At least for me, it's a lot. So I like to then ask GitHub Copilot to create an evaluation report and recommend what's next or what I should do. And it actually gives me a really nice executive summary. I always like to throw this in as something extra to do. So definitely test that out. But all in all, the repo that we have available is within this AI Toolkit samples repo. It's the Pet Planner workshop. All the instructions are there for you to go through the full workshop that we did at GitHub Universe. It takes about an hour to complete. So just as a heads up, if you are giving this a try on your own, you're trying to figure out how much time you should set aside to spend on this. And I mean, it's a really great experience itself. With that said, thank you all for tuning in for this portion where we got to go through the GitHub Universe workshop that we did. AI Toolkit extension, be sure to install it. It's a really great extension. And yeah, I hope you enjoy the rest of the stream. Take care.
You're live. Go ahead.
Welcome back to AI Dev Days, friends. So you just heard from our friend April, and now you're joined by Arun and myself. We are here to talk about how you can move to production with Microsoft Foundry. Arun will kick things off, and he'll talk about some of the basics, more of a hello world of how to use Foundry models with a focus on Claude with the OpenAI APIs. That's a mouthful. And then I'll wrap things up with more of a production grade tour of, when you're using something like this in production with things like token-based authentication, here's what that would look like. And my focus instead of Claude will be on the OpenAI GPT models. So now that you know kind of what we're going to cover, let me briefly introduce who's here with you today. My name's Scott Addy, and I am a principal product manager on the Azure SDK team with a focus on the developer experience for our .NET customers. Also spend a fair amount of time looking at our identity offerings and figuring out how we can simplify things there. Arun, I'll toss it over to you to introduce yourself, and then we'll move into the presentation for today.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Arun Sekhar, the Principal Product Manager for AI SDK Developer Experiences. This includes all the OpenAI libraries, a lot of the integrations open source, as well as helping and supporting all the Foundry and CoreAI libraries that we have. Next slide, please, Scott. All right. So let's start with talking a little bit about the Microsoft Foundry. I'm sure you heard a lot about it during the streams. I won't bore you with too much detail. But really, the main focus here for us is the focus is about considering this as a factory. So the idea here is Microsoft Foundry is a factory that helps you manufacture kind of real-world AI apps using the tools that you see on the left side, and also using APIs and libraries that you already know and love, right? And so what this does is it brings all the models, agents, tools, observability, etc., into one unified experience. Next slide, please, Scott. So what we want to do here specifically in this talk is really talk about the raw materials of your factory, right? For the AI apps and agent factory, we start with models, and models are the foundation or the brain of any agent. Next. The core purpose here with Microsoft Foundry Models is to access more than 11,000 models. So you can effectively deploy these with confidence and kind of optimize them for the best performance. So what you can do is you can discover and evaluate all the models for your use cases from the model catalog, which I'll show you in a second, within your own tool like Visual Studio Code. And you can also kind of avoid model lock-in by integrating the models into your application code with a very popular API that you already know and love in your language of choice. Scott kind of did a little bit of spoiler of what that is, but now no surprise. Next. It's basically the OpenAI Responses API. So it's obviously one of the most popular APIs that people use. And what we have done is invested a lot of time and energy to ensure that any developer can use all stable OpenAI SDKs across the top 5 languages, so they can use the libraries that you want. And the feature that we're talking about here is the ability to swap models and providers without needing to change your code, right? And so kind of future-proof your apps for the sort of agentic future by using the OpenAI Responses API. It's also supported, like if you think about OpenAI Responses, it's also supported in all of the latest, greatest models that we have, such as Meta and XAI-based models. But now we're going to talk about how it's supported with Anthropic's Claude models. Next. All right, so let me go through the sort of a quick demo and show you how this works. So I'm going to switch to demo now. Let me share my screen. All right, so let's just do a quick round of how do you go about adding these models. So the first thing you need to do is, as April was mentioning, you want to basically go and install the AI Toolkit for Visual Studio Code. And once you have this, you also get the kind of Microsoft Foundry extension as part of it. So what you would do is once you have this, you would go ahead and kind of go into the Microsoft Foundry extension. And like originally, you would have had to kind of log in to your Azure account and all those good things, and to your relevant subscription. I think this has been shown before, so I'm not going to delve too much into it. But basically, once you have that, you will see one of the services here, which is Microsoft Foundry. And the Foundry extension basically lets you deep dive into what you can do with the Foundry, right? And once you have this, you can go ahead and create new projects if you want. I've already created one here. And the thing I want to show you here is how you can kind of browse the model catalog with this. So you can go ahead here. And basically, once you have the models that you care about, and as you can see, we have the latest, greatest sort of Claude Opus 4.5 model here. And you can also see a whole bunch of other models that you can kind of see from here. So what you do here is basically, you can go ahead and say, okay, I want to use anything from Grok or anything from Meta, or like say Llama models and so on. In this case, what we are trying to do here is basically try and create a model from Microsoft Foundry. So when you add it from here, it'll just filter by the Microsoft Foundry hosted models because you're in the Foundry extension, and you'd see a whole bunch of Claude models here. So it's a very simple one-click setup. You just go ahead here, and it'll kind of fetch all the metadata about this model and what are the kind of capabilities that it has in order to sort of provide a deployment screen. And what this provides is the Foundry project. And this is a key thing here. You want to make sure that everything that you're deploying in this case is living in the context of the Microsoft Foundry. And then you also want to make note of the resource that you have here. So just the two things that you created already as you create when you went into Foundry would be a project and a resource, because you'll need that a bit later. And then you can deploy a model, and you can specify all the different sort of parameters. You can also do things like if it had multiple versions, you can specify which one. And also you can configure parameters like how many tokens per minute should you be using with this model. And this is important for you to control, because this defines the kind of how, like everything that you're talking about. The Claude by itself as hosted doesn't charge anything, but as you start using it, you want to know how much you want to sort of use in terms of tokens per minute. And then you click the deploy the model Foundry, Microsoft Foundry. So I already have it here, so I'm not going to deploy it, but that sort of gives you a quick view of how you would go about deploying the model. Once you have the model, then you would basically go ahead and sort of, again, make note of the sort of target URI that you care about. Is basically it has a resource. And then what we have, as I showed you originally, is we have this sort of starter kit for you, which is called Claude with OpenAI Responses. There's the ak.ms link in the demo slide that was just shared. So what you get with this is basically a quick view of, sorry, I'm the wrong one. Let me just show this in preview just so you see it. So what you would basically see here is a quick readme of what you have, which is just a Claude model with OpenAI Responses API in Microsoft Foundry, right? Now, what this gives is a bunch of different like sort of code snippets to get you started really quickly. The one you have code in Java, you have code in Go, you have code in .NET, and different languages. Here, I'm just going to focus on the code in specifically for. Oops, sorry, I'm just creating. Let me just messed it up a little bit. All right. So what you see here is how would you go about accessing the Claude model from using OpenAI, which is kind of what we're trying to do here. So if you look at the imports here, all you're importing is the OpenAI model, and you're importing Azure Identity. And Scott is going to talk a lot more about Azure Identity. The idea here is you can access your like Claude model, which is in this case Claude Opus 4.5, which is basically what we defined in the model that we just deployed. And you can go ahead and specify the sort of base URL. And this is where, let me just start off the sort of deploy of this. So all you can just say run this Python code again, we're using GitHub Copilot Agent with the Opus 4.5 to deploy some Python code that uses that uses that basically calls the model, right? Now, as this is running, what I wanted to show you is the key thing you want to add here is the resource name, which will basically specify what is the resource that you want, which you just picked from the deployment of the model. And the other thing you want to specify here is the project name, right? The two fields that I originally showed. So once you have those, and then you can basically provide you're just passing in the token provider, so you're not storing any secrets, and then you go ahead and make the responses call. So the beauty of this is you're using a pure OpenAI library call. You're not seeing you're not learning another new model provider's calls, and then you go ahead and basically run the code. So that's a quick overview of, and if things work, it should give me an answer to the question, write a one-sentence bedtime story about a unicorn. Let's hope it works. All right, here you go. So you got the response. So it's a pretty simple demo here that just shows you how to go about doing this. And now we can go back to the slides that Scott is sharing. All right, so this is just a quick overview of what this does. You can go to ak.ms Claude with OpenAI responses to get access to this. And this will let you install like different OpenAI libraries that go ahead and access the Claude and Foundry model using the responses API. Next. And you can do the same exact thing with Azure OpenAI models, and in this case, we also have another starter kit for you, which is ak.ms/openai/start, which now lets you do the same thing. And in this case, we also deploy the whole infrastructure for you in Bicep, and so you can also use Azure Developer CLI, which is basically using the command azd up to deploy this starter kit and also deploy like any GPT-5 model that you want. And this gave you a quick sort of overview of everything that we have from a Foundry Models perspective. And now we want to go back to sort of thinking in terms of, like, this is just sort of the prompts part of the show. And now let's switch back to sort of Scott Addy, who will show you how to use OpenAI Responses API in a real world AI app in production with tool calling and all that cool stuff. Over to you, Scott.
Thanks, Arun. So you see a fancy chart here on the slide. The takeaway for you here is, instead of talking about Claude as Arun was, the focus here is on OpenAI's GPT models, GPT-5 in this particular example. So let's assume you're using some Azure Compute. Maybe it's Azure App Service, maybe it's container apps, maybe it's functions, but in this case, it's App Service. And we're passing an API key to the OpenAI library. That's using the response client under the hood, and that's calling off to the REST API, the responses API that OpenAI owns. And that will, of course, as I mentioned, use this GPT-5 model, which then has the capability, thanks to the OpenAI library, to call into tools that are exposed by remote MCP servers. And we're actually going to see a demo of this. I'll move on and show you that right now, actually. So what you see here in my browser is this .NET 10 Blazor application that I've created. Now let's assume, if we go back to the security identity topic that Arun mentioned, I'll show you a very simple example here. So let's say we're using an OpenAI model up in Foundry. It's an Azure OpenAI model. GPT-5 Mini just happens to be what we're using in this particular case. I can send a very simple prompt off and get a response back. And there's nothing super exciting here, but once I show you that this works, I'm going to show you the security aspect behind this, the identity story. So we're using Entra ID here, which is super important for enterprise grade requirements. Now, if I go off into VS Code, I'll show you kind of how this was built. And so if I focus on this particular resource group that I have in Azure, you will see in this resource group, I have my app service that you just saw. That's where the web app was hosted. And I've got a user assigned managed identity assigned to that app service, which you see here. You can see the source, the app service, it's assigned to the app service. And in this case, I am accessing the Foundry resource where GPT-5 Mini has been deployed. I have, to satisfy the authorization piece of things I've assigned an Azure RBAC role. And that is Cognitive Services OpenAI User. That role has been assigned to the user-assigned managed identity so that I can access this Foundry resource. Now, the authentication piece of things, which comes before authorization, of course, that is all handled through, we use the Azure Identity Client Library, specifically the default Azure Credential API within there. And you'll see in my program CS file here on line 15 where I'm instantiating this default Azure Credential object, and I'm passing along to it the name of an environment variable. Now that's important. The environment variable is called Azure Token Credentials. Up in my app service, I'm actually setting the value of this particular environment variable. And if I toggle the visibility here, you'll see that I've set that to managed identity credential. So what that will then do is it'll say, okay, default Azure credential can be short-circuited and attempt to use managed identity to facilitate the authentication piece. And because it's a user-assigned managed identity, I also require some sort of client ID to hint at which managed identity it is that I'm using. And that's what this Azure Client ID environment variable is set for. That contains that particular client ID. So that kind of shows you in a real quick whirlwind tour the identity story behind using something like this. Now I wanted to switch over to a different demo. And this is what you saw in my previous slide. It's using OpenAI GPT-5, as you see on the right here, with a couple of remote MCP servers. I'm using two distinct servers specifically. I'm using one from Stripe, huge Stripe fan, so I decided to incorporate it into here. I'm also using an open source, community-driven currency conversion MCP server. And you can see the list of tools that are registered here that those servers expose. I am allowing a total of 3 tools from the Stripe server and just 1 tool from the currency conversion server. I've actually filtered this list down very intentionally to reduce latency and overall cost. Now let me show you what this demo is actually doing. I can run a quick prompt like this, hey, generate a markdown table containing my active products for AI Dev Day. And if I send that along, what I would expect to see is, a nicely formatted, like 4-column markdown table containing the 2 products that I have configured in my Stripe dashboard. And now when that comes back, while that's running, let me just show you that this is not a smoke and mirrors demo. There are actually products configured. Should see these 2 come back. And when that comes back, hopefully, sure enough, we see the 2 products configured there. Now let me take this a step further. And, I know that, hey, one of these products, the VIP experience ticket for AI Dev Days, happens to cost $200 US. Maybe I want to pay in euros. What would 200 USD translate to or convert to in euros? We got a nice prompt that appears here. This is our opportunity to be the human in the loop that approves or denies usage of that particular tool from the remote MCP server, much like the experience you would see in VS Code when you're using GitHub Copilot. We get a response that comes back, and it has done the conversion for us. It says $200 US equals roughly 171 euros. Sounds great. Let's go ahead and let's convert that VIP ticket to euros and then create a payment link on the back end in Stripe. And now when I send this, I want to point out one particular thing, and that is the tools that are listed up here. You see this read-only hint. These are annotations on the MCP tools. And when you see read-only equals false, what that's telling you is that this is a mutating operation. On the back end, the MCP tool is actually going to modify something. In this case, create a payment link. I get the human in the loop approval mechanism again with this toast notification. I will click approve, and it'll continue chugging along. And while that's doing that, I'll run another Stripe CLI command out here and show you that right now, it looks like it may have already created that payment link. There's the URL to it. If I go back, sure enough, it completed the operation, and you see that same URL here for the payment link. that it had created in my particular Stripe account. Now, if I hop back over to VS Code briefly and kind of show you how all of this is working, I've got a very specific class in here that I've created for this. And what you're seeing here is I'm just creating an OpenAI client. This is using the official OpenAI library, which you see on line 13. That's the package that represents it. And I am passing an API key to that client. This API key is stored in a key vault, which you may have noticed in my resources that are deployed. I have a key vault configured over here. And I'm using the responses API to handle all of this. Kind of the last major piece I wanted to show with this demo is that there's this mechanism there are public APIs rather in the OpenAI client library that allow you to register those tools that I showed you in the web app. And you can see here I'm just instantiating an MCP tool object. I'm applying a label to it called Stripe. This is the actual endpoint for that server. And I'm right here filtering down the list of tools that are allowed to be used in my application, again, for latency reasons. Only 2. There are probably a couple of dozen I could have used there. Same situation here with the currency conversion server. I'm only allowing a single tool. The big difference between these two that I wanted to point out here is that the Stripe MCP server does require auth, and that's being handled on line 89 there with, or 88 rather, with the authorization token. You'll notice the currency conversion server does not require auth. In the real world, you're going to have to deal with auth, and so I wanted to just show you that in this example. Now I wanted to hop back over to the slides. All right, so those were a couple of really quick demos. And what you're seeing here is a aka.ms vanity URL. I've actually created a GitHub repo where you can try this out for yourself. If you have the Azure Developer CLI installed, you can run azd up, and the bicep infrastructure as code is there to provision all of these resources in your Azure subscription and deploy the code for you. All right, do give that a try. And that actually concludes our session. Before we go back to the studio, though, I wanted to just point out that both Arun and I would absolutely love to hear feedback. If you've used anything we've showed today or you have questions on how to get started, I've actually left our emails here, scaddy@microsoft.com or hand@microsoft.com. Please do reach out. We'd love to hear from you. And with that, back over to the studio. Let's see if we have any questions from the audience.
Hello, my 2 good friends. It is so good to see you virtually. I wish you could be here in studio with us. That was an awesome session. I love to see real world. I think it's cool to talk about it, but to actually see it, and how to put it into production and the steps you go through and how these pieces come together are really great. We had a few questions. We got a few minutes left before we go into our lab, so plenty of time to dive into some of these things. One of the questions that we had was, when we think about security considerations, do we have a set of best practices for enterprises or even individual developers looking to interact with Foundry and these OpenAI services? Like, do we have docs, resources? Like, what's the best place for people to go?
We do have docs, and Arun, you can feel free to jump in if you're aware of where those docs exist. Long story short, what you want to do in more of an enterprise-grade scenario is use Microsoft Entra ID, or what was previously known as Azure Active Directory. And this is how you accomplish token-based authentication. There's really 2 pieces. There's the authentication and authorization piece. So for authentication, you would use our Azure Identity Client Library. We offer this across multiple programming languages. For the authorization piece, you would configure an RBAC role that determines, what is this particular identity capable of doing with this resource?
RBAC, everyone's favorite.
RBAC.
Got to do it. Cool. Another question here. We talk a lot about all these libraries and integrations. Like, how is Microsoft being a part of this developer ecosystem? How are we giving back? How are we contributing to all of these different pieces, like outside of what we build and ship in Foundry, for example?
No, that's a great question. I think a lot of our focus has been on sort of supporting both the OpenAI and MCP ecosystems. Like, for example, we, my team kind of also maintains and kind of supports the OpenAI library for .NET. So everything that you saw Scott talk about here, like we partner really closely with OpenAI and sort of their vendor around investing in the OpenAI library for .NET. And then for all the other libraries, we are kind of really sort of a really good test bed for these, and then we also contribute pretty heavily to building some enterprise grade stuff on top of the Anthropic, like MCP libraries for .NET, for example.
Very cool. Actually, talking about MCP in general, Esto asked on YouTube chat about like when we think about MCP, not just like how we actually build and ship them, but how we consume them as well. What are some of the thought process go in when it comes to security concerns? There are a lot of security questions, but security as far as like how do I know it's a trustworthy like MCP server, or what are even things that we can do as developers if we're deploying MCP servers that we can help our like consumers of our MCP servers know that it's trustworthy as well?
Yeah, I can take this one, Arun. I think one critical thing, and you may have noticed this a couple of times throughout the last live demo I did, it's this notion of human in the loop, the ability to either approve or deny usage of some tool that's exposed from a remote MCP server. In the real world, there are cases where you may want to hit pause and think hard about what kind of data is being sent to that MCP server before it's used. Again, human in the loop, huge thing to consider. As far as, another thing that comes to mind there is deploying your own remote MCP servers. That's a hot topic right now, and I know that Anthropic's specification for MCP has extensive guidance on this, and there are things like dynamic client registration and CIMD. These are terms you hear thrown around, and I know there's work being done today in Entra to try and better support some of these specifications.
Yeah, and just one more thing to add there is like we also kind of support the having for this middleware that you want to have, you can kind of use API management, which is a great tool if you want to really secure MCP, and we have good solutions there. This using Azure Developer CLI. If you search for our AI app template gallery and just search for MCP, you'll find a whole bunch of sort of options there where you can host it in functions or container services and secure it that way, or you can put in an in between sort of middleware in there as well.
Very cool. And I think also, I'll commentate a little bit here, even though I shouldn't, but I think there's also this, like you said, human in the loop aspect, right? Just like you go, to the store and you're deciding between, what, camera do I want, right? You look at all the different vendors, all the different features, all the different things, and you dive through them. It's kind of that when you're installing software on your computer, or you're installing extensions in VS Code, or you're installing MCP servers, right? Now, there are some things like the registries in the marketplace that you can link into. Like you can have your own enterprise registry that we talked about, but also the GitHub MCP registry. So that is going to be baked in. So there's that sort of like layer of here's some trust. But I think Scott said it earlier, and I'll expand upon it because someone was asking about that tool approval process. That you can expand it, right? You can see exactly, Scott said, you can see exactly what's being sent. You can alter what's being sent. You can see the tool that's being called, and you're the person that's in control of hitting that yes button, right? And understanding what the implications there. And you're also the one that are configuring the MCP servers too. So, Scott, Arun, thank you so much for this awesome session. I really appreciate it, and for taking some of the questions. And definitely feel free to reach out to this team and any of the team members that you saw here as well. But any questions about anything, and of course, all of these videos will be on demand with links to all of the resources as well. Scott, Arun, thank you so much for coming and presenting. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers. All right, we are here back in the studio, and you may have noticed I have a friend.
How's it going?
Good. How are you, Gustavo?
Doing well.
I'm super stoked because a lot of people have been waiting, kind of the end of the day, going through and learning a bunch of stuff, diving through. But one thing that Jay and I talked about in the very beginning was that we wanted this day to be a little bit more interactive.
Yeah.
And one of my favorite parts of Build and Ignite is these labs that we do, like getting hands-on, like writing code, and I got to do a few of them at Build.
Oh, that's awesome.
Were you at Ignite?
Yeah, I did a lab at Ignite. I did a couple at Build as well. So
it's so cool to see people build stuff. Like,
it is the nicest thing.
Yeah.
Also, you get all the cool interactions, and you get people are actually more excited about the technology because they get to play with it, they get to build things with it, so it's much more fun.
And that's what we're going to do now, by the way. Right now, we have a full lab. Gustavo's going to be doing, I'm going to be hanging out, just chilling, because we want to answer your questions live. We only have like an hour, so we're going to go until 2 p.m. Pacific, so we got an hour. And what are we going to be doing today?
So today we're going to be building an agent to order a pizza. So I'm pretty sure most people like pizza. So
I like pizza.
Ordering pizza through an agent is a nice way to get introduced to them. And what better way than doing it with technology, you know?
Now, do you have a favorite pizza place?
Here in Seattle, yeah, I actually really like Tutabella. They have oven baked pizza, but I'm a traditionalist. I don't tend to add a lot of things into my pizza, so anything that goes weird, like Hawaiian pizza, that's not fun. I don't vibe with it. So.
Interesting. I vibe with almost all pizzas. I'm not gonna lie. Tutabella is, as an Italian, one of my favorite Napoli styles of pizza, just super delicious. I will say, also a huge fan, Little Caesars.
Really?
Pizza. I'm not gonna lie, man. It was a while since I had some Little Caesars.
It's been a while for me too.
The Little Caesars that I was eating in college is not the Little Caesars of today.
I agree.
Their pies they're pretty good, especially if you get off a long flight. Like, I just need to go grab something hot and ready.
Hot and ready,
man. You gotta
yep.
grab.
I agree.
So I don't know where we're gonna be getting pizzas from, but I'm hungry. I need any lunch. So let's get into it. I'm ready. Ask your questions live in the YouTube chat. On Discord. We'll be monitoring everything. So we're going to do it there. And no, we cannot take any breaks. We got to go. People in the chat no. Well, you can take a break. Just hit pause.
Yeah, we have this on demand after, right?
Yeah, so. and you can pause the live.
Yeah, exactly.
You need a little break? Pause.
Yep,
Come back.
Exactly.
We'll still be here.
Yep,
so,
exactly.
Cool. Let's do it.
All right. Well, just to introduce myself, my name is Gustavo Cordido. I'm a cloud advocate in AI here at Microsoft. I'm going to be running y'all through our Build a Pizza Ordering Agent with Microsoft Foundry and MCP Lab. So to begin with, I always like to show a little demo of kind of what you're going to be building and get you excited about the stuff they're going to be doing. So if I go here, I need to move this over to the other desktop. Give me 1 second.
I like your background.
I'm
a little
glad
Shiba?
you like it. Yeah,
wow.
it's a crying Shiba.
Wow.
Wait, I'm not sure which one on mine. Is it this one?
Oh.
It's the other side. There we go.
Maybe just duplicate.
Yeah, we got it. I think I'll duplicate for now. Oh, where's my mouse?
Yeah, let's duplicate. That'd be easier.
Yes.
We're trying to get all fancy with presenter view, but
yeah, it's always the extended display. Oh no, I'm using this extended one. Oh, I thought I got it. Give me 1 second. This always happens to me.
We've been struggling with presenter view all day, basically.
Yeah. What do you want to show? Oh, it's our mirroring. There we go.
Oh, there we go. Oh, it was the default option.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, cool.
Just clicked on it. All right. So here we have a little pizza hotline. So I'm going to give a call.
Hello.
Just got to wait a little bit. Hello? That's not picking me up.
Hello.
Oh, there it is. Oh, this always happens with demos. I'm going to refresh this. If it doesn't break on a demo day, are you doing your job right in this?
And we also have HDMI outputs and inputs and stuff like that.
Hello? Can you hear me? All right, I'll give it one more go. And I'll turn off the microphone from the beginning. I think that might be it.
Hi there. I'm Chris from Contoso Pizza, your friendly pizza helper.
My name is Gustavo.
Name? Nice to meet you, Gustavo. Which Contoso Pizza location are you ordering from?
I'll be ordering from Seattle.
We have Seattle.
Great choice, Gustavo. Did you know Contoso Pizza Seattle features murals by local artists and uses Washington grown wheat for its signature sourdough crust? Now, would you like to order the week special or pick a pizza from our menu?
Do you have margarita pizza available?
Yes, Gustavo, we do have margarita pizza on the menu. Would you like to
I'll
go
go
with
with
that?
and I don't need any extra toppings.
Got it, Gustavo. One margarita pizza with no extra toppings.
No, that would be it.
Would you like... Alright, Gustavo, you ordered one margarita pizza for $12. The total is $12. Did I get that right?
Yep, thank you.
Would you like to... Thanks, Gustavo. Your order is placed. The pickup location is 123 Pike Street in Seattle. Your order number ends with 0.
Right.
Cool. So the audio may or may not have come through.
Not for us.
Not for us.
them.
Hopefully for them, it came
for
through.
them,
it
should
did?
be
Okay,
coming
cool.
up, yeah. So
awesome.
Basically,
was that Hank?
That is Hank.
He's got Hank doing the thing. I love it.
And here. All right. So that's basically what we're going to be building today. We're going to be building the agent that orders the pizza at Contoso Pizza. So basically everything that runs in the background of the little demo we just showed, using both Foundry Agent Service and the Pizza MCP Server that we built for it. So a little introduction to what we're going to be building is also explaining what agents are. And in this case, an agent is just an autonomous software entity that perceives its environment, it makes decisions, it takes actions to achieve specific goals. This often uses artificial intelligence techniques, and you probably heard the word agent a million times now. So we just wanted to give a little explanation of what it is. Now, an AI agent in this case is composed by different elements. In this case, we have a large language model, instructions, and tooling. That all processes the input that we have that comes from the user and produces a nice output. For this lab, we're going to be touching on each one of these components. So the first one is going to be the language model, which is basically what predicts the next most likely token. Is what powers this agent to be able to understand and process human language. The next step is going to be the instructions. This is what provides the model with additional context to generate a response. And then a little example here. If we ask a regular model, do you like pineapple on your pizza? It will say that it doesn't have taste or preferences. It'll give you quite a mild response. It doesn't really have an opinion on anything like that. But if we provide an instruction where we say, you're an AI assistant that helps with pizza questions, and you do not like pineapple on pizza because you probably like it better, and we ask the same question, we get a different response. And that's what we're looking for, is altering and guiding the behavior of the agent towards our liking. Now, the last part that we're going to be touching upon is the tooling. This is what enables your agent to perform tasks, and this is what differentiates it from a chatbot. We're going to be touching on two types of tools. One is going to be the tools that retrieve relevant data and tools that take action. So the relevant data retrieving tools is regular retrieval augmented generation, just being able to provide data in a store or in storage and in a database and having the agent connect with things. And then tools that take action, which is what we're going to be diving into for function calling. Function calling is just the capability of a large language model to take a user-defined function as an input and generate a structured output. So for example, if we're having an input from the user saying, I would like to order one Hawaiian pizza, and you have the instruction saying that you place pizza orders, and you also provide a function definition that allows the model to do that, instead of just replying sure and creating some random text, the LLM will actually output a large function called response, which then triggers the function that we're looking into, makes the call through the pizza API, it's able to put on the order, and then generates a new response message that's more structured. So we have a success, an order number, the price, and the date. Lastly, that goes back to LLM, and we get an assistant message. It's more natural language way, like your pizza's order, your order number is 102, the total price is $14, etc. So to round out, this is basically what we're going to be building. It's just we're going to create an agent, we're going to create a thread, which is the way that the agent communicates with us, the users. Then we're going to run the agent, check the run status, make sure that everything ran perfectly, and display the agent's response through this architecture you see on the end here.
That's pretty cool. I mean, there's quite a lot of different pieces. I mean,
Yeah.
even the demo is pretty cool, like the actual real-time response, ordering, processing, this all going on. To see it all come together is really cool. So I'm excited to kind of dive through this and actually follow along as myself.
Yeah, awesome. So without further ado, for all you following online, this is the link that you can follow through to get to the workshop. I suggest you scan the QR code as well. This is something you can also carry on your own time afterwards if you cannot keep up, because I will be speeding through some things that will take some time if you do it personally, like deploying resources and so on. But without further ado, I'll get along and start. So once you click on this, you're going to be led to this page down here, which let me make it big. This is our, and I'm going to add some zoom into it.
Yeah.
I think there should be fine. So this is going to be the instructions that we're going to be following. It has all the overview, all the things that we're going to be looking into for this workshop. So we have the agenda, the different chapters, the requirements. That's very important. The first thing you need is the browser and access to the Azure portal, an Azure subscription, a development environment, which we'll provide through Codespaces, and familiarity with some Python basics. You don't really need any deep AI background required for this. So without further ado, I'll also show you what I'll be doing here. So if we go into the developer environment setup, this is the first step that we're going to be carrying through. So as you see, we're going to be, first of all, forking a repository that we're going to be building with. I'm going to show you exactly how that looks like, because I have it right here. So if you go to the link in the workshop, you'll see that we are at a GitHub repository provided by the global AI community. Basically, what you're going to do is click on this little button that says fork up here.
And I'm putting all those links in the YouTube chat for everything that we're talking about as well. And they're all sticky and pinned, so you can follow them. And then also, if we're going too fast, pause, do the thing, the lab. Exactly. That's what we're here for.
Exactly, perfect. So I already forked this earlier, so I'm going to show you where I have the other one here. Let me just, there. This is what I suggest you all do as well, unless you have two screens. In this case, I don't have two screens with me, so just kind of slide the workshop to the side and then have the rest of the toolings on the other side, so it's a little easier for you to work. So as you can see, this is the global AI repository. I already forked it, and I already have it on my own personal repository here. What you're going to do next is start a code space. If you go into the button that says code and you go into code spaces, you'll see a button here that says create a code space on main. I already did that for the sake of time. And once you have it done, you'll be greeted with a screen similar to this one, which I'll make a little bigger here. Oh. So you'll be able to see basically everything that's inside the repository, and you have a VS Code online, basically. So that's the first steps, and you'll see that the new code spaces basically will build a container for you, create a virtual environment, install all the dependencies on it. So the first thing I'm going to do here is start my virtual environment. So let me activate. That way, once you see that you have it, the little .vmb here, you know that you've activated your virtual environment. I'm going to go into my workshop directory, where I'm going to be creating all the Python files required for this. And just to verify the environment, as the instructions say, I'm going to do Python -- version. And as you see, we have Python 3.10, so we're good.
And now the code space kind of set this all up for you. So we're not actually on our computer, but if you were to pull it down, you need to have Python on your machine.
Yeah, exactly. To do this. Exactly. All of these requirements you will need on your machine in case you don't run it from the code space.
Is there a specific framework that we're using for this? Someone was asking. Obviously Python.
Yeah, Python, and pretty much that's it.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Gotcha. Nice.
All right. So here we can go on and start the workshop. So first thing that we're going to be doing is setting up Azure Microsoft Foundry in this case. For that, we're going to have to log into Azure. I'm going to be straight with you. I already logged in and did some of these myself because I did want to make sure we had everything ready. But if you go into the Azure portal, if you click on this link, you'll be brought out onto the portal.azure.com. This is where you're going to be logging into your account, into your subscription. So the first thing you're going to do is create a resource. I already created, but I'm going to show you how to do it. You go into create a resource. You type in Microsoft Foundry up here. Oh, close. And you can click on create Microsoft Foundry. And basically what you're going to be doing here is you're going to have to create your resource group unless you already have one. In this case, I already had one from before. You're going to give it a specific name, such as a pizza workshop resource. For this case, we're going to be using West US because that's where we're going to be working on. And if you see, this domain name is already used because I'm already using it. You provide a default project name, and then basically you're just going to, I'm just going to add like 001.
Yeah, so it'll tell you if it's already being used or something else.
Exactly.
Yeah, because that's the name. So the resource group is for you.
Yeah.
So that can be unique to you.
Exactly.
Whereas the actual name is a unique name for like global.
Yeah. So you
That's the
just
big
want to make
difference.
sure that it's something that's not created.
Yeah.
The project name, it can also be whatever that's personal to you as well. All we would do is click next, 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 until we get into create and review, which is the last tab here. For this, I mean, once you click on create, you're going to start creating and populating your resource. For this scenario, I've already ran and deployed the resource because I didn't want to waste any time there. So you can see I have Pizza Agent Dev Days as my Microsoft Foundry project here. Now I can just navigate to ai.azure.com, which I'm going to do right now. And here you'll see I have my pizza workshop project, which is what you're going to be looking at once you're deploying yourself.
And if people have never seen Foundry before, this is sort of your one-stop shop for figuring out your models, deploying different models, like even like fine-tuning models, things like that.
And even playgrounds. You can also have different playgrounds that you can chat with. You have an audio, video, chat playground, etc. that you can test these models in. And funny that you bring models up because that's actually the next step.
Nice.
It's deploying our base model. In this case, I did not deploy beforehand, so you all can see it. We're going into model deployments, down here in assets. We're clicking into deploy model, deploy base model. And for this scenario, we're going to be using GPT-4o, but Microsoft Foundry has over 11,000 models at this point, so you have your pick of the route, and you can just pick whatever you want.
And the cool part, too, is that when you deploy this, you'll get a single URL, but you'll also be able to swap out models near instantaneously and deploy multiple.
Indeed.
So for my feedback flow, I was using GPT-4o, and I switched to 5 Nano because I'm cheap.
Yeah,
and I was,
fair.
And I was like, give me the cheapest possible model I could ever get. And I was using some mini models and things like that. I was like, Nano? That's what I need.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
the tiniest micro.
Smaller
But I could compare them side by side, so this is a great place to do it. And it's super fast.
Yeah,
I think it's done.
Yeah, the deployment is done.
Boom.
So we have the deployment ready. If we went back to our deployments, you're going to see it here, GPT-4o. That's all we need. And just to check it out, we can test the model here in the playground. I'll go into the chat playground, and I'll just type hello world, as the programmers do. And you'll see, hello, how can I assist you today? That means we're running, so we're good. So we've set up the Microsoft Foundry resource. We've set up the project for it, and we deployed our model. So that's basically all the first steps.
And I want to point out the first step in which you did it earlier was you didn't actually deploy anything. So you just created the resource, and that just takes a few minutes to set up. So we're trying to save a little bit of time there, where we didn't actually create anything in the backend until right now, which was actually deploying the model. Yeah. It's all actually relatively quick to do.
I decided to create the resource in advance just in case, there's always internet connectivity issues or stuff, so I just want to make sure everything's fine on that end. But yeah, it takes about 1 to 5 minutes to create. All right, so we're going into our first step, which is creating your first agent. This is the fun part. So first thing we need to do is log in into Azure. So I'm going to go back into my code space right here. And let me make this a little smaller here. Oh, that's fine, because for now I don't need this. And for this, we're going to be doing Azure login, -- use device code. And what this is going to do is allow me to log in into the Azure CLI. I'm going to get a link soon enough here with a code that I'll be able to input. And all you have to do is copy the code. Yeah, that's fine. That's because I'm on Mac. And once we click on the login here, it'll try to authenticate me through the code. I'm already logged into Azure from before, so it's just connecting here. Yes, this is my account. I am trying to sign into the Microsoft CLI.
No, it really wants to be sure.
Yeah.
Like, are you
it's
really
always
sure?
triple check.
I'm really sure.
And that's it, we're connected. So if we go back here, I'll say authentication is fine. It basically brings up subscriptions that I have here. I have the Dev Day subscription that I'm using right now, and the enterprise subscription that I get from Visual Studio from before. I'm just not gonna select anything because the default is already the one I want. If you have multiple ones, you can just scroll through them and make sure that you find the right one.
Yeah, and that's important too, because it needs to be able to find the resources and the subscriptions. And some folks, if you're just creating your free account, like setting it up, you just have one subscription. And, for me, sometimes when I actually accidentally put my work account, I have like 1,000 subscriptions, and that's like, oh no.
So you want to make sure you select the right one. Right. The next step here is just installing the required packages. We are already technically installed these by running the code spaces, but I'll run the pip command just to make sure everything's installed. Oh yeah, I need to allow. This should be fast because all the requirements are already satisfied, so that's fine. All right, sweet. So all the requirements are there. The next step is creating our environment file.
Oh, what are some of those packages really quick?
Oh yeah, we have Azure Identity, Azure AI Projects, Azure AI Agents, all these necessary for us to connect with the agents we're going to be building, basically all the packages we're going to be using as the SDK in the Python files, python.env so we can access our environment file, and JSON ref so we can access the JSON files we're going to provide as data.
Perfect. Sounds good. It's kind of so people are maybe figuring this out for themselves, like how did we get identity? Well, we had the package.
That's a valuable question.
Yeah.
All right. So the next step is creating an environment file. This is what it's going to be hosting our project connection string. This is what allows us to connect directly with Foundry. So I'm going to copy this here, paste it right here, and now I'm going to guide you to where you can find this on Azure Foundry. So basically, once you go into Foundry, you go into Overview, and you'll see your Microsoft Foundry project endpoint. That's basically what we're going to copy here. And with that, we just replace the link here. We save, and that's our environment file. So that's all we needed there. That's the next step done. Now, just make sure, for sure, there's no spaces and that you have the quotation marks in your environment file. That's important, otherwise you won't be able to read it.
Good question here really quick is, if you were just on your local machine, would you be able to run Foundry local to connect to it instead of deploying the resources?
Yeah, you should be able to.
Yeah, we got that question in the chat. So we don't have the setup instructions there, but I guess it's just like a URL it's pointing to, right?
It's another connection, yeah.
Yeah, so it'd just be a connection string. You could do that there as well. So and feel free to send a pull request to the repo.
Yeah, we'll love pull requests. We love people to add new things to our workshops.
That'd be rad. Yeah, cool.
Exactly. All right, so we're going to work on creating our newest agent here. So again, we're going to be working from the workshop directory. So I'm going to create here agent.py. And that's going to be our first thing. And the fun thing about this workshop is that I don't really need to type all the code. I can just copy and paste. But if you have questions about what the code's doing, I'll be able to explain that as well. So basically, I'm just bringing all the imports here, making sure I have the Azure SDK, environment handling, all the helpful classes that we're going to be working with.
Let's make it a little bit bigger, too.
Oh,
Zoom
yeah,
in for me one more time.
sure.
Perfect.
It's just always small with one screen.
Yeah.
And I'll make this slide. There
beautiful. It's beautiful.
Sweet. And I'm going to load the environment file. So this is the next thing. This is what allows you to get all the information from the environment file you just created. All right, so the first thing we're going to be doing is creating a project client. This is what connects your script to the Microsoft Foundry service and uses the connection string basically that we just created, we just copied. So if I paste this here, this is creating the project client object in this case through the project connection string that we have, and that's a credential we're using to connect to Azure directly.
And that's coming from that environment file, right?
Correct.
So in that case, that's where we're looking at those different backends that we're going to be calling in for Foundry.
Exactly.
Cool.
All right, and now we're going to be creating the agent.
Where did that default Azure credential thing come from? What is that from, an SDK?
It's from the Azure Identity package that we're bringing in.
Very cool.
Right. It allows you to connect a little easier.
Wow.
All right, now to create the agent, the next step in the code here is basically just an agent object. We're using the create agent function that comes from the AI project client, SDK. And here we provide the model, so in this case, GPT-4o, and the name of the agent. So in this case, let me change the name of the agent to Pizza Agent. Make it a little
and this is important. So whatever you named it, you want to update it here. Hopefully follow along. You called it Pizza Agent because everyone could call it that. But also the model name is important here too. Remember earlier when I said you could try out different models?
Yep.
All you got to do is just change that one string. Because the name of the model that you have, that's how it's going to go find what model to talk to.
Exactly.
So if you want to try the same exact thing with GPT-5 or GPT-5 Mini or GPT-5 Nano or whatever you want to do, you can just edit that there.
And even if you deploy the same type of models but with different token capabilities and you change the name of it, that's also going to track here. So you want to make sure you have the right name.
Very cool.
All right. That's just going to be creating the agent here. And And the next step is creating the thread. The thread, remember, is the way that agents interact with the user. So it's like a conversation that basically stores all the messages exchanged between the user and the agent. And this also is done by our project client agents thread. So this is going to be basically outputting that it created the agent, it created the thread for us to know. And then we're going to start adding our message. So here we're going to do a loop that lets you send messages to the agent. We're going to copy. Basically, we're going to try, while we are getting answers, while this is happening, we're going to be waiting for the user to input any information, and we're going to get a response back from the agent, unless the user input is exit or quit, which will break the loop. We're going to create the process for the agent run, which is basically just processing the confirmation here. Let me move this back one. So, just so for all of you that may not be as familiar with Python, just so you know, Python is indentation sensitive. So we do not have curly braces here like you would do in Java or in JavaScript or TypeScript. It's indentation what tells the computer where the blocks are. So make sure that the indentation is fine. That's the most common error we find in people while working in live audiences like Ignite or so.
It's tricky with copying and pasting from different files and getting that. But those lines in VS Code are going to show you like where the lines show up, and then you're seeing even the squigglies, which are helpful as well.
So helpful.
So helpful to figure out and fix those squigglies up. So one indentation on it as well. Very nice.
Yep. And lastly, I'm going to close the loop with a finally, which is basically just delete the agent at the end so we don't have an agent running up. That's just cleanup. It's better for us in that case. So now the next most common mistake is people not saving. So I'm going to just click Command Save, or you can also do it from here. And here I'm just going to try running the agent now. So Python agent.py. And hopefully everything should work fine. We should be creating an agent, create a thread, and be able to communicate with them. We created the agent, created the thread, so now I can say, hello, how are you? Oh, and the output I may have it outside of here. Oh, because I have his first message. No. This tends to happen often as well. It's just the indentation always will create something. No, it should be fine. Huh. I think it's because I named the first message here. But the thing is that it's working so far because it's sending the message. I'm just trying to see how I can output it here. Actually, there's a beautiful thing about this workshop that I also recommend everyone look at. We have a final code sample at the end that has everything put together. So if you make a mistake like I probably did here with indentation, you can just copy the end result and paste it. Quit here. Just interrupt it. And we can run it again. And hopefully now we'll see the answer back. It was probably an indentation issue like I mentioned before. Hello, how are you? And given that it's taken time, it means that it's working.
Nice.
Yeah, so if you run into an issue and you're not sure where your issue is, because maybe it was indentation, maybe you just had an extra tab there or tabs that I deleted like I did before, you can always go to the end of each page here and you'll have the final code sample that you can copy and paste to make sure and compare it to yours to see where the errors are.
Yeah, it's nice to walk through and understand the bits and pieces with comments, but then also really great just to be like, just run this just in case. Because I've been in so many workshops and labs where there's a little casing and this thing and this. Oh, I can't compile it. And there's a data binding thing. You're like, oh, yeah. So
Indeed.
Nice final is always good to go. But it's nice to break down these things. I think what's cool here, and you can clarify, is like, this is just 50 lines of code, and you're immediately not only having your authentication, you're talking and spinning up the client, you're communicating with the client, and drafting it back as well. Now we're not doing anything special, like there's no pizza logic yet, but it's just like you're able to now have this communication
Exactly.
channel.
You just set up the initial agent for it.
Yeah.
All right, so the next step is adding agent instructions. So this is basically where we're going to be learning what a system prompt is and things like that. So to break it down for you, system prompt is what we call the instructions that we provide to the agent, or to the model rather, when creating the agent. We call it personality and rulebook of the agent because we can provide guidance on how to behave, how to respond, and also what kind of things it can do. So we have a couple tips here, like ensuring that the agent stays consistent across conversations. They help guide the agent's tone and role, so you can make it friendly, you can make it aggressive, you can make it, funny or silly or so on. So there's different ways to guide the behavior. And also reduce the risk of the agent going into like topics that are not important or that are not interesting to what we're doing. So we're going to be adding instructions here. So for this, we can pass them as instructions. So if we go back up here to where we created the agent, we can add a new parameter here called instructions. And we can say you're a helpful assistant. Thanks, Copilot, for the little check-in there, because that's around what we were going to do. This is from Microsoft Foundry. Let me copy this part, though. Always provide concise, step-by-step answers, because I like that behavior.
Yeah, and you think of instructions, these system prompts, in a way. A lot of people were talking as you type that about like how VS Code and Copilot work together, and it's a lot of the tweaking of the different models of the tools it has access to and these system prompts that are happening. So here, in this instance, we're kind of keeping it on track about what exactly it is able to communicate about.
Yeah, so I just saved the changes here, and I'm gonna just showcase it again. Because now it's a helpful assistant about Microsoft Foundry. How can I deploy a model in Microsoft Foundry?
I'll be interested if GPT-4o knows
what Microsoft Foundry is.
Yeah.
Honestly, me too. But we'll see if it may fabricate some of the stuff, but what I'm looking for here is mainly the concise step-by-step answers. And we do get step-by-step answers, and they're quite concise, each one of them.
I like it.
Prepare your model, access Foundry, upload the model, set up deployment. Yeah. It sounds, some of it is probably fabricated because GPT-4o was not around when Microsoft Foundry came up. But
now, can you ask it about pizza?
About pizza? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like what,
how can I order a pizza?
I'll be interested if it says anything.
It'll probably say something with step-by-step answers, but I didn't say anything about not answering anything not related to Foundry. So
that's the important part of these instructions, these sort of prompts, is that you can guide what it can and can't do, and almost the can't is almost as important as what it can do. Yeah.
Because you see, you would stick in a bit because it's probably processing the information, so it'll give me like a long answer about how to order a pizza, and it's not going to be related to Foundry at all.
Yeah.
But I never said not to.
But it would be cool if it was like, here's how to set up a way to order a pizza through an AI agent in Foundry. Now, that would be
crazy.
impressive.
That would be impressive, honestly.
And it's like actually just points to this workshop.
So we get a full-on way of how to order a pizza. You choose a pizza vendor, decide how to order, in-store, select your pizza, all this. And this is not related to Foundry, but we never told the agent not to.
So. Yeah, but it is step-by-step and relatively concise.
Yeah, so it still works. All right, so for this, we're going to be using also an external instructions file. This is a way to provide something that's more complete and follows a little better structure. So we're going to be creating an instructions.txt file here. I'm already going to, actually I'm going to cut here, clear it up. And since I'm in the workshop one, I'm just going to do instructions.txt. And that just creates a little instructions file for me. And here I'm just going to copy and paste these instructions. We're more than welcome to look into them, but this is a general set of instructions on how to interact with the people, what kind of tools and data access we'll have, and how the response should be in. I'm going to skip through it, because if I spend too much time reading the instructions, we're not going to be able to keep on working. So now we're going to modify the agent code. Remember how I just did the instructions as part of the... let me just minimize this here. As part of the agent creation, I'm going to actually change this into opening the instructions.txt. So that's a fun part here. You can, since we're using an external file, we can just say open instructions.txt.read, thanks Copilot. And we're going to be adding actually a couple new parameters, which is the top P and the temperature. And what these parameters do, so just simple parameters that you can add to guide how easy or how well the model will behave when it comes to predicting the next likely token. As I said before, these models work as prediction models. The temperature basically allows it to pick less likely options if it's higher enough, and if it's low enough, it'll pick only the most likely ones. So the higher probability that it has, it'll pick it and be more, I guess, more determinative instead of being more random or more creative. But basically, we're just allowing the model to be sort of creative, but not too much to the point that it fabricates stuff. So now that we added this, we should be able to run the agent again. Python agent.py.
And this is cool because someone was asking, like, oh, why do we need this? And exactly the use case is you need to guide it to what you and how you want it to respond.
Exactly.
Right? Kind of think of it as different, a mode, if you will.
Exactly.
Right? Like a generic based model is going to respond just what the general default system prompt is, which is just a model and usually like a default prompt of just being a helpful assistant to respond with anything. But here you're really giving it very concise orders and operations and guidelines to follow and for it to go off and not go off track.
Exactly, exactly. And as you can see, now that I asked, how can you help me, instead of telling me things about Foundry or stuff, it's actually saying, I can help you order pizza, check the menu, track your order status. If you're planning for a group, I can even suggest how much pizza you'll need. So let's say I say, I have a group of, how many are we here? We're like 20-something.
About, like, let's say 10 people.
10 people? Okay, I
Yeah.
have a group 10. How many pizzas should I order?
Probably 10.
And we'll see, yeah.
So how big are the pizzas?
Yeah.
I ask Copilot this all the time. I'm like, I have this user group.
Do you think the group has a light, average, or big appetite? I don't want to say big because we've been working all day. I want to say they're probably hungry.
Oh, wow.
6 to 7 large pieces.
All right, I'm in.
There you go. Yeah, I'm into it, to be honest.
The nice thing with pizza, you always take it home, reheat it the next day.
Exactly. It's like such
now
a
you
good
put
breakfast.
a slice in like an air fryer, that's the jam.
Oh, yeah, I agree. All right, so that basically just covers the instructions. Now we've added instructions to the agent, so now we're one step closer to making this a full-on agent for pizza ordering. Now, the next step is one of the steps that is also very interesting, is adding knowledge with file search. By default, the model only knows what it's trained on, right? So it doesn't have access to any domain-specific information. It doesn't really know what kind of pizzas there are unless we give them some examples. So we want to make sure that we provide this information to the agent. So in this chapter, we're actually going to be using documents folder, and you'll see that here we'll have some stuff about it. But basically, what we're going to be doing with this is providing information about the Contoso pizza stores. So we're going to be adding locations, opening hours, and menus that will vary depending on these. So the first thing we need to do is create a vector store script. This is what's going to be adding all the data into our vector store. So first of all, we got to create and prepare our environment. So for this, we're going to be creating a new file. And let me exit here inside the workshop, and I want to call it add_data.py. Oh, it's a date. It's my bad. Rename. All right, add_data.py. So the first thing again, bring in all the imports and preparing the environment. So we're going to be loading the environment variables again. This is because we're going to be keeping our credentials separate from the code again, and be able to connect with our Azure Foundry, with Microsoft Foundry project. The next step is connecting to the Microsoft Foundry project. So in this case, we'll be bringing in the project client. Again, similar connection to what we did before. Still the same SDK. Then we're going to be uploading files from the documents folder. So we're going to be adding this. We add basically a variable here for documents, for the documents variable. That's going to be this one that has all the information here. You'll be able to see it if you open the workshop folder. And basically, it's going to be collecting all of this and collecting all these IDs from once they're loaded and basically creating the vector store for us. So now we move into creating the fun vector store. Let me move here. We add the vector store, which is basically just a type of database that stores our information as vectors. So that's one of the processes that are nice about these large language models, is that they're able to search through vector search rather than just regular key search. And the last stop here is basically vectorizing the files, and this is what I wanted to get to. So the way that vector stores work is that we convert our files or our data, in this case, into a vector representation of them. And that allows us for context searching, for a closer understanding of what these vectors are. And it allows the models to have a more accurate search based on the information that's being asked from the user. So it's very nice. It's very fun. It has a lot of math in it, but it's fun once you start reading into it.
Now, in this case, you're going through and we're just creating a script to show you how you would do it manually. But there are just like automation ways where you might like actually put this into your back end that's processing data or doing this all the time. And there's lots of vector databases out there, like even like SQL and Postgres and all these things support vector databases as well. Where is this putting it? Is it putting it just...
It's actually created a vector store inside of our
Foundry project. Oh, interesting.
So we're going to have everything there.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
So you have the ability then to put it in Foundry or put it on maybe an existing, so you could connect to an existing vector database.
You could also connect. Yeah, you also can connect it. And these other databases can do all the vectorizing for you. So in this case, we should be fine.
Very cool.
Now, because I learned from my mistakes, I believe I copied and pasted everything right. But just to make sure that everything's working, I'm going to use the final file for the time's sake. And we're going to be running our Python data.py. This might take a little bit here because it's uploading files, so I did want to do it. From this, we're going to end up getting a vector store ID, and this is something that we're going to be using to connect with this from the agent that we have previously created. So while this is uploading, I'm going to start adding the new things into the agent.py file, so we have access to these data. So the first thing we're going to be adding is adding the file search tool. This is the tool we're going to be creating. So right after we create the AI project client, which is up here, I'm going to add the vector store. Once the upload is done, I'm going to be adding the vector store ID here, so I will not forget about that. And the file search, which is going to be a file search tool. This is just a tool we're going to provide to the agent. So now the next thing I'm going to be doing here is creating the toolset. So the toolset is just where I'm going to be hosting all the tools that the agent has access to, and I'm going to be adding the file search tool that I just created. Now, lastly, similar to what we did before with instructions and so on, we're going to add a new parameter here, which is going to be the toolset, and it's going to be the toolset that we just created. And that should be fine. Now, the agent's word is still uploading, so the documents might take a little bit based on the intranet. I mean, if it's really fast, it'll be surprising. So I'm going to wait until, while this is, actually, it just finished. Oh, beautiful.
Wow.
It's like it knew
Perfect
I was
timing
about,
and knew it.
It's like it knew I was about to complain about it being slower.
That's kind of like when you're like, me and my wife joke, like, we'll always be like talking about something, and all of a sudden, like, she'll see an ad on Instagram. It's like, oh, it knows. It's like, it's like, now we need this new pan, I guess, in the kitchen to cook on. It knows. It's always listening.
They're so good at it. Yeah. So the vector store ID.
I'm not trying to say that Instagram's listening to me, by the way. It just feels like it.
It feels like
it.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So now we basically add the vector store ID that we were provided here into the vector store ID field that we had before. And with that, we should be able to run the agent. So I'm going to save and run Python agent.py.
Now, while that's spinning up really quick, you went through creating the agent and you added some things in there, like the tool set, the temperature, the top peak. Can you talk about those really quick, like what that actually means?
Yeah, I was talking about the temperature earlier. That basically it's a parameter that allows to control how random or creative the model is.
Got it.
So these parameters, basically these models predict or create a probability distribution out of the tokens that it's receiving. And it's depending on the values that you provide for temperature or top P, it may select only the ones that are closer to the highest probability, or may be a little more open and more creative and start selecting things that are not as likely. That's what allows the model to fabricate and create better, more out there responses. But if you want something that's very deterministic, you lower this value so that it will only select the ones that are closer to the highest probability in that case.
Got it. And you can play with that number based on the type of responses you want.
Exactly.
As well.
It's something you definitely should do.
Yeah.
All right. So we created the agent and the thread, and now we have information here. So let me ask a question like, which Contoso's pizza stores are open after 8 p.m.? Oh.
And this is cool too because obviously there is no Contoso pizza store in existence. So it's like, no GPT model or Anthropic model or any model is going to know about this or have any data on it ever because it doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Right? Now, it may fabricate something like you said to be like, oh, I think it's things. But in this case, you've grounded it in the actual data.
Exactly. And if we see here, it says that, for example, the New York City one is open until 11 p.m. And so is the Perth, Australia, Pune, India, and Boston, USA. And we can actually double check that with the documents that we have here. So if I look into, I'm assuming this is going to be New York. Yeah, it's the New York City data document that we provided. And we can see it's open until 12:30 a.m. on Friday, Saturday, and it's open until 11 p.m. on Monday, Thursday. So it did grab the information that we were expecting from it.
Very cool.
All right, sweet. So we basically just learn how the retrieval augmented generation works in this case, how we ground the models, as James just said, with data that we provide, and we're able to actually provide these and interact with this information through the agent that we just created.
So now you could ask it anything about this data at all, and it would be able to summarize it.
Yeah,
basically in general. Was there any other fun data in those libraries? Like,
let me see where is the nearest, because I really like this question. Contoso Pizza Store. So we'll see if it picks one or if it asks me further questions. Could you please share your current location? I'm in Redmond, Washington.
And so this is cool, right? So now this sort of back and forth with it. It's because you have that foundational model that knows how to parse the data you're asking. It knows about the data that it has to rag over, and then is responding.
And now
back.
we can say, and it responded. The closest one would be the one in Seattle, so that's accurate.
That's
I don't think we have anything closer to Redmond than Seattle in this case. So yeah, that's how basically we can interact with uploaded files. So that's the next step. We just finished another step of the workshop.
Very cool.
We're adding an estimation tool. This is basically calling and making your agent act. This is going to be what provides the agent with a new task, not only searching, but also interacting and creating new things out of it. So we're going to be using function calling, which is what I delved a little bit into when we were talking at the slides. But it's basically what allows the model to carry out tasks that are outside of its initial scope of just answering and receiving and inputting input and output in this case. So this allows for some deterministic actions, it allows for safety and control, and it provides a better user experience in the end.
Nice.
All right, so we're going to be adding the pizza calculator tool. This is a tool we've developed in advance. I'll highly recommend y'all look into it in detail, because right now, for time's sakes, I will not be going strictly into it, but I'll explain what it does. We're going to be copying this. And what this is going to be doing is calculating how much pizza for people, depending on their appetite, depending on the amount of people, etc. So it's going to be, instead of fabricating or responding something that it sounds nice, in this case, it'll actually do some formula and some math into it to determine what's the best size to order in case, depending on the people that you have. And this function doesn't use any imports or anything like that, so we should be fine. So we created a tools.py file. We pasted our calculated pizza for people function, and now I'm just going to import that into my agent.py. So I'm going to say import from tools, import calculate pizza for people. Oh, and that way we already have a new one. I'll just move this one up just in case. Now we're going to expose this function as a tool, so we're basically going to create a function tool here. I'm going to add it right before the tool set. So function tool and functions calculate pizza for people, and if I recall, that's it. Yeah. So we expose this function as a function tool, and this is what allows us to make it a tool or expose it as a tool for the agent. So we're inserting the block immediately after the fire search, and we should basically be adding this. And thanks, Copilot. So nice.
Yeah, and I think it's important. So you think about what these models can do out of the box, right? And then we can extend these models, just like you'd extend an API or extend your application with a new functionality, right? This is just a method that now we're exposing that the model can call into when it decides to. And I think that's important. And in fact, we've learned a lot about MCP, Model Context Protocol, which is a standardized way of providing tools that basically any of these different MCP clients can communicate and talk to provide data back and forth with it.
Yeah, and
So-
it's funny you mentioned MCPs because we're actually going to be
Nice.
connecting to one in a bit. So
Yeah.
you'll get to see everything that James just mentioned live as well.
And when you're inside of like GitHub Copilot and VS Code, you can click on the little tools icon. You see a bunch of tools that are both tools, like seeing a file, editing a file, and doing stuff, searching, and then actually MCPs that are different sort of tools that are being investigated too. So these come all together as well, which is really nice.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, the last thing I did here was just enabling automatic function calling. This is just allowing the agent to invoke these tools without routing the calls to me manually. It's something that just makes it a little easier for the toolset in this case. So let me save, and let's run the agent. And now I'm going to ask the same kind of question we had before, which is, we are 7 people with heavy appetite. I'm going to say it was 10. Well, I'll keep it at 7 and see what pizzas should we order and see what it says. Before I calculate the pizza's unit, could you let me know your name and user ID? Oh, this is getting ahead of its own. My name is Gustavo. Because the thing is that we're going to be connecting to an MCP soon, and it's going to be needing those things. I don't have a user ID yet. I'm actually curious about this, because it usually doesn't ask for this. Fun fact for everybody at home, this is something that is always going to be interesting, at least to me, with these models, is that since they're not deterministic, you will sometimes run into questions that you've never seen before. I've run this a million times, and we still never got that question before.
Yeah, it was like different order operations. So,
Yeah.
but now it did actually
But
decide
it did
finally to
decide.
call it.
Yeah, I told, hey, I don't have a user ID yet. It says, that's fine, let me calculate the pizzas.
How about 150 people?
How about
with
for-
all different appetites?
I'm actually curious too.
So the fun part about building is you get to try it and then actually see it in real time.
Yeah, so it says it recommended 2 extra large pizzas, and that should satisfy everybody. How many people have light, medium, or heavy? Well, it is a mathematical function, so we need some numbers. So I'll say 20 for light. We'll say 50 for medium. And actually, I'm curious if we'll be able to know how much is for heavy.
Can do some math.
Yeah. Technically, you shouldn't. 4.0. 4.0 is not a reasoning model that I recall.
Wow, cool. Nice.
Oh, it actually did nice. For a group of 150 people, 2 extra large pieces plus 1, 10 extra large, 20 extra large plus 1 large.
And the important part here is that this is calculated based off the data and information that we've provided it, right? Before when we were asking it was just like a generic response just based on what it thought the pizza sizes were, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, very cool.
All right, so we got to add some functions into this. We created a pizza calculator, exposed it as a function tool, and added it to the toolset that we were previously discussing. Now, the next step is integrating with MCP, and it's actually going to be our last step. So we're almost there, and this is one of the fun parts. So as James was just saying, an MCP server just allows you to, or exposes you to different APIs or functions that allows your agent to do more and carry out more tasks without having to bring all of them into here as we did before. So the Model Context Protocol is just an open standard connecting AI agents to external tools, data sources, and services. It has a lot of benefits. I highly recommend you get accustomed to these terms and you start reading about it, because it's super interesting, and it's honestly one of the biggest, I think, advances we've had in the past years. So it's really nice. It's really cool to see into it. So for us to begin here, I'm going to clear my terminal, and what we're going to be doing is installing the Azure AI Agents SDK with MCP support. First thing, that's already satisfied. It's just making sure, you know. So it's already satisfied. So now we're going to be updating our agents.py imports to have the MCP related classes and utilities that we're going to need. So let me minimize this a little bit here. And up here in my imports, let me see if I'm not repeating anything. Nope, I'm good. All right. Yeah, I can actually. I'm gonna make this nicer, because we're using the same import twice here from AI agents models. But yeah, So we're bringing all the toolings that we're going to be needing for MCP connection. And we have a Contoso Pizza MCP server. This is basically exposes your agent to APIs for pizzas, basically available menus and items, toppings, orders, etc. So you'll be able to connect to it and grant it like explicit permission to use this curated list of operations. So first thing we're going to be doing is creating our MCP tool. This is basically just going to be a new tooling similar to the function and the file search tool that we did before. We're basically going to copy here. And this provides access to all these tools. So we have get pizzas, pizzas by ID, toppings, toppings by ID, categories, orders, order, place an order, delete an order, etc. We have the server URL that we're going to be connecting to, the name of the server, etc. And adds the MCP as a tool into the toolset that we created. Now, if you want to go into the parameters and everything here, we have some explanation in the tool in the workshop as well. So I'll be happy to have you all go through it. So we're going to be handling our tool approvals here. So we're going to add a custom run handler. This allows you to have some visibility and fine-grained control over what's executed. And I'm going to add this. I believe it's over here. This basically just allows the MCP tool to have all these connections and work with it. Now, we're going to pass this handler when running the agent. So if we go down here to where the agent is being run, we're going to add here run handler. Oh, Copilot's being nice to me today. And we're going to save that. And now we're going to have to add the user ID that we had before, and basically that's something we get to create here. So we're basically going to visit this URL to register a customer. So I'm going to click on it. I'm going to log in with Microsoft. You can do it with Microsoft or GitHub. This is something open that we created for the MCP access. Given that I'm already connected here. Oh, I thought I was connected. Okay, I'm going to do it through GitHub then, because GitHub is connected already. Or so I hope. I don't want to have to go through. Yep, okay. We authorize, we grant consent to this, and we're given our unique user ID and our car attributed to who. So I'm going to copy the unique user ID. This is something you'll have to do as well when you're running this on your end. And we're going to update this into the instructions.txt file. So if I go here, instructions.txt, let me see if I can find it. It's not here. I'm going to add it. Let me copy the... and we'll copy this on top. And I'll paste the user ID here, and the name, I'll just put my name, Gustavo. All right. Now I'm going to be running the agent again, and we're actually going to be keeping track of the orders that are happening through a little dashboard that we have created. So let me see. Let me start the agent here. And over here, I'm going to bring up the order dashboard. So this is our order dashboard. Oh, somebody already put some orders in.
Oh, nice.
That's what's up.
That's cool.
That's awesome.
That's happening.
All right. Hello, I would like to order a pizza. Why do you assume the San Francisco are not? Let's see. I would like a margarita from the Seattle store.
Now it's kind of figuring out what tools or what things that we need to call.
It's basically just connecting to the MCP server, making sure that we can do everything.
Nice.
Yeah, it offers margarita pizza, so it's good for me. Medium size is fine, please. No additional toppings. I like my pizza traditional. To be honest, the usual topping that I would add is anchovies, but I know people don't like that.
Yeah,
so
it's controversial.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you think pineapple and then on pizza is controversial. I do think anchovies on pizza is controversial. I don't mind. It's not my fave.
Yeah,
but I'll eat it.
Yeah, to me, it is controversial because I think it's an acquired taste, but it's a traditional topping.
It truly is.
In Napoli.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, let's see. Let's making the order, hopefully, and we'll see it somehow here.
How is it determining when it's ready, like how it's doing some magic in the back end?
It basically has part of the toolings in the MCP server allows it to know how long it takes. And
nice.
It just determines a specific
43
time
takes a while.
Yeah. Because couldn't find a price of pickup time for the medium pizza margarita in Seattle. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, just place it.
Yeah, just do it. Let's get that pizza.
Exactly. Oh, we ran into a little issue here. Did I not save? Well, give me the contact details, and I'll see if I forgot to save or something. I did add the run handler. Did I name it differently though? Again, folks, this is why we add the beautiful final code sample at the end. So when we run into something like this, we are able to fix it. I might have missed something.
Something changed.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just quit this and run it again. Oh, I forgot to update my vector store. Okay, thankfully I can save it.
Oh yeah, because the final code has a different vector store. Yeah.
I'm gonna just paste this here and all right, and now I should be able to bring the
vector store back.
The vector store back. Yep. This happens all the time, folks. We forget one little thing, and we'll see.
So we're doing it live.
Yeah. That's how you know. That's how you know. We're running the agent again.
There we go.
So I would like to order a margarita pizza from Seattle store. Oh, I don't think a typo would matter too much. There's multiple other questions we can ask. We could ask things like, show me the available pizzas, what is the price, we'll place an order for 2 of these, and so on. You see we're having the MCP code being tool called, yeah. Yeah, your margarita pizza has been placed at the Seattle store. The total price is $12, and it'll be ready for pickup, etc. Let me know if you need anything else. And if we go into our pizza stores, we have a new one here.
Wow!
Yeah. So that's basically the agent here. There's multiple other things that we can do. I highly recommend you read through the best practices for integration that we have as well. But overall we basically built a whole agent in less than an hour, and it's able to connect and create orders for pizza. So hopefully y'all had a good time. Lastly, the one last thing I'll mention, we have the Pizza MCP server as an open source example, so you're able to look into this on your own if you're curious how this MCP server was built and what it does and all the things in it. So all of this is included in the instructions that we provided. But without further ado, we're really happy that you're here. Thank you so much for taking the time and running this with me. And thanks, James, for coming.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I think we have a
questions,
special delivery, maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was supposed to close this out, but I actually don't know where Christina is. So
Hello. Christina? Oh.
I heard that you ordered a margarita pizza
We did.
from Seattle. So here you go, check it out. Amazing, Gustavo, your favorite. It's right here for you.
It is a margarita,
right?
yeah.
And I got one for me too. So I'm going to go back and eat this with Katie.
And it has no
bring
extra
that
toppings.
over.
Yes, absolutely. We need this.
That's awesome. Well, seems like the agent worked.
The agent did work. Let's see.
Worked
Isn't it
fine
good?
and beautifully.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Gustavo, for showing this through. And of course, you can follow along at home. You can rewind this. Everything is available on demand. And thanks for everyone for all the chats. And let's close it out with Katie and Christina as they chomp down on some pizza. I'm going to throw it right down mid-chew. Oh, wait. It is 2 developers. One of our favorite.
Well, thank you, everybody, for joining us today. We had a long day of some amazing sessions from top to bottom, closing it out with the lab here. And we have even more tomorrow.
We have even more tomorrow. And look, we've got pizza here. Yeah, be sure to join us tomorrow. We are starting at 8 a.m. Pacific. And so that's going to be earlier than we started today. And we're going to have a ton of great sessions. GitHub Copilot, a lot of developer content.
VS Code.
VS Code, yes.
Got a ton
Your
happening.
favorite, my favorite. Everything is going to be coming together. And we have another lab tomorrow too, right?
Exactly. Closing out the day again, we've got another lab this time with Harold Kirshner, who's going to be going through some cool VS Code, GitHub Copilot stuff. So definitely stay tuned. Join us tomorrow, same place, different time, 8 a.m.
Same place, different time. We may or may not have pizza, but we are going to have a lot of fun.